Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Saga of Avatar Korra in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Book 2, Metal. Chapter 5, Arena. What would have been any other training day, instead unexpectedly resulted in just Bolin and Korra running through their drills in the gym. Haesuk was absent yet again and Toza had taken a rare day off. The lack of other people gave the evening session an unnerving feel. Too many echoes, too many loud noises from him and Korra. Anything could be creeping around here under the cover of the noise they were making. Bolin shook his head. What was he afraid of? Korra did not seem fazed in the slightest, single-mindedly punching flameburst after flameburst against the target. Mechanical, unthinking, her face blank. Bolin frowned. Korra? He asked. Hey, is there something wrong? Korra's fist paused in midair. Without looking at him she said, I need to leave Republic City. Again. For training with my uncle. She resumed her punching as she spoke. Bolin's heart skipped a beat. His throat felt strangled as he replied. Oh. When are you? After the championships, Korra said, carrying on with her drill. Oh, so this week, Bolin said, stuck for anything more helpful to tell her. Korra stopped, her arms limp, the weight of the world on her back. I'm quitting the team as well. Korra was leaving him. He was being left behind as time drew their little group apart from each other. No. Rather, it was more a side effect of the group's ages. How much had changed as the result of a singular day, the precise number of years between Korra and Asami's births and now. Too much. But it was not just them. Mako had just been promoted, a change that required longer hours and shifts at the weekends. Whole days went by when he never even saw his brother awake or talked to him. It had been longer still since he last saw Asami in person, let alone talked to her. She, on the other hand, was the talk of the whole city, the beautiful heiress, CEO in training, on the cover of magazines for both business and fashion. And increasingly linked to General Iroh in the gossip columns. And Korra was the avatar. No surprise that her training might draw her away from Republic City eventually. But it had always been in the future, and always distant. Never this close. Never this soon. Chance thought, what if he joined the White Lotus? Would that let him stick with her, or would she have no need of them at all now? No. That felt futile. I'll be sorry to see you go. Bolin sighed. We had fun though? Right. We did. Korra made a passable attempt at a smile. I was happy. I'm going to miss it. Does Asami know? Bolin asked. Yeah. Korra twitched. I told her, last time I visited. For some reason this felt unfair. Asami always knew what was happening with Korra first. Had Korra asked Asami to go with her? Could she ask him? Just say, do you want to come with me? But why would she? Her duties, her role did not need him. Aang had been a special case, he needed Katara, Toph, and Zuko to teach him the different types of bending. What could he teach Korra? She was the one giving him advice on earthbending. He had done next to nothing when the Red Lotus attacked them, Asami had fought Zahir while he had thrown rocks. And could he even say yes if she did ask? Drop everything, his life, pro-bending and go with her? Leave Mako behind on his own? No. He was needed here. It's not like we're never going to see each other again, right? Bolin said, hoping. Korra nodded slowly. Yeah, I'll make sure I come back. There we go, Bolin said. Yeah. But after the air temples, after I've done everything. I don't know. I might just see what's out there. Do Avatar stuff. Maybe come back here and take out that masked guy. If he wants a fight, he should just challenge me. I'll see what Tenzin says after we're done with the air temples. She turned to him. Bolin, do you dash? She frowned and fell silent. Do I? Bolin asked. Korra shook her head. Nothing. Random thought. Just a. Never mind. Just wondering about the next time we meet up. The click of the lights turning off echoed through the gym. It felt like a harbinger of something more, something else approaching them. They had to get out before the darkness reached them. Korra? Do you want to go somewhere and talk? Korra blinked. Where did you have in mind? Well, Bolin said, beginning to edge towards his bag and away from the darkened halls outside the training room. Have you ever seen the park at night? They remained silent as they wandered across the grass. Korra did not mind, her head still whirling with so many different things. At least there were fewer people around, mostly adults at this time of day and some of those couples. Korra looked away from them, unwilling to see affection right now. She kept pace with Bolin, not really paying attention to their direction until the glow ahead of them became inescapable. The fountain by day was a fascinating water feature. She and Asami had stopped beside it for lunch more than once. Paddling in its waters had been wonderful on the hotter days, the cool water soothing tired feet. Now it looked more ethereal, lit up brightly against the growing darkness as the night deepened. It even affected the water, glowing, colored arcs of water sprang through the air, the sound of them hitting the water familiar, soothing. Something about the movements and the color put her in mind of the northern lights. That had always been a breathtaking sight when they manifested. Bolin was still silent when Korra perched on the edge of the fountain, looking out towards the darkening park. So, how's things with Haruhi? She asked. Oh. Bolin scratched his head. I wasn't planning on telling anyone just yet, but we're not together anymore. What? Korra looked over at him. Bolin grinned, seemingly embarrassed. Did you dump her? Bolin shook his head. Did she dump you? No. It's nothing to worry about. Really, Bolin stressed, holding his hands up. We're still friends and we plan to keep that up too. She's going to be my first ever pen pal. Oh. Okay. Good. I think, Korra said, frowning. But what happened? Her university application got accepted. She's going to study law at the University of the West. Korra looked blankly at him. It's in the Fire Nation, best university for law in the world. And she got a full scholarship so she can afford to go. She figured she could get in, but the costs. She thought she'd have to go to university here. Not that it's bad, but it's just not as good, and then this came up and... So never expected she'd have to leave you. You don't seem that upset. Of course I am, Bolin exclaimed. Well. Disappointed we can't be together, but excited for her. We had a lot of fun times together. But this has always been her dream. She was going to study law wherever she went, but that place was her dream goal. So when the university got back to her, he smiled. I'll be okay. Really? It's such an amazing opportunity for her, and at least we can still be friends. Friends? Korra echoed. Korra, are you okay? Bolin asked. Yeah. I mean, it's just... She trailed off and sighed. This is about the Avatar training, isn't it? Or, something else? You know you can talk to me about anything, right? Korra fidgeted. Well. Yes and no. It's complicated. I'm just trying to get it clear in my head. She glanced at him. Bolin watched her, waiting patiently. It's like everyone's going their own way. Asami has her job and it's taking up almost all her time. She's at the base every other day and she's even talking about moving out and finding somewhere closer. Mako I haven't seen in weeks. And then there's you. I guess I kind of just assumed you were going to stay here and keep playing pro bending and just be with Haruhi. She stared out into the park again. I'm just kind of selfish, I guess. I wanted Team Avatar, just like Aang had, just like you told me about. I love it here and I missed the city when I went south. And I'm afraid too, can things even go back to how they used to be? You're not selfish at all? Bolin exclaimed. Well. If you are then we both are. I never wanted us to change how things were either. Korra finally smiled properly. You too. Yeah. I mean I always had Mako, but when we met you and Asami and Heisuk and Toza and your parents, and I met Haruhi. I think that was the happiest I ever was. These past few months are the best in my whole life. Bolin looked like he might start crying. You really mean all that? Korra asked. I do. With all my heart. I just don't know what life would have been like if I hadn't met you. Bolin touched her shoulder. Thank you. Korra leaned forward, pressing her lips against his cheek for a moment. Thank you. I guess it's about the same for me. If I hadn't met you and Mako in that alley. However, Bolin stuttered, his face reddened. Things change. People change. Korra nodded. Yeah. Can't just be kids forever. It's sooner than I expected. And I thought I would be surer. Bolin squeezed her shoulder. You'll get through this. You'll make the right choice. Me? I'm still in the middle of figuring out what I even want to do with my life. If I'm destined for something, I have no idea what it is. I guess maybe it's worse not to know then. I've always known my destiny. And I always wanted it too. Wanted to help save the world. Even if it started so wrong, I just wanted to help everyone. But they never made it that clear how. Well, they had their way yeah. They hid so much, but talking to you and Mako and Asami and Tenzin helped me so much. I almost think I understand it now. No avatar is ever the same as another. We're all different people and we all deal with being the avatar in different ways. I just hope I can still be a good avatar. Korra's hand curled in her ponytail. Korra? To me you'll always be my favorite avatar. And I'm certain you'll the best one ever. People keep saying being the hero isn't everything it's cracked up to be, but it's worth it. Aang lived a long, happy life with Katara and his family and friends. We can do that too, doesn't matter that you have avatar stuff to contend with. We won't all be in the same place and together, but when you need us, we'll be there. You've got your team avatar. Korra felt her cheeks flushing. Thanks, Bolin. I feel better. She fidgeted again. But I think I can't sit here any longer. Come on. They strolled away from the fountain and towards the playground. Never got to play on any of this when I was younger, she noted, staring at the swings. Ah. That's a real shame. Mako and me, we played here all the time as kids. It's, well, a bit different. That spongy stuff under the climbing frame is new. We just had solid rock. Sounds risky, Korra said. Earthbender, Bolin pointed at himself. Well, yes. Korra said. What about the fire and water benders? And the non-benders? Bolin stared at the metal bars. Yeah. That does sound amazingly dangerous like that. He shook his head. Okay. I might be too heavy for this, but I want to try. Korra glanced around and started towards the swings. Just be ready to run if something breaks. You'll be fine. Those things can take an adult no problem. I know for a fact Asami was fine. He bowed and gestured to the nearest swing. I believe this is your seat, my lady. Why, thank you, kind sir, Korra replied in her most formal voice. She laughed as she sat on the swing, tense at first but soon relaxing as the swing took her weight. She pushed back with her legs and let gravity swing her forward. Always wanted to try this when I was here with Asami, but there were always so many kids around. Just felt embarrassing to try. Bolin settled into the next swing and timed his movements to coincide with hers. You know, I always wanted to come back and do this too. But I always think it's better to let the kids have their time on it. Only fair, since they don't get to play pro bending either. They swung in silence, in unison, the air rushing past them. Korra glanced at Bolin and used a burst of air bending to send them both just a little higher. If Bolin noticed, he did not say anything. So, Bolin. When's your birthday again? And Mako's for that matter. There also remained the question of just what to get the two brothers as presents. Handmade, like Bolin had for her, was so appealing, but she was terrible at that kind of thing. There had been 1 or 2 disastrous attempts at projects while she lived with Asami. But it would mean so much more to give them something utterly personal, not just bought from a store. Same date, we celebrate them on the first day of the year. 3 weeks then. Wait. So you were both born on the same day? Quite a coincidence. Bolin shook his head. No, just a tradition in our family. Mako was actually born around that time, and I was sometime in the spring. Hey, did you know though? A firebender born in winter is super rare. Did not know that, Korra commented. But I'm going to miss both your birthdays. I'll be with my uncle by then. Doesn't matter. Bolin cried as he leapt off his seat at the high point of the next swing. As long as you think of us then, that's enough. He darted forward and onto a ladder-like structure suspended about his height off the ground. Bolin swiftly swung himself along the bars to the other side. 6 seconds. He beamed at Korra. I beat my old record. He curled his arm, emphasizing his biceps. Kman, he said beckoning. I reckon the lemur bars will be a piece of rice cake for you. Korra smiled and leapt off the swing in the same way as Bolin, but landed more gracefully before walking over to the lemur bars. Grabbing the first bar, Korra heaved herself up so she was inverted above the bars and resting on her hands. That was the hard bit, getting across the remaining distance. Easy. Wow. Bolin stared at her open-mouthed when she landed beside him after 5 seconds. You beat my record on your first try. And in reverse. He started clapping and shaking his head. Korra, you are the strongest person in the world. Korra smiled and mimicked his arm curl. So, now I've proven I'm super strong, now what? Bolin pointed. Seesaw. Korra took her position at the opposite end to Bolin and they bounced up and down with alternating thuds. I feel a little silly, she said, glancing around. There was at least no one nearby to see 2 members of the fire ferrets on the wooden plank. But are you having fun? Bolin asked, wincing very slightly as the beam smacked down at his end and he bounced up again. Of course I am, Korra replied, unable to prevent her grin from spreading across her face. That's all that matters, Bolin replied. Hey. Korra. Yes. Do you think, maybe after all your avatar stuff and the training and you're next in the city, do you want to climb that mountain again? Which mountain? Korra asked as a chill spread through her. Oh. The one the morning after we met. The one we saw the sunrise from, remember? Relief. Oh, that one. Now I remember. That was the first time I saw the whole city. That was amazing. We could maybe have a picnic up there, or camp or something and watch the sunrise again. See the whole city just like before. Korra cocked her head to one side. Yeah, she said. That sounds. Let's do that when I get back. Bolin grinned and instead of pushing up again, stayed pressed against the ground. Korra dangled in the air. Hey, come on. Let me down. You can try Avatar, he said looking very pleased with himself. Oh I can I? She asked. The rock beneath Bolin pushed upwards, sending him into the air and Korra towards the ground. Hey. Bolin looked flustered up in the air. Need a hand, Earthbender? Korra asked. Without waiting for a reply she lowered the rock and Bolin bumped to the ground. Oof. Bolin rolled off and staggered to his feet, rubbing his rump. Okay. Now your choice. Slide then, Korra said and ran off towards it, Bolin on her heels. This was so much more awkward than the other activities, the steps were near painfully narrow and the slide itself barely wide enough for her to sit on. Korra persevered and soon slid down, coming off the end with slightly more force than intended and winding up on her back. She rolled out the way as Bolin hurtled down the slide to land in his own jumbled heap on the ground. Korra ran back around for another go. Could time possibly just pause like this? Just let her spend time having fun and laughing? Forget her destiny, forget what she needed to do for the world and just relax. They strolled from the park and grabbed some fried rice from a vendor just outside. Playing around was more tiring than she realized. Well, she also had not eaten since practice, which hopefully explained the 3 boxes of rice she polished off. And Bolin's fourth. He won this round, though came a distant second in their belching contest. They strolled towards the docks, Korra's pace slowing as she drew closer and closer to the sea, towards Air Temple Island. Okay, Bolin said. So who would win, Hippo Gator or Shark Gator? Korra considered the question. On land or in the sea? A lagoon near the coast, neither has the terrain advantage, he replied. Okay. So is the Shark Gator male or female? Ah, female, Bolin said quickly. And time of year? Korra asked. Oh, you're checking if she's guarding her eggs. Clever. Summer then. She hasn't laid then yet. I reckon the Shark Gator then. Once it gets the Hippo Gator out into deep enough water it's basically over. Bolin studied her for a long moment. Good call. That makes sense. Okay, so how about rhinophant versus saber mammoth? It went on, animal after animal versus each other. They agree on some, disagreed vehemently on others. They ran through topics, sports, food, the current plotline in one of Bolin's radio shows that seemed to have provoked a heated debate in listeners. From what Korra could glean in between the unfamiliar terminology and slightly unhelpful contractions was that the exciting new couple had somehow won out over a long-developed but never actually reached logical couple. The names rang a distant bell, and while she had no kind of stake in the outcome, it was amusing to watch Bolin's fixation and his investment in the lives of these fictional people. They ran out of dock far too quickly. Nowhere else to walk. Well, unless she wanted to freeze the seawater and stroll back to Air Temple Island with Bolin. Tempting, but... Guess this is me, then, Korra said turning to face Bolin. Guess so, he replied. Unless you want to backtrack and talk some more. Korra smiled. Most other days I'd say sure. But I have training tomorrow, and our final match is the day after. Then I'm heading north. I need sleep. So do you if we want to win. She almost asked again, do you want to come too? No. Still selfish. Might disrupt things for their last chance to perform as a team. Best leave it for now. There was at least that picnic to look forward to when she got back. Along with doing something with Asami. And somehow those little promises rang false now. Bolin, can I ask you something real quick? Sure. She frowned. I'm not sure how to even say this. Me and Asami. Lately we've been kissing. Bolin's eyes widened. Oh, of course. That makes sense, he said, sagging slightly. I should have known she was your partner. Korra hummed an affirmative. Not that I really get that. Get it? Bolin asked. Well, Korra said. I just don't quite know how to act. Oh. Well, Bolin said, flushing a little. Depends how things are between you. Oh well, we've kissed loads. Bolin's flush deepened. Korra watched his expression with interest as he looked away. And it feels so good. Do you? She shook her head. And I like doing it. But we tried the other day and somehow it didn't feel good anymore. Asami said she felt ill. And so did I. But I didn't. But while it's nice, I just don't think I'm doing it right. Bolin's face screwed up for a second before he coughed. I'm not sure doing it right is that much of a concern. I imagine. Sorry, I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Well. It's like, when I'm with Asami, I'm all she sees. Or I used to be. Until the other day she was always watching me, always finding some reason to hold hands, or touch my shoulder or hug me. And when we started kissing, then it was any excuse to kiss. And that seemed like it was everything to her. Nothing else seemed to matter. It sort of felt good. But at the same time so overwhelming. How did you feel the first time we played pro bending in the arena? With an audience. Nervous, Bolin said. Excited, but nervous and worried about doing something wrong. Korra nodded. I was more or less the same. Well, it's like that when I'm with her and we're kissing. But there's no audience, but Asami's there and it's like she wants something more and she's holding herself back, and I keep wanting to make her smile because then she kisses me and that feels wonderful and when she smiles it's the best thing in the world, but at the same time. It's like I'm there playing that first game again. Hoping I don't screw up. But I don't know the rules. So it's good, but at the same time I just want it to be over, and then I miss it and think it'll be fine next time, but it is for a moment, but then all the nervous comes back and it feels the same. Good, but like I could make the wrong move at any moment. Korra fell silent. Basically you want to know what to do and how you should be doing it? Bolin asked, trying to act calm. Yeah, Korra said. Bolin sighed. Korra, there are hundreds and thousands of pieces of advice for couples. The good ones always come out the same in the end. You have to talk to the other person. Really talk to them. Bolin shot her a tiny smile. I can't help you, sorry. You need to talk to Asami about this. Makes sense, she replied after a pause. She does know what happened and it is all about her. Thanks, she said. For listening. I just didn't know how to or even who to talk to about all this. And I didn't want to ask her. I thought it might upset her. No problem. You know I'm always willing to listen if you need to talk to someone. Or chat. Chatting is good. Hey, if you want we can be pen pals. If you buy a hawk somewhere we can write to each other. Just like me and Harui. So if you ever feel sad or troubled, well, we can't really have that much fun, but as much as possible on paper. Korra grinned. You know, I'm really going to miss you. She threw her arms around him and hugged him tight, pleased to feel his arms embrace her back. She kissed his cheek again, pausing to watch the redness suffuse through his cheek. She stepped back and glanced around. Now I really need to get back. Good night, Bolin. Good night, Korra. And sweet dreams. He looked a little breathless. Korra smiled. Sweet dreams to you too. She stepped off the dock and let the waters close over her head. What would it be like to have a sleepover with Bolin? To be like with Asami, talk in the dead of night, cuddle, keep each other warm. Naga would be there too, of course. And Pabu. Korra started forward along the seafloor. It was supposed to be different, between boys and girls, but did it really mean the same things were not possible like that? It would have been nice. Maybe they could try when she got back. Maybe on their camping trip. She could tell Bolin they only needed one tent, she could share just like she had with Asami. Asami? Korra asked once Hiroshi left the room after unusually bringing the tea for them. Can we talk? Asami's hand halted, her cup halfway to her lips, her whole arm trembling. No. No, it could not be happening. Korra could not have picked that up. Of course. What do you want to talk about? Us, Korra said, sipping her drink. Asami's mouth went dry. What, about us? She croaked. About how we are. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Korra said. Did I rush you? Asami asked, setting her cup down a little harder than intended, the clink painfully loud. Did I make you feel uncomfortable? Korra almost shook her head and paused. She looked at Asami for a moment. I don't know. Maybe? I feel kind of overwhelmed at times. Something snapped and Asami's eyes flooded with tears. Korra, I'm so sorry. Asami? Korra asked alarmed. She took a few awkward steps towards her as Asami flinched away. No, Asami sobbed. No. You can't. Not like this. I can't. Korra sounded worried. Asami, what's wrong? I took advantage of you, Asami spluttered, the dark fear that found her in the dead of the night now exposed, the feeling she always dismissed by the light of day unavoidable. You did? Asami, I don't understand what's wrong. That's what's wrong, Asami said, sorrow twisting her throat tighter as her tears streaked down her cheeks. I wanted you. And I didn't even talk about how I felt. I just kissed you. Kept on kissing you and never once said anything about us. I enjoyed it though, Korra retorted. Doesn't matter, Asami said with a slight shake of her head. I didn't want you to leave me. I wanted to keep you all to myself. But now you're going and I can't come and it's not the same now. It's not as terrifying as it was before. You said you were busy with your job. Korra, Asami said, sniffing, and leaning forward. If you'd asked me that question the day before my birthday I would have come with you without question. If you'd asked when we were in the south I would have said yes. What my dad gave me. It changed me. It made me look at everything differently. But I never stopped to think about you. Korra blinked. That's fine. Isn't it? You shouldn't feel like you're leaving me out. I wasn't even thinking about what was happening with you. Asami, you want to help everyone with what you can do. What I want is unimportant next to that. No. Asami exclaimed, stifling her voice in the same moment, fearing concern from the staff. Her voice sounded harsh, her words quavering. If you're my girlfriend, my partner, anything like that, I shouldn't just forget about you. I never stopped thinking about you until Asami bit back that truth. Before I knew it I forgot about you. Asami gulped. I thought I loved you. I thought we were destined to be together. But I don't think we are. I would be different, if we were. But you've done so much for me and I've done so little for you. The kissing, it seemed to make you happy. Korra asked. It did, Asami sniffed, the pain in her chest subsiding a little, her eyes clearing slightly. But I thought you enjoyed it as much as I did. I did. But it didn't mean the same to you. Did it? I guess not, Korra said, taking another sip of tea as she slouched. Maybe I'm not ready for this kind of thing. Maybe, Asami agreed. And I still could have talked to you. Should have talked to you after the first time. Before the first time. Korra, I'm not sure I'm what you need right now. A new wave of tears flooded her eyes. You don't need romance right now, and you don't need me. Don't say that, Korra said sharply. But Asami muttered, her voice breaking. No, I don't get this relationship stuff. Not really. I know about love, but it's all these super old stories or those shows you and Bolin listen to. And maybe that'll change later on. But I did enjoy what we did. And I don't regret asking you to come with me. You are the first person I ever kissed. And I love spending time with you. Asami, you're my best friend in the whole world. And I never want to lose that. Asami sniffed. I don't want to lose that either. So, I'll dash. Korra interrupted her. So, I'm going to go away, knowing my friend is going to be okay when I'm gone. So I can talk to her when I get back. And we'll see how things are when that does happen. And she'll know she's always my friend, and it doesn't matter what she did, or what she thinks she did, or how complicated anything is. She was my first, well, human friend, and I can't lose her. And I want her to be happy. However she can be. And if she needs me for that, then when I get back we'll talk about that too. Korra grinned. Maybe I'll have grown up enough by then. Maybe I'll be ready. For now, she sighed. For now I just have to be the Avatar. I need to get that right first. What they did, I'm still working it all out. Asami could not stop the tear-stained grin at her words. I'll try and take care of your friend as much as possible. Good. Korra said, nodding. And while it's not what she wants to do, I would love it if she could also keep an eye on my other friends. I know you don't mind Bolin, but please keep an eye on Mako for me. Okay. A mild penance given everything else. And Kuvira and Opal if you do run into them. I will. Asami took a shuddering breath and smiled brightly. I'm S-. No, Korra said, shaking her head. No more apologies. You've beaten yourself up quite enough. I could have stopped you. I could have said something sooner. But I didn't. You are a wonderful avatar, you know, Asami said, sniffing. People seem to like saying that, Korra replied. Hope I can live up to everyone's expectations. You will. I'm going to be a little selfish now too. I want you to do whatever you need to be the best you can. I'll always be your friend no matter what. She grinned at Korra, who smiled back. Oh, what is the dash, Asami said, glancing at the clock. We should probably get off to the game. There's a couple of thousand other people who have tremendously high expectations of you. How could I forget? Korra exclaimed, jostling her cup over. Oh. Asami, I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to apologize, neither are you. Best friends forever. Best friends forever, Korra replied. I will miss you when I'm gone. I'm not trying to be confusing. It's just. You're the reason I came here and you helped me so much. I'm already looking forward to coming back. I wish I didn't need to go. But, Korra sighed. That's how it goes when you're the Avatar. 2 hours to the match and people were already flooding into the arena. Bolin stared out at the arena as more and more people took their seats. Sorry I'm late, Korra said as she burst into the changing room. Afternoon tea at Asami's that good? Mako asked, raising an eyebrow. It was perfectly pleasant, thank you, Korra replied coolly. And we set off in plenty of time. Just the traffic was murder. She brightened. But, I saw Kuvira just outside. Want to say hi, Bolin? Oh. Sure. He said. How about you, Mako? Korra asked. I'll stay here. I'll let Asami know where you are if when she gets here, he corrected quickly. Thanks. Kuvira was waiting not far down the corridor. You came. Korra smiled. Kuvira turned from the window with a nod. Korra, Bolin, it's been too long. She gestured to her companions, a tall man with glasses Bolin did not recognize, and Opal. Korra exclaimed and threw her arms around the girl. I didn't think you could make it. Opal hugged her back. Neither did I. But how could I not be here for this? Soon as Kuvira got her tickets I dropped everything and told her I was coming along no matter what. Hi Bolin, she added over Korra's shoulder. Hi Opal, he replied. Opal went so far as to bribe me to have one of the tickets. Kuvira began. Opal scowled at her. The one stranger in their midst cleared his throat. OOP, Opal said, letting go of Korra. Bolin, Korra, this is. Kuvira said, gesturing to her companion. Batar Bafong. As with so many of late, Batar took a hasty glance around him before adding. It is a pleasure to meet you, Avatar Korra. So this was the eldest Bafong. At Asami's party Bolin had wound up talking and briefly dancing with Wei Bafong, who mentioned his introverted brother had declined the invitation to the event. Oddly there had been no mention of him in conjunction with Kuvira. Pleasure to meet you too, Korra said. My friend, Bolin, Korra said. Hi, Bolin replied with a small wave. Your teammate? Batar asked with a smile. Yep, Korra said. So are you too. Bolin pointed between Kuvira and Batar quickly. Kuvira leaned closer to Korra and Bolin. He's been listening to your games with me. I made a bet with myself that if you guys reached the finals I'd ask him out. Bolin chuckled. Good thing we made it here then. So what happens if we win? Korra asked, looking smug. I don't believe I actually planned that far ahead. She glanced back at Batar. What do you want if they win? Gotta be something heftier or at least more important than just a first date, don't you think? Batar flushed and shuffled his feet. I'm sure I can think of something, she continued, rolling her eyes as she turned back. Men, she mouthed before raising her voice. Opal's been prepared for this trip for ages now. Kuvira, Opal interrupted in a warning tone. She even knocked on my door yesterday, all kitted out with backpack and all her luggage, asking when the airship was leaving. Kuvira was smiling as Opal became more and more frustrated, her face flushed with embarrassment. Kuvira mimicked Opal's voice. Kuvira. Why aren't you dressed? The airship's leaving in 10 minutes. How was I supposed to know you wanted to set off at night? Opal asked. And why do you so delight in embarrassing me this much? Kuvira pinched one of Opal's cheeks. Because you're so cute. She's got a point, Korra said. Opal growled at them and pushed Kuvira's hand away. It's fine to be excited though. For our first match I was ready and in uniform 2 hours early. And I managed 5, Bolin interjected. Kuvira rolled her eyes again. Honestly, none of you have any kind of patience. That or you're just all over-prepared. Possibly a good thing for you though, Kuvira mused looking at Korra. Take out the problem before it becomes a problem. Preemptive strike and all. Maybe, Korra replied. Anyway. Opal interrupted. I'm not the biggest pro-bending fan. Kuvira spluttered but Opal ignored her. But I do love listening to you all. So I made this. Opal pulled a large scroll from her back and unfurled it. Written in huge letters was Go Fire Ferrets. We love you in Zaofu. It's subtle, Korra observed. Opal flushed. Can I get you to sign it later? And you Bolin? She asked. I'd be honored to, Korra said. As would I. We can probably get Heisuk and Toza to sign it too. And Asami if we can get hold of her, Bolin added. That way you get the whole team. That would be awesome, Opal breathed. Later though. We need to get you to your seats before the match begins. You get the special guest seats, Korra said, leading the way. The color had started draining out of Korra's face on the way back to the changing room. By the time they reached the door she was becoming unsteady and anything beyond dropping onto the bench seemed beyond her. She muttered something about dizziness and not feeling so good as she hunched over, her breathing wheezing and shallow. When she had not moved in 5 minutes, Mako darted out to locate Asami while Heisuk fiddled uselessly with his helmet and Toza started checking off symptoms against a reference book. Mako reappeared a few minutes later. Asami's trying to get the start delayed a bit, he said. Did you eat or drink anything unusual? Toza asked Korra with a sigh as he snapped his book shut. Nothing. What's the last thing you ate today? Mako asked. Tea and rice crackers. With Asami. At her house, Korra replied in between heavy breaths. Mako scratched at his head. Is it? Could it be? Your moon cycles. No, Korra spluttered and groaned. Not that. Asami pushed the changing room door open. How is she? The same, Mako said, his voice on edge. How about the game? I've got us a short reprieve, but they're not prepared to halt everything, Asami replied. She sat beside Korra and put her hand on her back after a moment of hesitation. Korra. Asami, Korra mumbled. We'll get your mother to take you home, Toza said. You can't play like this. No. Korra said urgently. Not her. I mean, I don't want her to worry. And we can't risk it. Not here. Bolin caught the glances from the others. It remained possible the link to Senna might give away her identity. We should get you to a hospital at least, Asami said, pressing her hand against her forehead. Come on, sway Korra. You're burning up. Korra shivered and shook her head. No. I need to play first. Bolin glanced out at the arena. Standing room only out there. Hiroshi was in his box, tapping his hands against his legs and looking everywhere except the changing area. Bolin tried to get his attention but he never looked their way. Could have done with his help. Kuvira, Batar, and Opal were in the next box, the trio too busy talking, Opal's banner unfurled and legible even at this distance. Shame neither Tenzin nor Jinora could make it back from the north in time for today. Korra got to her feet shakily, leaning hard on Asami as they stood up. I'll be fine, Korra said. This is just another battle, and I need to win it. I really don't think you should play, Asami said, gripping her hand. Korra sighed, the sound followed a moment later by another shudder that made Asami's face pale. It's not like my life on the line. I've felt worse and still won. With a visible strain, Korra pulled herself up straight and smacked her fist into her palm. I can do this. She can, Bolin said. Encouragement would help her. Korra's tough. She's going to kick Tano's butt personally. No one else joined in his somewhat lackluster encouragement, but Heisuk at least pulled his helmet on and nodded to Bolin. Korra? He asked. Yeah. I'll. Wanted to get that guy for a while. Bolin tried to ignore the shiver that racked Korra's body. Korra at least looked like she was okay out in the arena. The glare of the light on her visor hid her expression, but she was upright and had her balance. Asami joined Hiroshi in their box, sitting forward with her eyes never leaving Korra. Mako was with Kuvira, Opal, and Batar, seemingly explaining the situation hastily. Opal looked shocked. The fire ferrets could do this, right? The championship match was a little different to a normal league games. Of the 3 rounds, the first 2 were typical knockouts, while the third required the claiming of all territories of both teams within a 10-minute time frame. The wolf bats sauntered into the arena, waving and appealing to the ground, greeted by alternating cheers and boos, much as with the fire ferrets. Bolin glanced nervously at Korra. Her arch-nemesis, the man that had fueled so much of her training, was standing right there and she had said nothing. "So you losers actually made it," Tano said with a mocking laugh. "I'm so glad you decided to make our victory so easy." Shut up," Korra said, her voice trembling. Tano blinked, a slow smile spreading across his face. "That the best you can do, Korra. And here I thought you were the only one of these bozos actually worthy of being on the team. You carried these jokers, and..." He frowned. "You look like you can barely stand up. What's that? Pressure getting to you?" "Shut up," Korra growled. "That's more like it," Tano said mocking. "If it was too easy, people just aren't going to believe we won fairly." The referee interrupted them and the game began. Korra could still play. Bolin was thankful for a full 2 seconds before he took 2 blasts of water and a rock disc to his chest. Now he needed to concentrate on what the other team was doing. Korra was at least still bending. She was probably one of the best players ever. But not today. Today she was sluggish, awkward, her movements over-exaggerated and obvious. Tano mocked her as she was knocked down first and sent hurtling off the back of the arena in both the first 2 rounds. The wolf bats were trouncing the team. As soon as Korra went, Heisuk followed a moment later, and there was simply no way for Bolin to survive 3-on-1. The last round. That was what they had to concentrate on. Hold their territories at least. At least aim for a tie. Korra collapsed after 3 minutes and a disastrous performance. 1 fire ferret territory left, the crowd silent all around, the wolf bats mocking her. Bolin called for a timeout and unclipped Korra's helmet. She was shivering harder than ever, her skin coated in sweat. I can't get up," she said, her voice breaking. "Hey, ferrets? You actually going to even try and face us?" Tano called. "Just back off, Tano," Heisuk yelled. "She's sick." "Yeah, right," Tano replied with a dismissive gesture. "Bolin?" Korra asked in a quiet voice, her gaze locked on the arena floor. "Get Mako. He's still listed as my substitute, right?" "Korra." Bolin began. "But this was your game. This was what we worked for. It's..." He did not want to say the rest. "The last game they would have as a team." Korra shook her head. "Not mine. Ours. Team. We're a team. Team has to win. Even if without me." Bolin tried to form some kind of dismissal of her argument and failed. "Okay." He squeezed her shoulder. "You did great. Today wasn't the best, but you helped get us here." Bolin pulled off his helmet, caught both Asami and Mako's attention and gestured to the changing area. "Ref. She ready yet?" he called back. Bolin shook his head. "We want to substitute." Tano burst out laughing. "Yeah, like that'll help." The referee scowled. "You don't want to just concede? I mean, you can sub if you want, it's just..." "We're subbing," Bolin said defiantly. "Heisuk." They pulled Korra to her feet as gently as possible and walked her back to the changing area. "What are you doing?" Mako asked as they sat Korra on the bench. "Korra wants you to take her position," Bolin said to Mako. "Me? Are you serious? In the championship?" He waved his hands angrily. "You'll lose." "We might, Mako. But it's we. If you're on the team, you're one of the fire ferrets," Bolin said. "Mako." "Please," Korra croaked. Asami crouched beside her, and put her hand against her forehead again. She jerked back in shock. Mako stared at Korra for a moment longer before replying. Fine. I'll try. You know you can do this, Bolin said as Mako pulled his uniform from the locker. Subbing while she was in the south is one thing. This, Mako gestured to the packed arena. This is something else. Those teams were weak. Bolin sighed. Mako, would you ever, in a million years, expect to survive being sunk in a boat out in the bay? No. He scowled. Bolin continued. And go up against a terrorist group and some of the best and most dangerous benders in the world. No, he said with vehemence as he pulled the uniform into place. So you can see what I'm getting at? Tano is small fry compared to them. You just have to believe in yourself. Mako turned to face him. Yeah, but that was a fight to the end. No rules. This has rules. And points. Bolin sighed. Look. Just this one time, use your big ol' brain to work out how we can win this, not why we'll lose. Mako sighed and stared out at the still strutting wolf bats. Okay. Their firebender is limping. Korra hit him pretty hard earlier and it must have been worse than it looked. Tano's going to be more confident since I'm not on the usual roster, and he'll be pissed that Korra isn't there. I think we can use all that. So. Bolin said, following his gaze. We annoy Tano until he makes a mistake. Exactly. Mako walked back out with Bolin and Haesuk. Now substituting for Korra, Mako as firebender, the announcer boomed. Oh, now what do we have here? Tano growled. I get the spare. Was I just too much for her to handle? Save it, Tano. Mako said. Bolin grinned. You're lucky she's feeling out of it right now. Yeah, I bet. Worst firebender I've ever seen. Tano studied him for a moment. Sorry. Second worst. She has to have won something. You on the other hand. The match restarted. Haesuk was blasted out of the ring in seconds, leaving it down to just him and Mako. As predicted, the wolf bats threw everything they had at Bolin, ignoring Mako at first. Mako blasted all three out of the ring in a few moments. One territory forward. The next bout was a more even split. Haesuk caught their firebender off guard while the wolf bats focused all their attention on Mako and Bolin. They were going to win this. They were going to win this for Korra. It was like slipping back into a familiar role. Just like their time on the streets. They each knew how the other would behave, moved to guard or reinforce the other. Mako was grinning as he threw volley after volley at Tano. The tide changed slowly, the wolf bats becoming increasingly desperate, increasingly more hasty. In the 8th minute the situation was completely inverted. The wolf bats clung to a single territory and the fire ferrets made short work of them. With one final lunge, Bolin sent Tano spinning out of the arena and into the water below. It took a long moment before the roar from the audience, the applause, the feel of Haesuk and Mako hugging him actually made sense. It had been all but impossible just minutes before, but somehow, they had done it. They had won. They had won the championships and even defeated the favorites. They were the greatest pro-bending team in the world. Bolin raised his hands to cheer with everyone else when a shudder ran through him. Pain exploded across his back and down his arms. His legs collapsed under him as the air turned blue. The applause broke up, the air filled with screams and shouts as he fell to the floor, his vision going black. Are you sure you're okay? Asami asked as Korra staggered out of the toilet cubicle. I feel better, she croaked. Her stomach lurched. Excuse me, she said and slammed the door closed again, kneeling on the cold, tiled floor. The noises she made were embarrassing, at least Asami seemed to be trying to mask them. What are your plans for later? Asami asked Kuvira outside the door. I'm not sure actually. We need to sort dinner out at some point. Why not come back to our place? Asami offered. Batar and Opal are naturally welcome to join us. Okay, Kuvira said, sounding pleased. I'll let them know. Where are you staying as well? Just so I know what to do about getting you home, Asami asked. Some place, I think it was the Ottery Hotel? It's just a few blocks away. Oh. Well, might be a bit of a trek. Unless you want to stay over? We have plenty of room. And a pool. Korra tuned the rest out as her stomach heaved. This was horrible. There was nothing else to throw up, but her stomach still tried. The only time close to this was when she ate a whole load of raw oysters. Wrong time of month for her moon cycles to have anything like this kind of effect, and even then, nothing like this had ever happened before. Could it randomly start? She did not think so. So what caused all this? What was different today? With a deep breath, Korra stood again and staggered to the sink. Better? Asami asked. Hopefully, Korra said as she stared at the pale, disheveled figure in the mirror. She looked terrible. Running both taps, Korra rubbed some water into her face. She was soaked with sweat, worse than any workout she had ever had. She needed to change and soon. But first, they had to see the end of the match. Mako ought to be ready by now. I think I'm okay to go back. And watch, she added hastily as she noticed Asami's frown. Okay. She checked her watch. They should still be playing. I hope, she added. Then we're getting someone to take a look at you. Just in case. Korra forced herself to walk back as quickly as possible. As she was now, she could have played so much better against the wolf bats. She could have slugged Tano with a fireball to the face, just like she always wanted to. No. While it would have been nice to be there as they won, the important thing was that the team won, that the fire ferrets were victorious. It was not just about her, it was about all of them. Mako could do it in her place. The excited roar of the crowd rolled over them as they re-entered the changing room. Toza grinned at them. They just don't know what to make of Mako out there, he said. How's the match going? Korra asked, leaning over the rail beside him. It's going our way. Just need to see if they can do it in time, Toza replied. Go Mako! Korra called, her voice likely lost in the roar. Her grip on the bar grew tighter and tighter as the match went on until they won. Asami and Kuvira hooped behind her as Korra yelled as loud as she could. We won. Blue sparks enveloped Mako and Bolin. They crashed to the ground and did not get up. With a disconcerting crack, blue crackles rippled through the water pools below the arena, leaving Tano and his teammates floating, motionless. We're under attack, Kuvira yelled, and she grunted as the door flew open. Something heavy clattered to the floor a moment later. Korra whipped around as two masked men backed away from Kuvira. Curious discs with weighted wires lay on the floor, each wrapped in sheet metal from Kuvira's bracelets. The metal bender whipped metal links around the men's hands and feet, overbalancing them easily. Masked men were all over the arena now, the cracks of electrical discharge audible over the screams and shouts. Some of the audience ran, others tried to retaliate, though all fell to the ground in showers of sparks. Just like Mako and Bolin. Korra turned back as she heard fabric tearing. Asami had grabbed the end of her dress and ripped two ragged slits into the fabric as more masked men entered the room. The heiress fought them hand to hand, Kuvira metal bent and Korra fire bent. The assailants were no match for the three of them. I'm going to make sure my father's okay, Asami yelled as she darted out of the room. Be careful, Korra yelled after her. Wait, I'll dash. Korra. Kuvira interrupted as the sound of breaking glass drew Korra's gaze back to the arena again. The glass panels in the ceiling had smashed and a new wave of masked men were descending into the chamber on wires. Korra, we need to get moving, Kuvira insisted as the central section of the area shifted and a new group of figures rose into view. She knew him immediately. Or more accurately, she knew that mask. It was him, leader of the Equalists. The man who preached anti-Bender rhetoric. Amon. The screams began to die down, the jolts of electricity becoming more and more infrequent. One of the spotlights swung across the arena and pointed at the fire ferret's changing room. Korra shielded her eyes from the glare. What is he? Kuvira trailed off as a man with goggles handed Amon a microphone. To the non-benders who have come to watch this testament to the gross excessiveness and power worship that is pro-bending, I wish to draw your attention to Korra of the Fire Ferrets. The mask hid any change in his expression, but Korra was sure his eyes narrowed. Or should I say, Avatar Korra of the Fire Ferrets. Korra's heart skipped a beat and her stomach lurched again, the pain almost making her bend double. The spirits endowed me with many gifts, amongst them knowledge. Knowledge of the Avatar's identity. She has been here for so long, hiding in plain sight. The Avatar, the most powerful being in the world, has been a member of the Fire Ferrets since their inception. How can you support her? How can you support bending? As I understood it, the Avatar was supposed to help the world equally. She is supposed to be a member of all tribes. And yet, she is here, playing at being a firebender. Korra. Kuvira murmured. What other conclusion can we deduce than her willing participation in bending supremacy with her involvement in this sport? To all non-benders of the world, witness this. Witness the Avatar's implicit involvement in your suppression. And come to us, we extend our welcome to every member of Republic City. We will correct the injustice in society. 3 figures were forced to their knees beside him. The Avatar is no longer necessary, I am now the bridge between our world and the spirit world. The spirits have spoken to me and made clear that humankind should not bend elements to their will. That they no longer need this ability. Korra, Kuvira said more forcibly, Korra unable to take her eyes from the masked man, even as he turned to regard his captives. Her secret was gone. Even if the radio broadcast had been halted, there were too many people in the arena who must have heard him speak. But what did he mean the spirits had told him? The spirits have gifted me with a rare ability, the ability to take away someone's bending ability. As I shall now demonstrate with the wolf bats. It was chillingly fascinating to see Tano look up petrified as Amon pressed his fingers against his skull and then repeat that action with his teammates. I have equalized your opponents, Avatar, Amon said, looking back to her. Their history of cheating, or bribery and corruption makes them poor role models. Now they are as mundane as every other non-bender. Could he really do it? Removing someone's ability to bend was not impossible. Tenzin had told her that aspect of Aang's story, one of the moments known to only a handful. But could this man, could Amon really be capable of something only the Avatar had ever done? I am tempted to perform the same service to your teammates, Amon said, chuckling. Before I fully replace you as the bridge between the worlds. Korra. I'm going to get more metal. Do what you have to, Kuvira said, and she swung herself up to the audience seats. Korra took a deep breath. No need to hide anymore. She pushed forward, flames bursting from her fists as she flew over the open space to land on the arena at the opposite end to Amon. How good of you to join me, Amon said. Will you willingly surrender your role? Korra scowled. Never. She lunged forward but found her blows blocked by the man with goggles. He held 2 tonfas, each sparking with stored electricity. One touch of those and she was probably going to wind up on the floor invulnerable. She hopped backwards, pausing only to flick other equalists away with a combination of air and water bending. Korra sent them all splashing down into the water. It would not last, the lifts would get them back up here in a matter of moments. She jerked to one side and dodged yet another blow from the goggle-wearing equalist, trying to sort her options when Kuvira landed beside her with a thump. She was wearing extra metal bender belts over her shoulder and she immediately began flicking sheets of metal at the equalist underling. While Kuvira fought him, Korra darted past to confront Amon directly. Okay. If he really could take bending away, it was not immediate. She just had to keep his hands away from her head. Korra swung a fist at his face. And missed. She frowned and tried again. Another miss. There was a weird tension in her arms whenever she came even close to striking him. Her attempts to attack with her bending proved likewise futile. Her first water whip missed by a wide arc, and her attempt at airbending did little more than rumple his clothes. Korra. Asami called. She darted across the connecting bridge as it slid into place. She stumbled to a halt not far from Amon. It can't be. What are you doing with my glove? Asami demanded as she rushed at Amon. Something pushed Korra back, the tension in her arms, no, her whole body lifting. Amon caught Asami's attack lazily and electricity crackled across her. She shrieked and fell limply to the floor. A sheet of metal sped past Korra, slicing open one of the ropes that restrained Bolin. He was groggy but pulled his ropes away and removed Mako's in another moment. "Don't worry about me," Kuvira called over the sound of metal hitting metal and the crackle of electricity. "Get him." Unfair, but necessary, Korra, Bolin and Mako versus Amon. But there was something strange about him. Almost like there was an invisible field around him. Any blows, and bending that even came close to him would miss and be diverted elsewhere. However much force Korra put into her attacks, nothing was touching the man. But the tide of battle was changing. Metal benders were flooding into the arena and the equalist forces were slowly pushed back. Asami pulled herself painfully back to her feet, frazzled but awake. With a final push, Kuvira sent the man with goggles over the side of the arena, leaving Amon surrounded. Kuvira's wires whipped out and encircled Amon's waist. Odd. The man did not even react. "You're going down," Korra said, smirking. "Not just yet," Amon said. He held his hand up and Kuvira's wires loosened. "What?" The metal bender gasped. A new wire descended from above and Amon grabbed hold of it. He zipped up into the air, other equalists ascending all around him, even the man with goggles, hauled up from well below the platform they were on. Kuvira's head whipped around and she shot a wire up to catch hold of one of the equalists and hauled herself upwards. "Stay here," Korra yelled as she blasted herself upwards on her flame jets. She grabbed for the nearest equalist, pulled them from their cable and let them fall back into the water pits. The cable jolted just as she cleared the shattered ceiling of the arena and with a lurch it came loose from the airship hovering above them. She was at the wrong angle to use her fire jets. Korra just had to pivot a bit further. A length of steel cable wrapped around her waist. "Kuvira." The metal bender grimaced as she hung halfway between the airship and Korra. With a wrench, Kuvira threw Korra upwards and past her. Korra grabbed hold of the airship's side as Kuvira joined her a moment later. They were clinging to the airship Amon had boarded. Another airship was getting up to speed some distance away. Ready to take down the equalists. Kuvira yelled over roar of the engine. "Am I ever?" Korra replied. "I'm going to destroy the engines first." She paused. "You can't metal bend, can you?" Korra shook her head. "Okay. Just be ready for a rough landing." Korra followed Kuvira as she scrambled up the airship and towards the tail. The metal bender planted her feet firmly on the hull and with grasping fingers reached down towards the engines. With a screech of metal the airship quietened and faltered. A jolt ran through the craft and it began to liss, falling back towards the bending arena. Almost too late, Korra airbent a blast of wind to push the craft clear of the building. The bending arena was safe, but at the cost of aiming their trajectory squarely at the parking lot. Too late to airbend or earthbend. Korra winced, the impact almost jostling her over as the airship smashed into the ground and obliterated hundreds of Sato mobiles. "Good landing," Kuvira observed. "Not my best," Korra muttered. "Kmin," she said, curling her arm around Kuvira's waist. "Let's get him." She flicked a burst of air to waft them gently to the ground as a second wave of police arrived at the arena. Survivors of the airship crash began crawling out of the debris. A few vanished into darkness and over the side of the railings bordering the arena, but most got free only to sit and wait expectantly. And amongst them, Amon. With a feeling of victory Korra strode over to him and tore off his mask. An Earth Kingdom stranger smiled up at her. "Think you're still so tough?" Korra asked. The man's grin grew bigger. "You're in big trouble, Amon." "I do apologize," the man said. The voice was all wrong. "But my name is Watanuki." Asami stared in shock after Amon. The shock gloves. Her shock gloves. They had been shelved for safety concerns, the designs locked in a cabinet in her office. And yet, that man had a fully working version. The thought started an inexorable chain of logic. Someone at Future Industries was connected to the Equalists. There was someone in her employ that had stolen or developed their technology and given it to people who did little but spout hatred. Tano was sobbing nearby. "Can't do it," he sobbed. "Just can't." "Tano? Tano," Asami said as she crouched beside him. "Are sure it's not just chi blocking?" Tano stared at her confused. How would I know? Never been chi blocked. Asami grimaced. I guess you wouldn't then. I guess we'll know if it doesn't wear off. You have about 2 hours? I think. I heard 2 hours, Bolin said. 2 hours, Tano echoed miserably. Even then there might be something we can do for you. If you come to Future Industries we can have the doctors take a look, Asami offered. The noise above diminished. The airship's coming down, Mako said, still staring upwards. That's the one Korra's on, Bolin exclaimed. Not a lot we can from here. They left the wolf bats, almost inconsolable but clinging to their one hope. What would they do if the time limit passed? What was the longest a chi-blocked bender had taken to regain their abilities? Asami shook her head. She needed to research. And it might become more pressing if Amon had been telling the truth. And just who was supplying the equalists? Dad! Asami exclaimed as he staggered from their private box. He looked suitably furious. This was not supposed to happen, he muttered, his eyes widening as he noticed Bolin and Mako. I know. We should have never let the equalists get to a position where they could terrorize the whole city like this, Asami said, her eyes checking for any other threats in the area. Bolin rushed from the nearby window. The airship's gone down just outside. Asami. Right. You going to be okay, Dad? She asked Hiroshi. Yes, he said, distracted. She left him behind, Mako and Bolin on her heels. They burst from the building and raced to the side of the arena. The wreckage of the airship took up most of the parking lot. Asami heaved a sigh of relief, Kuvira and Korra were both safe. So was Naga, she had slipped out of her harness and was now standing with Kuvira and Korra. And there was someone with them, his hands bound with metal. Maybe it was all over before it really started. Korra. She called and hugged Korra when she reached her. Are you okay? Yeah, she said, sounding distracted. Both Bolin and Mako hugged her a moment later. That was pretty close. Thanks for saving us once again too, Mako said. Kuvira. Two voices shouted from behind, Opal and Batar picking over debris to hug Kuvira. You're okay. Opal exclaimed. Thanks to our esteemed avatar, Kuvira said. Afraid that's not our little secret anymore, is it? Guess not, Korra said sadly. I mean, I could deny it, but... It's not going to be believable, Asami commented, shaking her head. Well, Bolin said, smiling. At least now we can admit we're all on Team Avatar. Look at us. Earth. He pointed to himself. Fire. He pointed to Mako. Metal. He pointed to Kuvira. Also metal. He asked, pointing to Batar, who shook his head. No elements then, he said as he pointed at Batar, Asami and Opal. And the avatar herself. He pointed at Korra. If we just had an airbender we'd be all set. I'm Team Avatar. Kuvira asked, smiling. Bolin nodded. Thank you. Even if it's just this once, I'm honored. As am I, Batar put in. Though I'm not sure I know you all well enough to be one of the team. Well, I like it, Opal said, smiling. Asami felt weirdly happy. Team Avatar, she had been one of the first. I might have known. A voice interrupted. Find a fire, massive destruction, and you lot grouped together. Had to be another Avatar stunt. They turned to find Lin looking at them with narrowed eyes. Lin, Korra smiled. Avatar, she replied. Her gaze flicked to Opal and Kuvira. You both okay? They nodded. Lin stared past them to the restrained man. At least you captured Amon, right? No. Korra shook her head. All we got was a decoy. I'd like. No. I need to ask him some questions. Asami said, stepping forward. Lin. Korra asked. Ask away. Me and Kuvira'll let you know if he's lying. Where did you get the shock gloves? She asked. And the tonfas? The man smiled. We have powerful allies, Miss Sato. One of them is well known to you. His words chilled her. Who are they? Someone in future industries. Someone in the United Forces. Her voice faltered as she spoke. Give me his name. The man shook his head. He's telling the truth, Kuvira said, Lin nodding beside her. He's not quite answering the question, but you do know whoever he means. Tell me. There's a reward in it for you if you do. Nothing. I'm sure Chief Bafong can cut you a deal if you turn on the others. Asami asked, hoping that Lin would not contradict her. For a moment the idea of lightning sprang to mind. Give the man to Mako and let him use that odious technique again. Asami shuddered, disgusted with her own thoughts. No. No, she could not possibly condone something like that. Korra strode forward instead and grabbed the man's collar. Listen, punk. See this polar bear dog? She gestured at Naga. Tell Asami what she wants to know or you're getting fed to her. The man barely blinked, just continued to smile blandly at her. Korra? No, Asami said. Let the police handle this. Lin hauled the man to his feet. She called over her shoulder. Someone get this guy to headquarters. No one's allowed to talk to him without me present. How did Amon know who I was though? Korra asked as they watched the man placed in the back of a police vehicle. I hate to say it, but I think this was all planned, Mako said. Someone must have betrayed you. Lin snorted. Obviously. Question is how many people could have let your secret slip? Too many, Korra said vaguely. No. It's more than that though, Mako insisted. I think Korra was poisoned too. That would also be my conclusion based on this evening's events, Kuvira said. Poisoned? Lin asked. Why? How? You really think I was poisoned? Korra asked. You were feeling awful earlier, right? Asami asked. Yeah, weak and cold and nauseous. And ever experienced that before? Kuvira asked. Korra shook her head. Never. And you felt better when you threw everything up? Korra flushed but nodded. Mako continued. Sounds like poison. Not a lethal dose, but enough to weaken you. Too much of a coincidence it happened right when the Equalists attacked. If they hadn't, I might suspect the wolf bats, but now. This was a trap, Mako said gravely. Whoever gave you that poison thought you wouldn't back out of that game. They wanted us to lose quickly. Korra asked, frowning. Mako nodded. What did you eat today? Lin asked. Tea and rice crackers at Asami's just before the game. Lunch was on Air Temple Island. So was breakfast. Korra said, thinking. So we're looking at one of the Sato's servants or one of the acolytes. At least that narrows our suspects substantially, said Lin. Asami shivered. Either option was horrifying. The Red Lotus might have had a traitor in Tenzin's midst, but for there to be another, and belonging to a different group. But did that mean the culprit was more likely to be found in her household? Was her judge of character so poor after all? Okay. This might sound a little weird, but could Naga trace the poison? Mako asked. You want Naga to sniff my barf? Korra asked, recoiling from him. I was thinking your breath should be enough, Mako said quickly. Korra looked at him quizzically for a moment before approaching Naga. Okay Naga. I want you to find this. She breathed onto the polar bear dog. Nice thinking, kid, Lin murmured. Thank you, ma'am, he replied. Naga turned away from Korra, her nose twitching in the air. She sniffed the air and ground for a moment and then padded towards Hiroshi Sato, who was walking towards the group. Naga halted and began growling. Naga, wrong person. Bolin called. That's Mr. Sato. Hiroshi backed away from Naga as she bared her teeth and snarled. Get this animal away from me, he demanded. Sorry. Korra called. Come on girl. Come on. That's Asami's father. Bolin? Can you? Bolin stroked Naga's head as Korra steered the polar bear dog away. Easy girl. Naga did not seem to be calming down at all. Was it one of the servants who prepared her father's clothes? That narrowed the suspects even further. Asami felt ill. It had to be someone in her household. Lin approached Hiroshi. Mr. Sato, I do apologize for the disruption, but I believe it is in our best interest to search your home tonight, she said. I agree, Asami said. I don't want to think anyone on our staff can be an equalist, but... Hiroshi shook his head. This is absolutely absurd. Is it even legal? To take the slim evidence of that animal's nose. I have to consult my lawyer. Asami frowned. Dad? It's okay. The equalists aren't going to care about us. Though. Asami winced. It hurts this has happened. Again. It's our only lead too, Korra added. But we'll catch whoever is responsible. Ridiculous, Hiroshi replied and stormed away. The attack on the arena must have shaken him badly. Asami stared at her father's retreating form. While I know you all want to help, this is a police matter. So you leave this to us, Lin said. Hopefully the culprit doesn't know we even have a lead just yet. We'll resume tomorrow. And Korra, I don't envy you what tomorrow might bring. Get some rest and talk to Tenzin. Talk to Katara. How about you? Kuvira asked. Me? I have a mountain of paperwork to fill out, Lin said with a weary grin. Want a hand? Lin shook her head. Look after your guests, Kuvira. She gestured to Opal and Bader. I'll update you on things in the morning. Don't think I can take you up on your offer tonight after all, Kuvira told Asami. Pity, she said. Next time. What about Tano? Korra asked. I'm still. Is it possible? Only time will tell, Asami commented. It could still just be chi blocking. Hopefully, Korra said. We'll get him checked out at the hospital anyway, Lin said. I might ask Katara to check him over if he still can't bend in the morning. The drive home to the mansion was somber and awkward. Hiroshi stayed silent and scowling the entire time, his eyes flicking to the mirror and back to the police cars following. Lin's assistants checked through the mansion while two metal benders stood guard in the living room. We're aiming for as little disruption as possible, Mr. Sato. We just want samples of tea leaves and maybe condiments. Should have brought Naga really, she mused. With a shrug she added. Maybe tomorrow. At least this will make us feel safer, Asami told Hiroshi as Lin went to check on progress. Yes, safer, he said, his fingers gripping the edge of the sofa. Officer Chang came to question them a few minutes later. How were their servants selected? Was there anything in their histories that they knew of that might be in some way relevant? Asami fetched the records they kept on the hires and any applicants. Hiroshi's scowl only deepened when the events of 13 years ago came up, the night the Agni Kai broke into the mansion. Asami was about to respond to Chang when the lights clicked off. She glanced around. The lights in the hallway were gone too and the room was now lit only by moonlight. A shower of sparks illuminated Chang writhing in agony for a moment before she fell heavily to the floor. Asami scrambled backwards. That looked like something the equalists had used. She needed to get out. Her father needed to get out. Why would the equalists come here? Was her father okay? Her neck felt stiff. No. Not simply stiff. She could not move it. Her feet were rooted to the spot, her movement halted while she was on her toes. She gasped at the air, her breathing awkward. What was happening? Fear? She had never felt this before. She tried to bring her hand to her neck, but it was like something was holding her there. Her arm would not move. Her posture was wrong and she stood, pained, barely able to breathe, unable to move as the moonlight illuminated a masked man. Amon was standing right in front of her. She had to get away. She had to run. Amon lifted his hand and darkness enveloped her. Book 2, Metal. Chapter 6 Escape from Republic City. Bolin tensed as someone hammered on the apartment door. It was hard not to be paranoid, not after this evening's events anyway. Taking a deep breath he paused, ready to slam the door closed if it turned out the equalists were actually out in the hallway. Whoever was out there hammered on the door again. No avoiding it. Bolin pulled the door open. Kuvira? He asked. She was not smiling. Come in, come in. He looked past her, checking for masked assailants who might have tailed her. Kuvira stepped inside and surveyed the interior with a glance, her gaze pausing on the inquisitive Mako. "Asami has been kidnapped," she said abruptly. "She? Wait, what? What do you mean?" Bolin asked. "Precisely what I just said, the Equalists have abducted her." "Whoa," Bolin said, leaning back against the wall. "Hang on, why would they want her?" Kuvira sighed. "I suspect her connection to Korra for the most part." "Bolin, Mako, this is not going to be easy. This whole situation is rapidly turning into a huge mess. Hiroshi Sato is in league with the Equalists." She paused as the brothers gasped. "Lin lost him at his mansion when he escaped on an airship. He took Asami with him. As far as we know, she did not go willingly, but No." Bolin shook his head. "There's no way Asami's an Equalist." "I would be inclined to agree," Kuvira said with a nod. "Her father is another matter entirely." She sighed. "Unfortunately, I have conflicting accounts of the incident and Lin is not one of the witnesses. Officer Ong reported Asami was carried unconscious onto the airship. Officer Dan on the other hand related that she wide awake and ran onto the craft alongside her father. No. It's just not possible. Asami can't be in league with them," Mako said. I don't want to believe it, but it's easier to believe Hiroshi might have been. Too easy, I think. His intolerance of benders is a matter of some note. Particularly after his daughter's recent tangle with the Red Lotus, Kuvira agreed. I suspect their actions provoked him into increased action." She sighed. "Not that we know how long he's been involved. For all we know, it's been since the very start." "Do you know where they went? Is anyone going to after them?" Bolin asked. "We know the general heading, but that airship. Looks like Hiroshi's been slowing public demonstrations of his advancements." Lin said it moved like lightning. "It was last seen heading into the Earth Kingdom. We have scattered reports of sentries confirming the trajectory but nothing after that. We have patrols out searching for it, but the pilot could have changed course at any point. The potential area for their destination is huge. So not only is the technological king of the city in league with an anti-bending cult, but we don't even know just what he could have potentially cooked up for them." Does Korra know?" Bolin asked. Kuvira nodded. "Opal and Bader went to Air Temple Island an hour ago." She sighed again. "I just wish there was more to tell you, but that's where we are. I'll try and keep you in the loop, but for now, stay safe. We doubt the Equalists are going to try something so public so soon, but—" "Thank you," Mako said. "Yeah." Bolin added, distracted. They sat in silence after Kuvira left, each trapped by their own thoughts until it was time for sleep. Not that sleep was possible. Bolin stared at the ceiling for long hours, his eyes tired, but nothing in the blackness behind his eyelids was remotely comforting. Mako got up as dawn broke, muttering something about needing to distract himself. Bolin roused himself as well but was left with nothing to do until the morning news came on. When it did, it felt so strange to both have lived through the same events firsthand and then hear them again retold by another. Little bits missed and there were minor embellishments to the story. The Fire Ferret's victory had been overshadowed by both the Equalist attack and revelation that Korra was the Avatar. Bolin's heart sank after the announcer confirmed the wolf bats were now bereft of all bending ability after an extensive checkup. Amon had been telling the truth. His threat, what he could do to any of them, was uncomfortably real. In the wake of this attack, Lin Bafong led a task force to the private home of Hiroshi Sato following a lead relating to the Equalists and an attack on the Avatar. The police chief has since confirmed that there was no suspicion of Mr. Sato or his daughter Asami Sato's involvement at the time. However, the power was cut to the home and several police officers were assaulted by unknown assailants. Sato was last seen fleeing the scene in an airship along with his daughter. Officers have subsequently discovered a hidden and now abandoned hangar beneath the Sato's private racetrack where new weaponry was developed for Equalist forces. Chief Bafong has remained carefully neutral in her announcements. She has indicated neither support nor condemnation of the family and their actions at this time. However, we can exclusively reveal a troubling connection. Asami Sato is a close, personal friend of Avatar Korra, and manager of the Fire Ferrets. A weapon utilized by the man identified only as Amon during the attack on the pro-bending arena has been confirmed to have been masterminded and designed by Miss Sato herself. Councilman Tenzin has released a statement insisting on Miss Sato's innocence, but current evidence does not seem to be in her favor. Bolin sighed, his stomach growling. He began cooking breakfast as the topic shifted. A crowd had gathered in the park to show support for Avatar Korra as they now knew her. There was widespread condemnation of Amon's decision to reveal Korra's identity, to say nothing of his unprovoked attack and attempt to undermine an in-training avatar. All media contact with Korra was currently forbidden as decreed by an emergency meeting of the city council. The announcer made an appeal for public opinions on the avatar and what the public wished to say to her or ask her. All information relating to Korra's teammates was likewise of interest to the broadcaster, as were any other friends Korra might have. A little later in the broadcast, Councilman Tarlok was quoted as having received evidence that Asami Sato had been trained in chi blocking techniques. These sessions had been organized and run by citizens now suspected of having close ties to the Equalists. Designs for many of the weapons in use by the forces responsible for storming the bending arena were discovered in Asami's private chambers at the Sato mansion, along with a rough sketch of Amon's mask. Tarlok was unswerving in his certainty that Asami was a prominent member of the organization who used her friendship with Korra as cover to secretly undermine her. Bolin was quivering with anger when the quote ended, relieved at least a little when the announcer revealed General Iroh had released a counter-statement in the last few minutes flatly contradicting Tarlok's. He too condemned the Equalists' actions but insisted that Asami was a staunch ally of the Avatar. A kind of strange calm settled over Bolin as he cleaned up after breakfast. Nothing seemed quite real as he clicked the radio off, silencing the announcer in mid-sentence as she said something about future industries. He had to get to Korra and to see if she was okay. Too late he remembered the appeal for information regarding those with a connection to Korra, a list that included him. He dithered at the door. Would he even be able to get to her? What if someone recognized him? Better to stay here. No. He could not simply hide away. In the hall outside, Han as the only other person capable of reading the paper was the center of attention at the moment. Bolin snagged another copy, trying to concentrate on the print. Hey, Bolin, Haru called as he sidled up to him. No reporters here as far as Bolin could tell. Looked like his friends were not about to sell him out either. At least not yet. What's it say? Haru asked, gesturing at the paper. The headline. Bolin concentrated on the glyphs. It's something about the Avatar, the Equalists, and the Satos. Not surprising really. Stuff that was all over the radio. Haru crept a little closer. Did you know? No. Bolin asked. That Korra? Did you know? Haru asked. Bolin considered how best to answer the question for a long moment. Best to be honest. Yeah, I did. Sorry. Haru shook his head. We wandered. When she visited Mako one time. That must have been pretty cool. Haru shot him a toothy grin. Bolin smiled back. Yeah. It was something all right. What about our boss though? Bolin shook his head. I don't believe it. Asami could never be in league with them. You should have seen her when we got stopped by one of their rallies. And, she did know about Korra as well. But she figured it out herself. And she. Bolin's eyes widened and he snapped his mouth shut. The sheer damage that could be wrought with the knowledge that there was some kind of romantic relationship between Korra and Asami would be devastating. Even if his friends could be trusted with his secrets, something like that was too big. I hope so. But if she was. Mr. Sato ran away, didn't he? And Miss Sato went with him. Haru said. I heard a conflicting version, Bolin said, frowning. But yeah. You're worried about us, aren't you? If they're gone, what happens to future industries? What happens then? He stared around the corridor. Future Industries was now inextricably linked to a terrorist organization. Was there any hope they might get through this without also being tarnished? What would happen to their jobs, their homes? His stable, comfortable life now felt so tenuous. He had to do something. The docks were packed with journalists. Police patrol boats floated in a wide ring around Air Temple Island, and Lin Bafong was currently blocking anyone getting to the higher boats. She shouted through a megaphone that the island was private property and anyone found trying to evade the blockade would find themselves in jail. Increasing numbers of reporters recognized him as he pushed through the crowd, and more people yelled questions at him in the din. What did he know? When did he know it? Had Asami tried to contact him? Had Asami used any threats against him or the team? How did it feel to be hired as camouflage? He ignored them all, trying to push forward, relieved when Lin spotted him and pulled him from the crowd with a flick of her wires. Bolin cringed just betting the police cordon and wondered how many times his photo had been taken. Would he be in the paper tomorrow? Bolin of the Fire Ferrets, one of only a handful still allowed access to the Avatar? Had he known her secret? What did he know about the illicit affair of the Avatar and her equalist lover? Bolin shook his head vigorously. Not going to think about that. If he did, he was going to wind up blurting it out. A police boat carried him out to the island and away from the press. Ikki met him on the dock and pointed him to the opposite side of the island where Korra was holed up. The Avatar stared out into the open sea, Naga curled beside her. Korra. She looked at him but said nothing. Now he was closer, he could see her eyes darkened from lack of sleep, her unkempt hair and strained expression. Hey, are you? Well, no, you're obviously not okay, but I need to say something, because I'm concerned about you and... He took a breath. Are you okay? Not really, Korra said with a grimace. I've been listening to the news. Me too. And that's part of the problem. We're sitting here, and while we do that, Hiroshi is taking Asami further and further away. The police. They're doing their best. I bet the United Forces are helping out too. Bolin said, trying to stay positive. Yeah. I hope so. I want them to do something though. No one's mentioned actually going after Asami. And the longer they leave it... Well, Bolin said, blinking. Maybe if you asked them to try. Korra's expression brightened a little. I could. Wait, that's a fantastic idea. I am the Avatar. She grabbed his shoulder and pulled Bolin closer. Do you know how to get to the base from here? Well, why yes, he said. This was not what seemed like the best plan given the current circumstances. No. It remained possible that this would be all right. Should we tell Dash? Let's go then, Korra interrupted as she whistled. Naga bounded forward and dove into the water. Korra's hand was tight around his wrist as she leapt forward, dragging him with her and into the water. The guards stared at Naga with wary expressions, the sight of the polar bear dog sufficient to delay their attentions from focusing on the two people riding on her back for a good few moments. Korra slid from Naga's back, closely followed by Bolin as the polar bear dog shook herself dry. I am Avatar Korra, Korra said, starting forward. And I am here to see General Iroh. Where is he? The men stared at her, taking a moment to react. Just a... Ma'am, one said saluting, as the other darted for the nearest phone. We can't just let you onto the base. I doubt you could stop me, Korra said, folding her arms. The guard gulped. I am afraid we cannot let unauthorized personnel into the base. It's okay, the other guard called. General Iroh has granted you permission. If you would follow me. Military people stopped and stared at them as they crossed the base. Once this might have been almost flattering, people recognizing them as members of the Fire Ferrets. Not now, there were enough photos of her on file to make clear to everyone just what Avatar Korra looked like. There were an awful lot of salutes, doors, locks, gates and wide stretches of empty concrete before they were standing in front of Iroh in his office. He looked up from some papers and a large mug of coffee. From the look of him, he had had about as much sleep as Korra. General Iroh, Bolin said. Avatar Korra, Bolin. You heard about the attack last night? Korra interrupted. Iroh blinked and took a large sip of his coffee. Of course I have. And according to the radio you know about Asami's abduction. Iroha's face darkened. Yes, he said, his voice low. Then why are you just sat here? When are we going to attack Amon and get her back? Iroha sighed. This is a difficult situation. At the moment protocol dictates that the affair should be handled by Republic City Police in its initial phases. Lin is doing her best to resolve this and we need to let her get on with her job. Korra shook her head. You're not making any sense. They're not in the city anymore, they're in the Earth Kingdom. What good are the cops going to do when they're all here? We need to get after them. We're losing time. Korra, Iroha thumped his mug down onto the desk, the coffee spilling over the side. We can't just attack. For one thing, we have no idea where they went. For another, we cannot simply go into Earth Kingdom territory or any other tribes without permission from a state leader. He held up his hand. Now, don't worry. We have spoken to Suyin Bufang already and she promises dash. But the Equalists are dangerous. Korra insisted. Their leader is capable of taking people's bending away. Doesn't that scare you? If he gets to you, then no more firebending. They have all those weapons no one's seen before. But you have a whole army out there who are here and all I read about you doing is sinking pirate ships. The Equalists are far more dangerous. She stared at him for a moment. Don't you care about her? You've been working with her for weeks, haven't you? You do that, but you just sit here and wait for the police to go rescue her. Iroha's mouth twitched. Korra. Do not for a second think this is easy for me. But I have a duty. I swore an oath. How do we not know this is not some elaborate bluff? And that if we went charging off after the Satos, the Equalists would not then attack the city? Or maybe this is a front to incite war with the Earth Kingdom. It's far too risky. This from the Prince of the Fire Nation? You have connections, use them. Threaten them. Demand her back. Iroha shook his head. No, I can't just do that. You don't understand. I'm completely the wrong person for this problem. Until we learn any different, all we know is that the Equalists in the form of Hiroshi Sato and some others fled to the Earth Kingdom. Thanks to conflicting reports, we are unsure if Asami went voluntarily or was abducted. Because of that, the police cannot simply consider this a kidnapping case. Regardless, I can't get involved unless, as I said before, our assistance is formally requested. And given the Earth Queen has been anything but supportive of the United Forces, we could be waiting a very long time. Korra growled. But this is... You're just giving me reasons for not doing something. And they don't make sense. Look, I'll level with you. Iroha sat up straighter. If I could possibly do it, I would send the fleet into the Earth Kingdom territory this second. I'd mobilize all our troops. And I might just get away with that if I was from the Water Tribe or I was an air nomad or an Earth Kingdom prince. But, I'm from the Fire Nation and I'm Fire Lord Oze's great-grandson. He held her gaze. You know full well what he did to the Earth Kingdom, what he did to the world and what he tried to do after that. We have so many problems today stemming from what he did and what his father did. If I storm into the Earth Kingdom, far too many people will assume it is history is repeating itself. The risk of triggering a worldwide war is far too great. And that's not even taking into account what my grandfather did. Annexing the territory Republic City was built on was fine when Aang was around. When he passed on, there was suddenly a lot of regret about allowing the city's construction and its location. There are people with long memories in the Earth Kingdom. They are very aware of every action my family ever inflicted upon them. I cannot possibly add to that list by flouting the treaties and sending my troops into the Earth Kingdom. In the end, would I be any better than my great-grandfather? The Earth Queen will not tolerate it. Of course. The Earth Queen. But that's precisely why you need to fix the issue. Repair the damage and help the people by crushing the Equalists. No. I have no right to use my power like that. I cannot force it on them. Iroha-Korra began. Wait. Iroha beckoned her forward. I am doing something. There are others like the White Lotus who made promises when your predecessor fought my great-grandfather. He sat back. In addition, I have sent a letter and our ambassador to the Earth Queen to appraise her of the situation. Korra lashed out with her foot. The desk flipped, papers flew into the air in a confused mass. Iroha's mug fell to the floor and smashed. A hawk she had not noticed before panicked and flew close by. Why do you care more about the Earth Queen than Asami? Iroha stared at her, his expression softening from anger to pity. He sighed and hunched over, moving sheets of paper. He pulled a framed picture from the floor, the glass broken and the image now splattered with coffee. He winced, but carefully cleared the debris away. That was his mother's picture. He repeated the action a moment later, retrieving an image of Zuko and another woman. Korra's anger was boiling away and embarrassment was swiftly taking its place. She glanced at Bolin, who stared back wide-eyed. Korra ducked her head. She needed to get out. "We're very sorry, General," Bolin said as she pulled the door open. "It's all right, Bolin." Iroha sighed. Korra froze for a moment as she stepped from Iroha's office. Every person in the room outside was staring at her. Had heard everything. She sprinted out of the building. Korra was not far from the general's office. She had set herself down on the edge of the dock with Naga, her legs dangling off the side. Various military types stared at her as they wandered about their business. "Korra?" he asked as he settled onto the dock a little apart from her. She sighed. I was a complete jerk back there." She twitched and tears streamed from her eyes. "I know all about his family, but I expected him to just storm in and rescue her. And then when he mentioned the Earth Queen. Oh, Bolin. I hated her, have hated her for years. I don't even know what she looks like. When they told me about the corrupt leaders. She was always the worst somehow. She was the one I most wanted to get rid of. And I've never stopped hating her." Korra swiped at her eyes. "How can I hate her so much? And I was just unfair to him. I should apologize. He's been so nice to me. Him and his grandfather. I think he understands," Bolin said, glancing back the way they came. He was taking it hard too." Korra looked worried. "But, like he was saying, the Bufongs, they'll do something. Kuvira is heading back there soon and she must be able to help." Yeah, you're right." Korra gazed down towards the ocean, still crying. I just lost my temper. She's my friend. She's my first friend. Except for Naga. And they're saying she was only pretending? That she's an equalist? No. That's not Asami. There's just no way," she insisted, her tone sharpening. "She's been abducted and it's her father's fault. Asami had nothing to do with that attack. Amon attacked her in the arena. She couldn't have had anything to do with the poison either." Korra stopped. "Hiroshi must have done that too. I thought it was odd he brought the tea, but Korra broke off. She's alone with them right now. I'm just glad she's not a bender. He can't take it away like with Tano. But I don't want to think about what they might do to her. Because of me. Bolin, what if she's waiting for us to rescue her? What if she's waiting for the moment we'll burst in and it'll be over, and it won't because we're sat here and there's nothing we can do?" And the rest of Korra's sentence was unintelligible under her sobbing. Bolin shuffled closer, gingerly putting his arm around her shoulders and pulling her into a hug. Korra leaned against him limply, and then slowly moved her arms to embrace him, nuzzling her head into his shoulder as her sobs racked her body. "We'll find her," Bolin said, rubbing her back. "She's amazing. She's strong. If there's anyone on Team Avatar we can believe in, other than you of course, it's Asami." Korra's arms tightened and Bolin echoed the motion. He glanced around at approaching footsteps. "Iroha?" "Korra?" he asked. "Korra, about before dash." Korra drew away from Bolin and wiped at her eyes. "I'm sorry, Iroha. I was wrong. Sorry for, well, everything." Iroha shook his head and handed her his handkerchief. "No. It's nothing compared to the current situation. I was just concerned if you were okay." Korra made a sound that sounded like a laugh and a cough. "As okay as I can be right now." Iroha nodded. "Look, I know it's not too much help, but I cannot believe for a moment that Hiroshi would let anything happen to Asami. He's a horrible man to be sure, but he is if nothing else fearsomely protective of his daughter. She will be kept safe, I am certain. Bolin nodded too. He's right, Korra. You saw what he was like after the Red Lotus. And what Asami said he was like after. You know, before. Korra nodded, wiping her eyes again. He probably took her because he would be too worried to leave her behind. It would be kind of sweet. If it didn't sound like he thinks he owns her. I suppose. Korra, Iroh said. I understand how you feel. If my best friend was missing, I wouldn't rest until I knew she was safe. Oh, Bolin said, his eyes wide. It might be more complicated? See, Asami is Korra's girlfriend. I know. Iroh broke off, his eyes widening. She is? He gaped at Korra but swiftly recovered. I see. I did not know Asami as well as I thought. We're not girlfriends, Korra broke in. At least, not anymore, she added after a pause. Now we're just friends. You broke up. Bolin interrupted. When? He glanced up at Iroh as the general took a panicked step backwards. Yesterday. Right before the match. I took your advice and talked to her. We agreed well, I'm not ready for a relationship. I honestly never knew, Iroh insisted. I just hope I was not some form of catalyst. Please believe me, I had no idea. Why would you be? Bolin trailed off as Iroh's non sequitur made sense. General Iroh, are you dating Asami? No. Well, not yet. He smiled a little awkwardly. I want to. I did make my interest known and Asami did not rebuff me. Then again, she never mentioned her involvement with Korra, so. The roses. I should have noticed that. She looked up at him. The necklace was yours too, wasn't it? Her fingers traced a pattern across her neck. The silver one with the gem that looked like it was filled with fire. Iroh nodded. It was a good choice. It suited her and she liked it. And the chocolates. Those were really tasty. And no wonder you sent so many. Korra looked worried. Does this mean I can't spend time with her? No. Iroh said. It doesn't work like that. He eyed her. But you probably shouldn't do some of the things you did while you were her girlfriend. Oh. Yeah. Not doing that. But, can the three of us hang out when we get her back? And the others, Asami, me, Mako, Bolin. You, I suppose. Of course, and I look forward to it. For now. I promise you both, I'll do something. I'll let you know whatever I learn as soon as I hear it. Unfortunately, we are still unable to do anything but wait at present. He sighed. In the absence of a better plan, would you like to wait in my office for now? I have really good coffee, he added earnestly. Yeah, okay, Korra said. By the time they reached Iroh's office, a new desk was already set up. The atmosphere was much more pleasant, and Bolin glanced around the room with interest. Several hawks were perched along one wall. When Iroh excused himself to attend to some business, he and Korra spent a long while staring at the multitude of photos on display. Here a picture of his family and friends. There a picture of Fire Lord Izumi and Iroh in regular clothes and looking decidedly relaxed. At some point Iroh had spent time with the Kyoshi warriors. In another he was sat on the back of a dragon. The day stretched on, each minute an hour, each hour a day, and the day seeming like a whole month. They briefly left the base with Iroh to have more different coffee in a nearby shop. The general personally vouched for the staff's discretion given their identities. And later, as the evening darkened the sky, Korra and Bolin reluctantly left the base, hoping there would be something tomorrow. Mako's face was bruised and his right eye was swollen shut when he came home the next day. What happened to your face? Bolin exclaimed. I tried to quit inventively, Mako replied, slumping down onto his futon. What? Bolin asked. The company is falling apart now that the Sados are missing. I went and got myself fired before things got too out of hand. Fired? Oh, no Mako. No, no, no. Bolin shook his head. What exactly happened? Mako sighed. Bunch of executives arrived at the plant and told us we were getting new bosses. Chow told me they were actually from Cabbage Corp and they've staged a hostile takeover. The share price of Future Industries collapsed yesterday and apparently everyone panicked and tried to distance themselves from a known equalist sympathizer. Cabbage Corp bought everything that hit the market and now my division isn't even part of the same company anymore. That part I might have been able to live with. Mako scowled. But then they started insulting Asami, calling her an anti-bender and a traitor. So I told them to shut up. After everything Asami did for every person at that plant, I couldn't let them say that. A lot of the financial stuff went right over Bolin's head, but the gist seemed to be that Future Industries was in trouble and Cabbage Corp was taking advantage of the situation. And then they beat you up. Yes and no. Mako winced. I kinda started it. Mako. Bolin said. I was trying to defend Asami, he exclaimed. Some of my former colleagues were a bit too willing to side with the new bosses and tried to score points off me. He stared at Bolin. They called me the Sato Boitoy, Asami's failsafe when no one else would do. I just lost it. Mako swallowed. No right to insult her like that. He grinned. You should have seen it though. Not one of them had ever been in a real fight. So what about that? Bolin gestured to his eye. The guards take it out on you. Nah. It was Toji surprisingly. The guards were on my side. Good number of people were still loyal to Asami. Chow quit with me. So did Aunt Baba and Sam Bun. Loads of us. No one worth a damn wanted to work with anyone who was stealing Asami's company out from under her. Okay, Bolin said. Good for justice, but not so good for us. What happens now? Mako rolled over. Don't worry. This place? We were given it, we're not just here with Asami's permission. If anyone tries to force us out, we can go to court. And we'll win. Okay, Bolin replied, still wary. And I'll help find Asami too. I have an idea, but we'll need Korra. Korra was once again on the cliffside when Bolin and Mako arrived on Air Temple Island the next day. The scrum of press was noticeably lessened, not so many almost willing to run the police blockade for an exclusive, though they were still both exposed to a barrage of questions and shouted speculation. Korra noticed their approach when they found her. Hey guys, she sighed. Hey, Mako and Bolin replied. You heard the news this morning? Korra asked. That Hiroshi was funneling company funds somewhere? And the Earth Kingdom treaties mean no one knows who has access to them? Yeah, we caught that bit, Mako replied. Korra shook her head. There was some after that too. They keep accusing Asami of stuff. Of designing the Equalists' weapons again. And now they're saying she seduced Iroh to maintain her cover. She swallowed. Tarlok's taking any opportunity to make her look bad. I wish I was more surprised, he's a major stockholder in Cabbage Corp, Mako replied. Korra at least looked as confused as Bolin felt. It means he's got a hand in the running of the company. As Future Industries does worse, Cabbage Corp picks up. Tarlok stands to get even richer by making Asami and her company look bad. Korra bit her lip. He's said since she's in league with them, the kidnapping reports are being dismissed. No one is going to even try a rescue mission. Korra sighed. I don't get it. After everything she's done for the city, they've just turned on her. Comes back to money I'm afraid, Mako said. Hiroshi had majority control of Future Industries. With him out of the way the bank and the council can seize the company, apart from the parts Cabbage Corp made off with. And no one will say a thing as it'll cut off funding to the Equalists and who would object to that. Do you understand much of this? Korra asked Bolin. I think so. Rich people are going to take all of Asami and Hiroshi's stuff, he summarized. Korra said. I should pay them a visit then. She clenched her fists. That is really not going to do us any good, Bolin replied quickly. What they're doing is horrible but legal. Asami doesn't even have the law on her side right now. Then we need to prove she's innocent, Korra replied. And that's why we're here, Mako said. I have an idea dash. Mako, no, Bolin interrupted. I don't think dash. I'm in, Korra said. I don't care what it is, I'm in. Mako took a deep breath. I'm going to talk to some old acquaintances. The gang leaders haven't all been caught by Amon yet. If anyone knows what's happening around here, the less than legit stuff, it's that lot. It's, well, a terrible idea, but the only chance we've got. Then let's go, Korra said, and Bolin's heart sank. He remained vague on just how this plan was even supposed to work. Shady Shin in particular would be less than pleased to see them. Even if they had Korra with them. But there was no point resisting as the Avatar grabbed both their wrists and dragged them off the cliff with her as she leapt for the ocean. It was so strange to be back in the slums. The sights, the sounds, the smells. That was something he could have comfortably gone without ever experiencing again. Hopefully this would never become the norm again. Mako clenched his hands as he stepped into the warehouse. Zalt, Shin, and Viper looked up, their men clustered nearby, gazes constantly checking the entrances. Unusually for their guards, they were all outfitted with physical weaponry. All benders too, but the gangs were not taking any chances. Mako tried to repress the shudder that ran through him along with the fractured memories of before, the ones he tried to never think about. Mako, Shin said, standing. What a delight. And your brother. And the Avatar. How good of you all to visit us. The men's nerves got worse when Shin mentioned Korra's identity. Good. It's been. Wow. Quite a while since we last saw you, Mako. You've moved up in the world from what I hear on the radio. Such a shame that your place on your little team got overshadowed, isn't it? Enough. Mako straightened. I need to know everything you three know about the Equalists. And why would we help you? Zalt drawled. We're no friends of the Avatar. No, but most of you are benders and you know what Amon can do, Mako replied. Plus, Korra stepped forward. Mess with me and I will blast you to Lin Bafeng this instant. You know who I am. I doubt you want to really see what I can do. Viper sighed. Relax, Avatar. Mako reined her in a little. Korra bristled at his words. Shin carrying on blithely as if Viper had not just upset Korra. Yeah, he said, sitting back down with a grin. It's been so long and this is hello? We're not so stupid as to fight her. Not again. And not now. She doesn't have to pretend to just be a firebender. Tell me, Mako, you taught her the trick lightning yet? Shin grinned. Pretty handy thing to know. Especially for her. Rare I hear for avatars to get that one. We don't have time for this, Korra interrupted. You may not have time, but we got plenty now the Equalists have cleared out. Tell me, Mako. Why do you care? What's big enough to get you to come back here? Is it really the rich heiress? You sleeping with her, is that it? Bolin shuffled his feet somewhere behind him, but Mako paid him no mind. No, he growled. She's my friend and I owe her. Does it have to be more than that? Zalt leaned his head to one side, studying Mako. I thought I understood you, Mako, but no. Why you care about her still? Oh. Let me guess, you ain't sleeping with her yet, but ya got plans to shack up with her. He chuckled. Mako fought the wave of panic, the need to flee. He had to see this through. Do you know anything or not? What exactly is in it for us? Shin asked. Getting rid of the Equalists, Korra said. You need more. It would help, Viper said. They were a nuisance but we worked around them. And now they're gone. All the way to Waharu. His eyes widened a moment and he looked away from Mako. A lead. You don't know, do you anything, do you? Mako asked. What do you mean? Shin asked. There's nothing to tell, he restated. Shin regarded him for a long moment. Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't. We still need recompense. No, Mako said, shaking his head. Price is too high. We're leaving. You're welcome to come back, you know, Mako. Anytime, all forgiven, Shin called as they walked away. No. Bolin said. Mako turned to find his brother glaring at the gang leaders. None of you can come near him ever again. Zalt, Viper, and Shin paused for a moment before erupting into laughter. What's all this, Mako? Shin asked. Your brother now your bodyguard. So what if he is? Korra replied before Mako could. You heard what he said? Go near Mako again and you'll have to deal with both of us, she added. I know what you've done, to these two and others. Don't for a second think I'm not dangerous. I am not Aang, push me and I will kill. You wouldn't be the first. Why don't we just set the police on them? Korra asked as they left the slums. Won't do any good. They've all been arrested more than once and it never sticks. There's corrupt officers on the force, disappearing witnesses, framing innocents, it's hard to get them to jail, let alone keep them there, Mako replied. Does Lin know all this? Of course, Mako replied. But there's not a lot she can do. She'll fire the officers who can be bribed when she finds them, but the courts are the big issue. Too easy to buy their way out. It's like the Red Lotus, Lin mentioned they had people in the police, Bolin noted. Korra sighed. Problem 42 for the Avatar, she muttered. I'm not sure you could do much. It's a police matter, you don't have to sort everything. There are more important things, Mako said. She glared at him. I'll solve every problem that upsets me. Or involves my friends, she added in a quieter voice. This is what makes you a great Avatar, Bolin said. You were awesome back there, he added, smiling. Korra shot him a crooked grin. So were you. You stood up for your brother. Ah, thanks. Not sure how seriously they took me though. Korra shook her head. Doesn't matter. And I meant it, they don't listen to you and they'll regret it. She glanced back the way they came. I could just go and knock their heads together right now. Leave them be. But, thank you. Both, Mako said quickly. It's fine. Just let me know if they try anything. Korra sighed again. At least we know one thing. We do. Bolin asked. I thought. Waharu, Korra said. Mako nodded. It's a forest in the Earth Kingdom. Not great, but a start at least. It's about what I hoped for from a street gang. I'm going there, see what I can find. If Asami's there, I'll bring her home, Mako said. I'm going to. Can't just sit here while she's out there. We'll bring her home together, Bolin added. Did we just lose a few months? Korra demanded. This is just like when we first met, I'm right here. And you two are going to be going with me. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Mako said. You were going north, right? I am not going off to pursue spiritual training while Asami is kidnapped. For one, I will never be able to focus, and for another, she's my friend. The longer we leave it, the harder it becomes for us to find her. I don't know what's happened and I'm not sure I want to think about it. I need her back. We all need her back. Korra folded her arms. Okay, but I kinda agree with Mako. Bolin said. We don't know how long this will take. You're on form today, Bolin, Korra said. Usually you take my side. It's not like that dash, Bolin tried to protest. If I remember my geography right, Wahara Forest is about 10 days from here on foot, Korra said. She rolled her eyes at Mako's expression. Yes, I had to learn Earth Kingdom topology. It was very, very boring. But I do know exactly where it is. The world isn't going to end if I vanish off for 2 weeks. We'll find Asami and as soon as we do, I'll come back. Plus Korra grinned. You'll have a much harder time finding Asami without Naga. Are your parents going to be at all okay with this? Mako asked. I'll talk to them. They should understand. If not, they may be my parents, but Asami is Asami. I refuse to let her suffer. Dad. Jinora shouted excitedly as she stared around the secluded cavern. It's the spirit oasis. It's where Princess Yu ascended to become the new moon spirit. Tenzin could not repress his grin as his daughter leant over the pool and stared at the circling spirits. To chose to come here rather than see the fire ferret's victory, an unexpected choice for someone her age. His pride was tempered a little by Jinora's insistence that since they repeated the games on the radio later she did not need to be there to hear the match, but it was gratifying nonetheless. Tenzin, Jinora, a voice called from behind them. Unalak. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Tenzin bowed. Unalak. Please, there is no need to apologize. Jinora has been admiring the oasis. I am pleased you are so interested. Is this your first time in the north, Jinora? Yes sir. It's just amazing, Jinora was grinning. The most spiritual place in the Northern Water Tribe. And a place of both tragedy and rebirth. Unalak inclined his head. Apologies. You are well acquainted with the events that occurred here. Yep, Jinora said. But this is still the most spiritual place I have ever been. I wish times were better for you to appreciate it more. Unalak's expression grew more serious. But I have serious concerns for the Avatar. When I talked with Korra, I noticed she has a particular dislike for spiritual training. Yes, Tenzin agreed. It seems to stem from the Red Lotus. Quite. And I am therefore at a loss as to how to deal with that problem. He swallowed. Especially as Zahir is in the spirit world. He looked warily at Tenzin. What? Tenzin gasped. I knew he had left his body, but I would not have expected to find him there. It was an unpleasant discovery. Unalak's hand drifted to his arm and the worst of his former injuries. He is still strong, stronger than many who find their way there. His actions are coldly deliberate. I have spoken to him. And he knows Korra cannot avoid him forever, and that she must arrive in his vicinity eventually. Tenzin, we need to do something. If he remains, then Korra's training. The Avatar state will be beyond her. I know, Tenzin said. Zahir may be harmless for now, but as soon Korra enters the spirit world. He sighed. Korra has been reluctant to discuss much of his contribution to her training. From what I have picked up, he taught her a warped version of the air nomad beliefs. She has heard only fractured words from Aang. You know full well how important an Avatar's past lives are. Indeed, Unalak agreed. Tenzin frowned. This is particularly badly timed. Harmonic convergence is too close. Quite so. And spiritual energy has been increasing at both portals in quantities completely out of line with the last century's observations. I have tried to keep your mother appraised of the situation, but things are changing more rapidly than anticipated. Is harmonic convergence really going to happen that soon? Jinora asked. You have been taught about it? Unalak asked, surprised. Yes. Well, only that it happens every 10,000 years when the planets align. And cosmic power pours down onto the planet. Jinora looked at him questioningly as she mimed the events. It begins with the summer solstice in the north, she pointed to the ground. And the winter solstice in the south. Jinora pointed into the distance. Tenzin smiled. That is just about all we do know about it. Sorry, Jinora. There isn't anything else to tell. Indeed. Even the majority of spirits are too young to remember the events of its last occurrence, Unalak said. At least those willing to talk to humans. The older spirits are difficult to locate and often actively hostile towards our intrusions. There are well-regarded theories relating to it however. Legend has it that the portals at both poles were once open and that they lead directly to the spirit world allowing humans to physically enter. History does not record how or when the portals closed, though the Avatar, the first Avatar, is often considered the reason. The appearance of someone wielding all four elements coincides with the sealing of the portals, the disappearance of the lion turtles and the founding of the four nations. It is not a stretch to conclude that harmonic convergence figures into those events in some way. In our discussion, Unalak winced. Zahir spoke of the event as a restoration of the natural order, the return of a time when spirits and humans live together once more. If this is truly what will occur, we must prepare Korra to deal with the event as best we can. If nothing else, she must make contact with her past lives. Preferably even with someone so distant as the first. Though I am not aware of a single avatar in the last 500 years who made contact with them. Tenzin sighed. And it remains troubling we do not even know their name. There are hints, however. Oh? Unalak asked. I was unaware there was even that much. It remains only speculation, but there are a few records. We think the first avatar originated from the tribe who would come to found the Fire Nation, at least based this is the favored interpretation of the depictions in the Sun Warriors Temple. The first recorded earthbenders, Oma and Shu, also hint at the first avatar. Some of the carvings in the Cave of Two Lovers are estimated to be close to 9,000 years old, and amongst these is a depiction of what might very well be the first avatar. And there is one avenue yet to be explored. Though I doubt we can make use of it. What is it? Jinora asked. Wan Shitong's library. There have long been rumors that somewhere within his collection there is a scroll describing the first avatar and circumstances that lead to their unique ability. But I see, Unalak replied. A pity. Jinora asked. The last humans to speak to Wan Shitong were my father and his friends. Tenzin shot Jinora a grim smile. They learned about the Day of Black Sun there, but in doing so enraged its owner. He sank his library beneath the desert sands and refused all of my father's subsequent attempts to apologize and make peace. He is somewhat unforgiving. Can't we just dig it out? Jinora asked. Would that it were that simple, Tenzin said, smiling. It may be nothing, but there is something else I have recently learned from the spirit world. You are familiar with the Tree of Time, I take it? Unalak asked. Naturally. But it is inaccessible at present and has been for a long portion of recorded history, Tenzin replied. By chance I spoke to a spirit named Koh and the tree came up in our conversation. Koh fears the tree, or rather what it holds. What it holds? Tenzin asked. There is something inside it. Unalak nodded. A powerful dark spirit, something more powerful and more dangerous than anything else in the spirit world. Koh insists that this entity has been awaiting harmonic convergence, but will tell me nothing further of its history, why it waits or how it came to be trapped there, Unalak said. Information is scarce and those who know a fraction of it are reluctant to speak. I know only that it is an ancient force, something almost beyond a spirit. I fear even the Avatar would have difficulty coping with its escape. Tenzin sighed. And as if that was not enough, we have these strange reports from Republic City that this equalist leader, Amon, is able to take away bending. He's claiming his powers were granted to him by the spirits. He shook his head. I thought my father was the only one capable of that. Your father's spirit bended if I remember correctly, Unalak said. We know bending is spiritual, but it transpires it is not wholly separate from the body. We have studied both animal and human benders in an ongoing quest for knowledge and understanding. Our aim was to improve our healing capabilities. As abhorrent as their skills are considered, blood benders have proved vital in the mapping and understanding of the biological mechanics of living organisms. Thanks to them we know of points where spirit and the body intersect, what we have traditionally called chi points. The spirit bending effect might be replaceable by severing these same chi points via blood bending. Unalak shook his head. We have not dared experiment along these lines, we do not know if the effect is reversible and I have yet to see a single case where it has been performed. What does Master Katara think of this Amon and his actions? She's anxious to examine an afflicted bender, but until we do we remain in the dark. Is Korra troubled? Unalak asked. Tenzin shook his head. No. She's more impatient about delays to her training. Once that is over with, she has expressed the desire to defeat the Equalists. She thinks that because she defeated the Red Lotus she can defeat anyone. He sighed. Her overconfidence troubles me more than anything. Tenzin could only stare at the note again when he arrived back in Republic City. Pema rubbed his back, her head on his shoulder as he read over the few words once again. Tenzin. I have gone with Mako and Bolin to find Asami. I need to find her as soon as possible. Please don't worry, I'll be back in a few weeks to finish my training. Sorry I left before I finished, but I'll make it up to you and Unalak. Your student, Korra. P.S. I will keep Mako and Bolin safe. When I find Asami I will keep her safe too. We will all see you again soon. Book 2, Metal. Storm Clouds. Asami's head swam as the door slammed shut. The world around her rumbled and trembled, a distant roaring overwhelming her hearing. Her hands twitched, and to her relief her fingers flexed. She clenched her fists as she tried to will herself to sit up. A few seconds of straining got her nowhere. At least she was no longer frozen in place, the thought made her whole body tense. Amon. Where was he? Where had he taken her? Was her father okay? Amon. Her father's voice. You assured me she would be unharmed. No. She had to be half asleep or mishearing the words. I caused no damage. I merely rendered her unconscious to ease your flight. That voice. Different to the one in the arena, but familiar. Far too familiar. The preacher on the radio. Amon. You asked for my help. I rendered it. Or would you rather I left her to deal with the aftermath? A long pause. No, father replied miserably. It was his voice. He was here. Never wanted her involved, I am well aware. Your failure tonight caused this change of plans. My failure? Her father roared. I did precisely as you asked. She was near collapse right from the start. Her father was aiding the Equalists. Then maybe we should blame your daughter? I understand she assisted the Avatar. Another long pause. Please. Leave her out of this. I am fully prepared to. As long as you render aid to the cause. We must now adapt to what has happened, not dwell on what failed. Can I see her now? Hiroshi asked. Asami's body tensed again, ready to attack. No. She will likely not recover for a few hours. In the meantime, I would like your assistance in the next stages of our plans. Footsteps faded into the distance, into that muted roar. Airship, Asami realized. She was on the Equalists' airship. The overcast morning skies of Republic City were brightening faster than Korra had expected. It felt so much later in the day, though the majority of the city's populace still seemed to be asleep. She pushed the final round of supplies into Naga's saddlebags, and turned back to her parents. Senna and Tonrik huddled in the doorway of the pagoda, shivering in the chill morning air. I guess this is it, Korra said, feeling a little awkward still. I guess so, Senna said, nodding. Korra stepped forward and hugged her mother's grip tighter than expected. Promise you'll take care of yourself and you'll come back soon. I will, Korra replied, and her father hugged them both. You know. Tonrik stopped himself. Do what you need to do. I'll talk to my brother. Thank you. Senna let go of Korra and proceeded to hug Mako and Bolin in turn. Take care. Both of you. We will, Mako replied. I'll keep an eye on them both. And I'll keep an eye on you too, Korra replied with a sigh. She clambered onto Naga, Mako, and Bolin scrambling up behind. With one final goodbye, Korra urged Naga forward and into the water. It was second nature now to expand the bubble of air around them as Naga clambered across the bottom of the channel. They saw only scattered traffic in the city as Naga raced through deserted streets and into the slums. One last time hopefully, they were soon through, past the fences and the border patrols. Out into the forest. Out of the city. Wide open spaces were once an ever-present part of day-to-day life for Korra, though those always used to be white. Maybe with some blue spots and very occasionally some gray rocks. Republic City itself was a mishmash of vibrant color. Or at least it should have been, for some reason in memory the city was predominantly a paler gray. White and blue and gray. Never green. Not like this. Rice paddies stretched out all around them as they left the forest behind. It's like the world's biggest garden, Bolin said after a while. I mean, Asami's were huge, but this is something else. It doesn't look that much like it, Mako replied, wind-whipping the maps he had been studying since they hit the forest. Someone's garden would be more carefully arranged. This is a lot more chaotic. A lot more natural. The first night was the strangest, so different to the chatter and movements of that night in the slums. So different to the almost total silence of the Sato mansion. So different to Air Temple Island. No gently lapping waves as constant background in the deep night. Here insects buzzed incessantly and bullfrogs croaked in the distance. Even the swaying of the trees in the most gentle breeze produced unexpectedly loud rustles and creaks. The effect was at least soothing. If circumstances were different, this would be a fantastic experience. Asami's absence would forever temper any enjoyment Korra could get out of these moments. The Earth Kingdom seemed almost inconceivably huge. Bolin commented it occupied more land mass than the other three nations combined. It felt like it, a day of Naga running across the landscape, tracing the path of a river as it cut through the landscape, and they seemed to have covered almost no distance at all. The city was still visible, but distant, somehow tiny. Ahead were more hills and rice paddies. They would not see their destination for close to a week. At the least the river provided plentiful water and fish for Naga to catch. But, thoughts came back to Asami all too often. How was she? Was she still in transit, or might she and her captors have arrived at their destination by now? Did she have enough faith to hope they were coming for her? Korra hoped Asami clung to that thought at least. Dinner was a hurried, slightly bungled meal of noodles and spices. It seemed like a tiny portion of their supplies, but Mako seemed reluctant to even part with enough dried noodles to comfortably fill the three of them. He did at least light the pile of firewood in the small depression Bolin had formed. The flickering flames had a strange hypnotic effect hard to look away from. Bolin began toying with a rock close to the flames, jerking his hand back at the heat of it. "Hey, Korra?" Bolin asked. "Yeah, Bolin," she replied. "Can you? I mean, if you get a chance, could you teach me to lava bend?" Korra almost smiled. "Afraid you're talking to the wrong avatar. That's not something I was able to pick up. I do remember the principles though, might help you," she added hurriedly as Bolin's face fell. "But..." Bolin frowned. "I remember you lava bending before? Or was it something else?" "Oh that," Korra said with something like a laugh, even as the memory chilled her. "That was fire bending and earth bending at the same time. Little bit different. Same effect admittedly. And that's definitely an avatar-only trick." "Oh," Bolin said. "So," he said, shuffling forward a little, getting a little closer to her. "How does lava bending work?" "It's..." Korra scrambled on the ground for a decent-sized rock to hold up. "You have to think of the rock as more than just one solid object. Try to think of it as thousands of tiny parts all locked together. In some rocks the parts are so loose they crumble, like sand. In others they're locked really tightly and that's what makes them so strong. But, if you can focus on those tiny parts, you can try and move them individually. Move them fast enough and they get hot. Get them hot enough and the rock melts, leaving you with lava and hopefully somewhere to put it so it won't incinerate you." "Oh," Bolin said, blinking. "That's so simple? It's like when you can hit rocks together and get sparks, right?" Korra nodded. "Yeah. Like that. Lavabending's a specialized skill from what I remember. Very few people can do it. I mean Korra held the rock between her palms and concentrated. With a sharp crack the rock split neatly down the middle. That's what happens when I try. It's possible I'm doing it wrong. Or maybe I can't. But I keep practicing just in case. Maybe I'll get it right one day." Bolin scrabbled for his own rock and clasped it in his hands. Nothing happened, the rock did not even split. "Guess I'm not one of the lucky ones either." Korra patted his back. "Don't give up so quick." She stumbled on the name, the final memory, the dream coming back in the same instant. "Gazan, he told me he spent years learning and then perfecting the technique. It's not going to be something you can just pick up like that." Bolin nodded. "I guess so. Never know unless you keep trying." Days passed. After making camp and dinner near a wooded grove, Mako got the firewood, stacked another fire as the sky darkened. He turned as he stretched the cramp out of his back. And the first thing he saw when turning around? Korra's open bag. Was that a bra hanging out the top? Nope. Not thinking about that. Not speculating or looking any closer. Well, Presumably Korra skipped any discussions with her mother about keeping her underwear out of sight. Right. Not looking at Korra's bag. At least Bolin's just had food hanging out of it and dirty dishes stacked beside it. Mako paused. Bolin? You had the noodles before, right? He asked, eyeing the pile of washing up. Yep, Bolin called from nearby. And the casserole? Mako nudged the dish with his foot. Bolin answered in a slightly quieter tone. Mako resisted the urge to sigh. Bolin, I know you're a growing boy, but we are going to have to ration the food. No complaints from me, Mom. Mako glanced over his shoulder. What did you call me? Nothing. Mako groaned and span around to glare at his brother. Look at all this mess. You've just left your stuff all over the place. This campsite looks awful. Mako, stop stressing. What's the problem? We'll sort it out tomorrow when we head off, Korra said lazily. You know that when you get to 18 you're technically an adult, right? You can buy your own sake or get married or thrown in jail. But you can't just leave your stuff on the ground with your. Why was this so hard? Clothes, he concluded awkwardly. Hanging out of your bag. Korra leaned over to one side and stared past him. Okay, what's eating you, Mako? It's just a bra. I have a whole load of them. If I lose one, it's not the end of the world. No, it's. Oh, never mind, Mako said, stalking off to grab at the dirty dishes. The supplies would last for 2 weeks with 2 meals a day. More than enough for now, and finding somewhere to get more supplies ought to be pretty easy. Even if that failed, Naga was great at catching fish and allowed them to move faster than they could walk. Money-wise, there was enough UN for a few days of pricier lodging than Mako had ever seen within Republic City. Provided they all shared one room. More if it was cheaper in the Earth Kingdom, they could hold out for longer. Which in turn would affect the food budget, but they would still cope without issue for a month with their current funds. And hopefully the trip would not come even close to that length. If it did, well, the emergency money hidden in his shoe and the other cash in the lining of his bag might be necessary. This pursuit of Asami was so expensive, so much for his dreams of Sato Mobile ownership. No, Asami's life, her friendship with Korra, those took priority over material possessions. Nighttime felt a little awkward, they just lay around the dying embers of the fire together. Should Korra sleep separate? Or at least have more privacy? She had made no fuss since they met her, she had even slept in the shack with Bolin. But should he make her the offer? No. That would just sound awkward, especially at this stage. Still, getting Korra away from them for a little while would be helpful. He needed to talk to Bolin about how much money he brought. Although, if they ran out of money maybe they could get jobs. Mako wanted to sigh. Did he have to overthink everything? How long did he think this escapade was going to take again? Well, perhaps Korra could use her avatar status in some way? No. It had to be a better idea to avoid drawing too much attention. It seemed somehow appropriate that the most powerful person was nothing close to rich. But then, that notion was colored thanks to Aang, he had been a monk after all. Korra had none, there was nothing to stop her being rich and the avatar. Mako paused. Had any of them managed that? It felt a little childish to be jealous as he watched his companions slumber. Korra slept curled into Naga's side, the polar bear dog's legs embracing her as if Korra were her pup. Bolin and Pabu slept similarly with Bolin curled around his fire ferret. And he slept alone, no pet to keep him company. Maybe if he liked animals more? Mako sighed. It would just be nice to have someone to cuddle in the dark like this. As much as Pabu was fun to have around, he doubted he could stand to let a fire ferret use his shirt as some kind of home. The sight of Korra doing her laundry the next day sparked an unexpected memory. Bolin had been certain she could find a job in the slums as a laundry lady. He had been righter than he realized. Korra did her clothes in a decidedly unique fashion. After throwing her clothes into the river, she forced the river into a waterspout, spinning clothes around at high speed. Her clothing swooped and soared above the river until the last trickles of moisture were gone. Mako wrung his own shirt out again, and contemplated asking if Korra could use her abilities on that too. There were some wonderful things outside the city. Everything seemed so different. Quieter, peaceful, beautiful. If circumstances were different, this would be near perfect. If Asami was not in danger. However, the countryside also boasted danger. And neither Korra and Bolin seemed to have the slightest interest in self-preservation. Bolin, stop! Mako yelled. His brother was halfway up a nearby tree, his face and arms heavily covered with protective cloth. He was now perilously close to a beehive. Korra, make him stop that. He's going to get hurt. You can do it, Bolin. Don't stop now. Korra ignored, and did not even turn to look at Mako. Sorry Mako, Bolin called. I promised Korra some honey. He at least gave the impression of a guilty shrug as he continued his clambering. Mako's breath hitched in his lungs. He was going to have to move quickly when the bees swarmed him. Smoke should be a good deterrent. Mako glanced around for something to burn, some green leaves ought to do it. He stopped with a jolt as he looked back. Bolin had amazingly already extracted a honeycomb and not been stung once, it seemed. He successfully navigated his way back down the tree with one hand and squeezed the stolen honey into a bowl. Lunch, he said with a smile as he presented the dish to Korra. Somehow the topic turned to horror stories over lunch. Korra related a bewildering number of creepy tales, a spirit who lurked beneath beds, one who induced nightmares at will, a three-headed dog guarding some variety of mystical stone, one who guarded its home with a fierce intensity. The list went on. It was at least fortunate the sun was high in the sky. If Bolin trembled like that in broad daylight, he would have been out of his wits come the night time. Honestly, why did he like these kinds of stories so much when they always made him afraid? Korra eventually ran out of tales to relate and stared at Mako. Do you know any? I don't actually know any stories, not like you do, but there was this rumor in the slums that used to creep people out. It was all about this bloodbender, he said, chomping down on a berry and beginning to feel a little nauseous. The idea of fresh fruit dipped in honey had sounded good at first. By this stage the meal was somewhat sickly. Oh! Bolin exclaimed. I remember that. He bends the blood out of people's bodies in the middle of the night. And in the morning their corpses are found with blood coming out of their nose and ears. You really believe that? Korra asked. Bolin shrugged. Bloodbending's been done. Plenty of waterbenders in the slums. Might be true, I did used to hear it a lot. Yeah, Mako said. And you never slept well for the next 3 days because of it. Ming. She couldn't do it. She tried to teach me the principles, but it was next to impossible for her. And I never got anywhere with it, Korra said. I asked Katara about it. She told me about Hama. Oh! Bolin exclaimed. The one she met in the Fire Nation. The dramas of that bit are always so creepy. Mako prodded the fire with a stick. Yeah. But it always made me feel a little sorry for her. Sorry for her? Bolin asked. She was a bloodbender, Mako. She was luring people away in the night. Yeah. But she was reacting to what happened. The Fire Nation. A bitter note entered his voice. They imprisoned her. And her friends. She wanted freedom. He sighed. But. Yeah, what she did. There's no forgiving that. Korra nodded. Yeah. And I don't know if the radio plays said anything about it, but she did teach Katara. And she was never sure about it. She kind of regrets it, but admitted it was helpful in healing. Not that she does bloodbend, she hastily added. Just. She knows more about the body because of it. Plus, it's kind of illegal in Republic City. I would bet Toph and Katara are the major reason for that, Mako added. I heard a few waterbenders figure it out every now and again. Most of them won't admit to knowing how, but the ones who get caught. He grimaced. I hear one's been imprisoned for 11 years now. Her arrest was a huge thing back then given how many people died. Plus no aim to take her bending away. Bolin frowned. So how do they even keep her in prison? Shouldn't she be able to get out at any point? You're forgetting the limits, Mako said. They steer clear of her when it's a full moon. The rest of the time she isn't capable of doing anything like as bad. Wonder if I can learn energy bending. You know, like Aang did, Korra mused. That'd be seriously handy. Not sure anyone's even capable of teaching you that one, Bolin said. But still. If we did meet a bloodbender, what would we do? I mean, Katara only beat Hamma because she could bloodbend too. Korra grimaced. Well. I can't. And I don't really want to try and find out if I can. She stared up into the sky. I don't know, maybe fire breath? I ought to be able to move my mouth still. Right. She blinked. Oh. Lightning ought to do the trick. I doubt that'd work, Mako said. From what I know, once you're bloodbent, you get stuck in whatever position you were in. I doubt they'd let you conveniently get into the right stance beforehand. So is bloodbending the only way? Korra looked nervous. A one-on-one fight. She sighed. Need to pay attention to the moon then. I don't want to fight any waterbenders when it's full. Korra and Bolin seemed to have conceived of the worst contest imaginable. Think of yet another new thing to make him more disgusted or annoyed than he had ever been before. The delayed sneezing contest as they held blossoms against their noses. Whose earthworm was longest? Mako ignored the innuendo of the link his brain made. The mightiest mosquito killer. After a while he began seriously entertaining sneaking away from camp while they slept. But there were other moments. Such as the time they left the valleys behind and reached the vast rolling plains. Korra gaped at the open space, Bolin drawing her attention back to the micro scale by pointing out the grasshoppers chirping all around them. That led to a new competition, who could catch the most. Bolin won by a good margin, though they looked the happiest as they released the captured insects en masse. The horde of insects took to the air as Korra yelled freedom. As the sky darkened they reached a sloped hill. Naga, Pabu, Bolin, and Korra delighted in rolling down it over and over again. The air was soon filled with yells as they sped up, and laughter as they reached the bottom, too dizzy to even stand. Sitting beside the pile of baggage, Mako shook his head and turned back to his journal. Dear Journal. I hope these two idiots realize they're meant for each other. At some point anyway. I've never seen anyone do these little contests with Bolin so readily. And while I haven't known Korra as long, she just clicks with him. She always seems relaxed around him. It's just, which one of them is going to make the first move? It's not like pro bending is in the way anymore. From what Bo said, whatever was going on with Asami was sort of over even before her dad took her. Maybe that's why nothing's happening, they're having fun right now, but she's... well. We just hope she's okay. She will be. And we'll get her back. Then Idiot 1 can ask Idiot 2 out and they can have a massively stupid date and realize how much they actually like each other. They'll have fun. And since there's no pro bending, I can't see either of them having a problem. Wait. Mako blinked. Where were the pair? A bush near the bottom of the hill was shaking. They couldn't. Could they? Two people giggled in the distance. Okay. Probably nothing. Let me see that, Korra said. Huh. It's not as big as I thought it was. She sounded disappointed. Mako glanced around. He could not be around for this. There was no way he was listening to this. So, apparently Idiot 1 and Idiot 2 had jumped forward far further than he would have expected. Good for them, less good for him. Was this the first time? Of course it was the first time, given what Korra said. It had to be Bolin's. What if she got pregnant? Did avatars have magic contraception? Could waterbenders? Mako derailed that line of thought as fast as he could. Probably though. Well, with practice and a lot of focus. No. Why was he still thinking about this? Sorry to disappoint, Bolin replied. He did not sound terribly happy. Okay. So maybe nothing was going to happen. Hey, don't worry. A pause. It looks nice. Korra's voice trailed off as the bush shook vigorously. He was still sat here. Was he a voyeur then? No. He was leaving right now. Pretend he had no idea what happened when they came back later. Korra, that's awesome. You're doing really good. Had they forgotten him? Could he just plug his ears and hope they would get this out of their system and go elsewhere in future? At least it would cut down on accommodation costs. Well, no, it would increase them. One room for the couple and one for him. And should he really be facilitating them like that? Ugh, Korra said. I need to wash my hands after this. Nope. Leaving. Mako stood up as Korra rose from behind the bush, wiping sweat from her brow. Hey Mako. She grinned. Bolin staggered as he stood a moment later. My legs are cramping. I'm not surprised, that was not a comfortable position. Mako coughed. So. Sorry if I disturbed you guys or anything. Oh, no. It's fine. We found yams. Bolin said with a smile. Korra was holding some too. I found 4. They're pretty hard to pull and I got really sticky. But your brother's a great teacher. Mako blinked and sighed. Yams. Right. I thought you two were. Never mind. What? Bolin asked. Nothing, Mako replied. Bolin frowned, his thoughts distracted after a moment. He grinned. Still, Korra is a super fast learner. He's a good teacher, Korra smirked, nodding to Bolin. And she's talented, Bolin added as the pair clambered up the hill. He's supportive. Enthusiastic. Encouraging. Idiots. Mako smiled. Sitting between Mako and Korra did not always seem like the best plan as they rode on Naga. Hey, Mako. Yeah. Teach me lightning bending. Korra asked. No. Why no? She asked, glancing over her shoulder. It's dangerous, Mako replied. All bending is dangerous, Korra protested. Especially fire bending. Mom told me I accidentally set the tent on fire when I was really young. She paused. You think I can't handle it, is that it? Mako squirmed behind him. It's not that. I'm not sure I should be your teacher like that. Zuko or Iroh, those are the kinds of people you should learn from. They'd be honored to do it too. Yeah, but they're way behind us now and I don't know when I'll next see them. You're here. Also. Bolin interjected. Zuko never actually used lightning. At least not as far as any records are concerned. In all the dramas and stories he only ever redirects it. His sister. She's still the best in the whole world. Zuko's sister? Korra asked. Angela. She's the one who took Ba Sing Se right? Korra asked. Yep. Nearly killed Aang too. What happened to her? Korra glanced over her shoulder again. Not totally sure. She's not allowed out of the Fire Nation, that much I know. I think it'd have been hard to miss if she died, lot of people are looking forward to that, Bolin said. That's horrible. Kinda. But she did plenty of horrible things back then. They rode on in silence, the sky darkening as they rode. Mako. Korra tried again. No, Mako replied. All you have to do is show me how it works. I've seen you do it. I just want to see it again. I can figure it out myself after that. No, and no, Mako said, his body tense against Bolin's back. Come on. Korra pleaded. No. Didn't Iroh once demonstrate it in your school? Bolin asked. Yeah. Bolin pressed. Wasn't it cool or something? Mako was silent for a moment. Yeah, it was cool. It was just amazing. I can still remember everything he said. Mako made a vague attempt at impersonating Iroh's voice. Don't try yet. Learn when you're older. Learn from a trusted master if you must. Mako dropped back to his normal voice. Then he had us chanting lightning is dangerous for 5 minutes. And the horror story of how some of his classmates died when they messed with it in a swimming pool. Scared a load of the students. No one figured lightning was awesome after that. Korra sighed. I trust you, Mako. And I'm an adult. And the Avatar. I know about lightning and water, I'm not stupid enough to fool around with it like that. No. Korra growled. Korra? Look, I'm flattered you think I can do this, but I am not any kind of master. And I have absolutely no confidence in teaching you it, no matter what they said back in the city. Lightning is just risky. It'll explode when you do it wrong. Do it right and you still risk frying your heart. It's the fastest thing I've ever seen and it kills at roughly the same speed. One tiny mistake and someone dies. Because here's the real risk, it won't necessarily go where you point it. Lightning goes where it wants, if you're lucky it's where you want it. Cease to vary based on terrain. I am so glad I can't do it at all. And I really don't want to get hit by it, Bolin added just as the heavens opened with a roar. Rain. Korra yelled. She sounded excited. Sliding from Naga's back she started dancing around in the downpour, freezing swathes of rain into ice as she moved. Bolin leapt from Naga's back, Mako following him a second later as they dug their cloaks from the saddlebags and sheltered under them. I hate this, Mako said with a frown at the sky. Bolin barely heard him as Korra charged across muddy grass. She was smiling. A genuine smile, the first since Asami's abduction. First time in the rain. He called to her. Not really, Korra shouted back, as she sent another wave of tiny icicles to the ground. This is different. It never rained in the north, just snowed. There were rainy days in the city, but nothing like this. Here, Bolin said offering Mako his cloak. Keep yourself dry. Mako blinked at him for a moment, before a warm smile appeared on his lips. Have fun, he said as he wrapped the other cloak around himself, shifting his footing. Korra was freezing the puddles when Bolin reached her. Ice crystals piled up on the muddy ground, snowflakes and icy paths left in Korra's wake. She froze large areas and began skating across the surface. Bolin bent a rock trail nearby, just to give them somewhere solid to stand that wasn't going to turn into a sucking mud quagmire. Korra contemplated mud monsters to terrorize unwary travelers, but Mako pointed out they would collapse within minutes. The rain tastes different here, Korra said as she finally seemed to run out of energy. She licked her lips and threw her head back, her mouth open to catch more falling drops. You're right, Bolin said after a moment as he mimicked her action. It's really hard to keep looking up. Korra said. Okay, contest. Who can keep looking up the longest in the rain? I take that challenge. Bolin said. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Bolin stared up, not so much seeing but more feeling the water droplets as they struck him. On his forehead, mouth, nose, ear, shoulder, just below his eye. The first drop to his eye hurt more than expected. But he needed to endure. The flicker of light and rumbling sound made him blink. What was that? Korra asked, looking around warily. Thunder. You never heard it before? Mako asked. Of course I have. It's just a bit different like this. She broke off as lightning flickered again. Wow, she added staring at the sky. Naga was whimpering nearby, her whole body shaking. Easy girl, Korra said even as the roll of thunder made her jump. She stroked her hand across Naga's head, whispering soothingly into the polar bear dog's ear. Guys. Mako asked. I think we should stop with playtime. We don't want to get struck by lightning. The damp clothes and resulting chill only lasted a short while. Korra soon began bending the water out of their clothes as Bolin tore the sticky chunks of mud away. The downpour threatened to soak them again until Korra bent the air above them. Travel became much more comfortable after that, a dry spot in the middle of the deluge. It was close to an hour later when they found the village, and the old woman with the umbrella waiting for them. Greetings young visitors, the woman smiled. I am Aunt Meng. Hi, Korra said. I'm Korra, these are Mako and Bolin. The trio bowed. Meng looked at them and smiled. I had expected you to arrive earlier. You were expecting us. Mako frowned, looking nervously around the area. Bolin followed his gaze. Nothing. Well, no equalist troops closing in on them at least. Just other villagers sheltering in porches, all watching them with interest. A little creepy, though at least Meng's smile was friendly. Yesterday's clouds informed me that 3 visitors would arrive in our village today. Although those same clouds made it sound like you would be here nearer lunchtime. She shot a scowl up to the heavens. And would avoid the rain. Still, they were correct about you arriving, if not the time. Meng shrugged. Come, you are welcome here. You're a fortune teller? Bolin asked. An innkeeper, Meng said with a flourish. I have prepared a room for the 3 of you. No need to worry about paying, you are honored guests. The inn was warm, dry, and filled with helpful staff. Nothing like what Mako had been talking about with Dread up until now. Hot tea and dry robes made Bolin feel so much better. Still, it was a little disquieting that he, Korra and Mako were the youngest people around. Where were the kids? The teenagers? Anyone below 50? Well, except for Meng's protege, Tsuruya. The night is still long, Meng said as they relaxed, sated, warm and comfortable after their meal. Do you wish me to tell you your fortunes? Our futures? Korra asked. Never tried. Bolin asked. Korra shook her head. There was a stall at the festival but I didn't try it. Well then. Let's give it a go. Mako, you should get in on this too. Mako opened his mouth to protest. And before you start, it's just a bit of fun. Fine, Mako grumbled. Meng led them into another room and settled down in front of a fire in the center. She waved her customers to sit opposite. I will begin with the oldest. The oracle bones will tell me your future. With a flourish she swept the bones into the fire. Yes, yes. I see it now. Mako, your fate is tied to the avatars. Bolin's thoughts flashed in an unwanted direction, Mako and Korra holding hands. With kids. Married and settled down. Him visiting as often as he could, never able to stop staring at the still vibrant avatar. The one who laughed at his jokes and confided everything in. The smile when Mako turned to look at Korra for a long moment before turning back to Meng jolted his nerves. Of course he would have to stand by his brother no matter how he felt. Say it was all for the best. Move on and find someone new. He had done it before. He could do it again. But would he ever really be able to forget her? He blinked, forcing himself to concentrate as Mako grumbled. Bit vague, isn't it? I mean, everyone's fate is tied to the avatar. Anything a little more specific. Meng rolled her eyes. Most people would kill for that kind of prediction. Fine. Look, see the phoenix symbol there. Mako leaned over. No. There, Meng said pointing into the flames. Mako shrugged. It's one of the rarest anyone can receive. Though. She looked at Mako with narrowed eyes. It can represent many different things. Mako snorted. Duty, loyalty, compassion, resilience, Meng carried on ignoring him. Rising from the ashes. On its own it is a yang. With a dragon it becomes yin. Mako shaking off his past misdeeds, dating a Sami, where was Iroh though? His brother could fulfill that foolish daydream he had back when they snatched a Sami's purse. Just like the gangsters thought. So, that's good, right? Mako asked. Meng sighed. It can be. She eyed the fire. No more for you, the bones are gone. Young lady. Korra sat up straighter as Meng threw more bones into the flames. You will be involved in a great battle that will bring a new era. Korra smiled. Sounds challenging. Hope I win. Yep, Bolin put in. Korra facing down, who precisely? The Earth Queen's army sounded decent enough. She would tear through them with her avatar powers. Bring about peace the world over and go one better than Aang. But that's like the least surprising thing for you, Mako said. I'd be surprised if she told you were going to have a quiet and fulfilling life. And with a humble earthbender husband. Bolin shook his head. Oh. Meng said grinning. You are going to be so lucky, my dear. See these markings. Korra peered into the flames. A pair of butterflies, your love life will have a happy outcome. Korra grinned. That's an awesome fortune, Bolin added. The two of them blissfully happy together. Husband of the Avatar, that would be nice. Or would she be with Asami? Asami conquering the technological and business world and Korra master of the spiritual. Was there anything they would not be able to do? I can. Yes. I can almost see who it will be. Meng leaned in closer, Korra leaning to see more, Bolin unable to not try and make out what Meng was looking at too. Where was it? There. Meng said. Almost. With a crack, a burst of flame rose from the fire and the observers sat back hurriedly. Well? Korra asked. Bolin's heart thundering in his chest. Male or female? Meng shook her head. The flames were too hot, the bones broke apart before I could see clearly. It might have. No. I would want to be sure before I told you anything. Thanks Mako, Korra said in a sarcastic tone as she glared at Mako. Hey, don't blame me. I could have just sat this out. I never wanted a fortune in the first place. He scowled at Bolin who tried to shrug nonchalantly. Just how would his fortune tie with Korra's? So you can't see anything more? Bolin asked, just to be sure he could hope. This type of prophecy is rare. Even if I tried again, I doubt I would see any more. It's fine. It's my future and it'll happen because of what I do, Korra said with a smile. Though. Her expression turned serious. Can you see the future of someone not here? What do you mean? Meng asked. We have a friend who. She's a long way off and we don't know how she's doing, Bolin said, not sure how much to say. Korra nodded. Her name is Asami and we're worried. Can you tell us where she is? Meng hummed to herself. Not really how it works, but I can try. Is there a picture or something she owns? Don't worry, you'll get it back. I only burn the bones. Korra hurried to their room and came back with a photograph. It was of a captured moment at the winter festival and it was hard to ignore just how close Asami and Korra were standing to each other. Such beauty, Meng said, watching Korra's face. Yes. Korra murmured. You're going to be surprised, she said in a quiet voice. Bolin blinked at Meng. Had she really said that? Neither Korra nor Mako had reacted. What did that mean? That Asami and Korra would be together? Or did it mean they would not? Something at least, Meng said in a louder voice as the bones darkened in the flames. I am impressed. Oh, my, a dragon. Which means? Mako wearily asked. Just like your own fortune, a lot of things. Adaptability and transformation for the main part. She looked at him levelly. Yang to the phoenix. Often indicative of couples and spouses. Care to comment? Maybe Asami really would wind up with Mako? I think you must have the wrong idea, nothing like that with me and Asami. He glanced around. Help me out guys? You know she's twitchy around me. Yeah, we know Mako. She. Bolin blinked. It could still be Mako. But if he insisted. Must be someone else's Yang. That's great, but where is she? Korra asked. I'm sorry, Meng said. I mostly do love fortunes, and this is a weak reading so removed from the subject. Locating someone is very different. Still, she's lucky to have 3 people who care so much for her. She turned to Bolin. And finally, Bolin. Bolin swallowed hastily. What do you see? Was Korra his future? Was anyone? Maybe. Maybe he would get back with Harui? Meng stared into the flames, her face neutral. She frowned, tilting her head to either side, looking puzzled for a moment. Meng grinned. I can't see anything. Bolin was not sure what to feel. Is that good? Or bad? Both and neither. It means your future is not set in stone. You have no destiny, Bolin. What your future holds will come about by your own hand and no one else's. You have far more power over your tale than most could ever dream. Relish the chances this life gives you, it will all come down to you in the end. No destiny. But in a way it meant any destiny. He could do anything then. His own radio drama, one he could write, produce, direct and star in. Or he could be a general in the United Forces, rallying his troops behind the Avatar to bring peace. Bolin's heart surged. He could be with Korra. There was nothing to stop him. He could be with her. And if he did, Korra's fortune promised a happy outcome. All he needed to do was pluck up the nerve to say something. He the radio star, his wife the Avatar. Bolin stared up at the ceiling from his futon. To his left was Mako, and to his right was Korra. He sighed. Can't sleep either. Korra whispered. Yeah, Bolin jumped but soon settled. I thought it was just me, Mako added with a sigh. The three of them chuckled. How far from Waharu are we now? Bolin asked. 2 days, Korra replied. They lapsed into silence again. Bolin still did not feel tired in the slightest. Mako's breathing seemed pretty regular now. Korra was staring at the ceiling again. Hey Korra? What do you think about Aunt Meng? I don't know, Korra said. I always knew I had a destiny as the Avatar. What I want more is to know how to be a good Avatar. That's the thing no one seems to have the first idea about, and I've no clue how to start. You're a good Avatar, Bolin said. Korra smiled. I haven't done anything yet though. You defeated the Red Lotus? They were horrible people. Yeah, but that's just one thing. Once we rescue Asami and I beat Amon, I really do need to finish training. Korra rolled over to face him. Remember when we talked before? Before Asami was taken? In the park that night. I do. I was so afraid of things changing and leaving the city. But here we are, everything changed and I left anyway. I never wanted this, like we are, trying to find Asami, but I wanted you to all come with me. Bolin smiled. You just had to ask, you know. I would have said yes. Once he might have felt he was needed more in Republic City. But now, this was where he wanted and needed to be. By the Avatar's side. You would. Korra blinked at him. Of course. Korra chuckled, clamping her hand over her mouth. What's so funny? Bolin asked. I was going to ask you, she said between gasps. I thought it would be selfish with everything you had there. And Harui. But even when you told me you guys broke up, I still didn't think I could. So, thanks. It means a lot that you would come with me. Korra, I'll happily go anywhere with you. His heart thundered in his chest as Korra squirmed closer, curling both her arms around his arm. Bolin lay perfectly still, barely wanting to risk breathing. Was that Mako snickering from his other side? Korra was so warm, and she seemed to fall asleep immediately. Airship design was not exactly varied. There were only so many places to put a control room that make the slightest bit of sense. So unless Hiroshi had radically changed the layout of this airship, Asami had a good idea of where it was. The waiting had been the worst part. Days of observing work patterns and patrol routes. Every time footsteps came anywhere near her cabin, she feared it was her father. Even Amon might be preferable. Asami shook her head. Stick to the plan. 2 women would pass through this hall right about now. Then a huge man whose name she never caught would check the room a few minutes later. Time enough. Moving as quietly as possible on the metal floor, Asami sneaked into the communication room. At least she could still remember Air Temple Island's frequency, their few places as guaranteed of help as them. If only she knew how far they had flown. Hey! What are you doing here? A voice called from behind her. Great. A loose variable. The woman tried to grab Asami, but years of self-defense training meant she was faster. A spate of chai blocking and the woman was unconscious on the floor. Too much time gone. Now to make the call and get clear before anyone noticed or found the unconscious woman. The radio came alive with a burst of static, helpfully punctuated by the crack of a nearby lightning strike. Not good. Come in Air Temple Island, Asami said. Nothing in response but fizzing static. The thunder rattled the windows, the sound overwhelming the sound of rain on the glass for a moment. Asami clicked the transmit button again. Come in Air Temple Island. Tenzin? Jinora? Pema? Anyone? This is Asami Sato. Please, respond. She let go, straining her ears to hear something in the swirling static. Nothing. She hung on, waiting. This was her one chance. Neither Hiroshi nor Amon were going to let her roam so freely after this stunt. No. She needed to escape, and soon. If this failed, she needed a way off the airship and would have to deal with getting herself back to civilization. With a sigh, Asami replaced the radio. Her heart skipped a beat as she turned. Amon was in the doorway. The rain makes you unable to communicate with anyone or anything, he said. Asami glared at him. Time to get it over with, whatever the punishment was for this transgression. Show no fear. He interrupted her before she could speak. The rain cannot fall forever though. When it stops, you have my permission to try again. What did he just say? Her surprise must have shown on her face despite her best efforts. I am curious as to whom you wish to contact. The police? Or the United Forces? It sounded like he was smiling under that mask. Iroh cannot come for you. You are not that important. Asami said nothing. And I really would not object to a police pursuit. The metal benders do need to be shown the errors of their ways just like the rest. He held her gaze for another moment before calling a name over his shoulder. I believe Miss Sato has no business in this room. Could you please escort her to her quarters? He laid a hand on her arm as she passed him. I assure you, I mean you no harm, Miss Sato. You are under my protection, under the spirit's protection if that is any aid in calming you. Just as all non-benders are. Your family have made our glorious revolution possible. Your designs are magnificent anti-bender weaponry. I must thank you. Asami pulled her arm away and tried to keep her hands steady as she was led from the room. Asami, Hiroshi said as he stepped into her cabin minutes later. Get out. Asami yelled. Asami, please. We have to talk. I have nothing to say to you. Leave me alone. She eyed him. Or stay. You paid for defense classes. I can just as easily use them on you. Hiroshi slumped. I'm sorry, Asami. I never intended dash. Sorry. Asami seethed. Never intended? Just what did you think you were doing? I never wanted you involved, Hiroshi snapped. You think I wanted you fighting benders with the rest of this lot? Hiroshi took a deep breath and his voice quietened, his face still flushed. You know how I feel about benders. Asami snorted. I let you have your pro-bending team because it made you happy. I let Korra live with us even though I thought she was a firebender. He grimaced. But I cannot ignore a second group of criminal benders invading our home. I can't ignore them killing Yujin. And almost you. You nearly died at their hands. I refuse to risk your safety anymore. My safety? You let me be happy? I guess that makes you a wonderful father. You're with the group who wants to bring Korra down. You know, my G-friend, the Avatar. Asami stared at him. You poisoned her. There is nothing personal about any of this. The Avatar is a symbol, a focal point for bending. It remains unfortunate that it was someone close to you. Hiroshi at least looked troubled. But she is not blameless. People have suffered from what she stands for. She wanted to help people. She wanted peace. She fell silent, her father unable to respond. It was all lies, wasn't it? All another piece of cover to hide you. Pro-bending, the party, my promotion. You must have loved it when Iroh gave me that rose. How could my father possibly be an anti-bender? When the Fire Lord's son took an interest in his daughter. A new anger broiled inside. I could have done you such a good favor, you know, Dad. Venom dripped from her words. If I'd slept with Korra, no, if I'd married her, I don't think even this stunt would have made anyone think you were on the equalist's side. Asami leaned back triumphant. Shocked yet. Hiroshi sighed. I am well aware of just how close the two of you were getting. Asami sniffed. I was barely trying to hide anything. Still, I've gone further, much further before. Do not think I am somehow ignorant of your past affairs, Hiroshi said, his voice level. What do you mean? Asami said in a trembling voice. Yumiko? Such a sweet girl. Yuki, her father confided to me that the girl was besotted with you. Yumi, Sachiko, Sei, Shimako, Toko, Yoko, Nariko, Yoshino, Rei, Eriko, Kanako. Yes, I have been well aware of all your lovers over the last few years. What? Asami whispered. But. You. Let them happen? Why should I stop you? You're my daughter, independent and proud. You weren't going to wind up pregnant. And not one of them was a bender. Safe, contained relationships. No scandal, it would have destroyed either side. If I forbade it, you would find a way around the issue. I am aware of how you think, Asami. Oh, I knew what you were up to when your friends slept over, or you vanished off at parties. But none of them were anything like the ones who took your mother. Korra. Korra would have given me pause. I wish I'd slept with Mako now, Asami scowled. Did I do a better job of hiding the men then? You didn't mention either of them. Hiroshi frowned. There were. His gaze strayed to her stomach. At least you were sensible. Asami growled. Don't you care who they were? Don't you want their names to add to your little list? Of course I was sensible, I refuse to give up on what I've been doing to have a child. So you think I'm somehow mature enough to have sex, but not necessarily enough to use contraception. Her fingernails cut into her palms. It feels like I've only ever kept one secret from you, and it's 2 boys' names. Or do you want to know everything I did with them and to them? The girls are okay, are they? How about the kinds of things men and women like to do? I enjoyed it, so did they. She tried to grin through her anger. Hiroshi's face was dark. It's far too late now. Your firebender prince did not shock me either. He was perfectly placed to secure your future. I am just glad he acted on his own without prompting. He could give you everything you ever need. You would be royalty and protected, free to do what you desired. He could give you a better life than I. But he's still a bender, Asami said, frowning and confused. For now. That would not have persisted after the marriage. Amon would pay him a visit, and your husband would be no different than you are. Perfect, a perfectly equal pair. Asami's mouth opened and closed a few times as she tried to put her horror into words. How can you be so cold? She asked at last. Because I have to be. You must survive the revolution even if I do not. You were not meant to be here, you would have been safe back in the city and living a normal life. Hiroshi shook his head. But I couldn't leave you. Not when my cover was gone. We are forever one moment from the brink thanks to our shareholders. In your capacity as partner to the company, you would not have lasted more than a few days after I left. He smiled. Do not worry though, future industries might be lost, but your mother left your inheritance in Basing Se. More than enough to make a fresh start. Do you expect me to be happy about any of this? My entire life has been about what you wanted for me. Never what I wanted. You don't own me. And you let my girlfriends happen? I couldn't even rebel by sleeping with them. Why is it always about money with you? How do you know I could not have survived without you? What could I possibly gain from you? You've taken me from my friends, my home, my life. Your so-called friends would leave you in the end. The slum benders only cared about what you could do for them. Iroh might have been interested, but the daughter of the one funding the Equalists? He's not going to stand for that. You'd be disgraced when he left you. Korra would be hounded until she jailed you for betraying her trust. The heiress of the family disgraced. You would have lost everything. And who would be there to pick up the pieces? No one. You could go to the air acolytes if it came to it. But their power will be over in the blink of an eye. Please, believe me Asami, I just wanted to protect you. The sound of Asami's slap rang in the air. Stop it, Asami said, her breathing heavy. Hiroshi opened his mouth and Asami slapped him again. I hate you. Asami. Hiroshi tried. I hate you. She screamed. My whole life, you've always done something to make it miserable. I was happy. I was really happy. Friends, romance without complicated strings back to you. And you took it all away and never even asked me. My life is ruined. And it's because of you. I hate you. Asami slapped him again. Asami, please. He broke off, his speech becoming garbled as his face went blank. Dad. Asami paused. He slumped down to the floor. Dad. Hiroshi lay still and did not respond. She stumbled to the cabin door and yelled, someone? Anyone? Help me. My father. Your father has suffered a stroke, Amon said levelly as Asami stared at her father's unconscious body. His chest labored and moved as a handful of machines kept him alive. Is he? Will he? Your father may survive. Amon fidgeted. But our resources are not enough. If we reach Ba Sing Se we can procure better medical care for him. However, we are not scheduled to arrive in the city for a few weeks. Speed is imperative with his condition. If you were willing to assist we might reach aid faster. What would I need to do? Asami asked, her hand trembling on the bed beside Hiroshi. Regret flooded her. She could not forgive her father, but this? There is nothing to fear. I do not intend to ask you to attack any benders. We have fewer well-trained engineers than I would like. Assist with repairs and technical procedures and our downtimes will be much shorter. Amon shrugged. A simple equation. And Asami swallowed. If we went back, there is nothing back there for you. Your father is a wanted criminal. You stand accused of aiding both him and us. Miss Sato, the choice is yours. Aid us or allow your father to die. The rain finally stopped the next morning, but the villagers' hospitality persisted. Naga was soon laden with food and medical supplies. Meng even waded through the deep mud to say goodbye. I have a confession. I should have mentioned it yesterday, but I was enjoying myself. It was so good to see you again, she said to Korra. Again. Korra shook her head. I'm really sorry, but I don't remember you at all. Meng smiled. I don't blame you. It was 70 years ago, and you were called Aang back then. Aang was here. Korra asked. Wait, you knew who I was the whole time? Yes. Meng chuckled. I had the biggest crush on him. He had his fortune read by my mentor, Wu. Well, I haven't talked to my past selves yet. But do you want me to? No. Meng said. It's been too long. And he barely noticed me at the time. He was absolutely fixated on his future wife, annoyed Wu somewhat. Katara was here too. Bolin asked. Meng nodded. And Sokka. So, what was Aang's fortune? Korra asked. He was told something not dissimilar to you, great battle in the future. I do wonder if it's always true for the Avatar. If you ever do recall this, in future and you feel like coming back, please tell Tsuruya or her successor that the bones always predict that for you. I'll try to remember, Korra said, smiling. I hope they are able to. Meng smiled. I owe those three a lot. They saved us from the volcano. She gestured to the nearby mountain. Wu never predicted the eruption that Aang prevented. He stressed that not everything can be seen through divination. She glanced at Bolin. And Wu told him what I told you, Bolin, your destiny is yours to shape. Bolin grinned. It has been a pleasure to meet you. She bowed and shuffled away. Korra stared back towards the mountain again. What's that? Over the volcano. Bolin peered in the direction she pointed. Oh. That's a rainbow. They sometimes appear after the rain. How far is it? I'd love to see it up close. No one ever touched a rainbow, Korra, Mako said. Yeah. If you go after it, it moves away, Bolin agreed. Well, if I did it quick enough, Korra mused as Tsuruya approached. Avatar Korra? A hawk arrived for you. The girl held out a message tube along with a red hawk on her arm. Dear Avatar Korra, Bolin, and Mako. I hope this note finds you. You have done a good job of dropping out of sight. To keep you appraised of events, I have numerous operatives engaged in the search for Asami. We have captured some Equalists members so far. Those willing to talk at least indicate she is being treated well and is being kept safe. They were under strict rules to allow no harm to come to her. Unfortunately, the rapidity of their movement makes tracking them or capturing the main force incredibly difficult and impossible respectively. A list of suspected Equalist camps is attached and I hope the provisions accompanying this will aid you. I will send another hawk if I learn anything further. For now, please take Archimakaris, or Archie, with you and use her to contact me if necessary. I apologize I am unable to help in person, but I will do everything I can from here. Please take care and remain safe. Iroh. Korra glanced at the attached list and scowled. They've left Waharu already. At least we have more leads, Bolin said as he opened the provisions bag. Wow. Wow. What is? Wow. Mako stared into the bag and pulled out huge handfuls of yuan. Is it a lot? Korra asked. It was all Bolin could do to nod. With a screech a new hawk swooped out of the sky and nestled onto Naga's back. This one was pale blue and carried another message from Iroh. I realize I did not explain how hawks work. I do not know if any of you has made use of them before. They cannot just find people, otherwise locating Asami would be trivial. The letter continued on specifying various conditions for using the hawks as messengers. The birds could locate towns and both Archie and the blue hawk, named Azula, could identify Naga. Despite the initial shortcomings, the birds would quickly familiarize themselves with those utilizing them. And fortunately among Iroh's collection was one bird that had ferried numerous messages to Asami. Iroh added a postscript at the bottom of the note. Please don't tell anyone I'm assisting you or conducting this search. I stand to get in a lot of trouble with various mutual acquaintances. So Iroh is part of Team Avatar and he's not even here. Bolin said. 3 more members. 3. Mako asked. Archie and Azula. Bolin said. Oh. And I can use Azula to be pen pals with Iroh. What do you think, Azula? The hawk screeched. I do have to wonder about Iroh, Mako said. How he named his hawk after his great aunt. Korra asked. Yeah. Plus given what I heard about her. Well, up to him. Okay. He unfurled the map. We are here, and the nearest possible base is in territory of Zaofu. Isn't that Kuvirao's city? Korra asked. Book 2, Metal. Chapter 8, The City of Metal. Suyin was already awake when Kuvira reached the dining room. So? She asked. You're up early. And good morning to you too, Kuvira. Suyin smiled. This isn't so much out of choice as necessity. I got a report of a large, white dog-like creature spotted in this area. Her finger jabbed down onto the map she had unfurled across the tabletop. Korra, Kuvira said, stepping closer and checking the region Suyin had indicated. Suyin nodded. Unless someone else is roaming the countryside on a polar bear dog. Want to see if you can find her? With pleasure, Kuvira said, fighting back a grin. Oh, and take Wing and Wei with you, they're being restless, Suyin said as she leaned back against the table sipping her tea. They're always restless, Kuvira said half distractedly as she studied the map. Yes, well. This should help. Suyin sighed. It would be nice to have a more precise location, but without Air Bison I guess we're stuck with what we have. And Tenzin can't spare the time to help either. So Republic City is still not in the best of ways. Kuvira asked as she straightened up. And that's not even considering the Avatar has seemingly gone missing again. 3 times in just under 200 years. If you find her somehow frozen in a snowdrift, you are to bring her back here and thaw her, Suyin said with a frown. Kuvira chuckled. Yes, ma'am. Hopefully we'll be back before lunch. Have fun, Suyin replied. I, meanwhile, have to deal with some Equalist recruiters security picked up. Honestly, they tried that here of all places. There was no immediate urgency to locating the avatar. It was not as if the world descended into chaos every time one vanished. Yes, Aang's disappearance was swiftly followed by the obliteration of the air nomads, but nothing like that had occurred following Korra's absence. The world needed to have more faith in itself. People could stand on their own, provided they had good leadership, of course. And unity, something to bring everyone together. The Red Lotus, their whole ethos was so alien to her, so wrong. How could they have hoped to succeed? In the garden outside, Bader focused his undivided attention on what looked like an oversized engine. He was fiddling with something, his hands somewhere inside the mechanism. Kuvira walked up behind him, Bader not reacting in the slightest. She grinned and wrapped her arms around him, hugging him tightly. "Good morning, Bader," she said loudly. Bader jumped, trying to turn to see how had surprised him. He sagged slightly. Kuvira. That was surprising. His heart was racing in his chest. "Is everyone up so early this morning?" she asked. "Everyone? A new idea came to me last night, so I wanted to get started on this," he replied, patting the hulking form of his project. Kuvira rested her chin on his shoulder and scrutinized the engine. "It looks very similar to yesterday." Bader smiled. "It does. From the outside anyway. However, internally so much has changed. I increased the intake vents and..." Kuvira zoned out a little as Bader rambled, his pulse fast and excited. It was oddly cute seeing him so impassioned and focused. Kuvira blinked as Bader repeated his question. "Any reason you're up so early?" "Me? I'm always up at this time." She sighed. "But, I do have work to do. I have to go find the avatar. Again. At least this time she shouldn't run or attack me." Kuvira stamped down hard on the rock and closed her eyes. The vibrations through the mud and rock rebounded on distant objects, their forms and natures becoming clear to her for a flickering moment. Animals scurried in the undergrowth and under the ground. Some observed these strange-smelling giants that occasionally intruded into their domain, while others fled at their mere scent. There were animals in hollow logs. Animals up in the trees. The sensation of leaves falling to the ground. There. Footsteps. Distant. Not too far. "They're close," she said, opening her eyes. Wei peered at the ground. "Good job, you can do that. I can't make out anything on the trail." Wing sighed. "And the broken branches? Those are just coincidental, yeah." Wei flushed slightly and looked higher. "Oh." He coughed. "How close are they?" "Close enough to sense, but too far for the polar bear dog to bark at us, I assume." Wing replied. He peered into the forest. "How about a race?" Wei suggested. "A race to the avatar?" Kuvira asked. "Sure, why not? If you want." "Ready? Go." Kuvira was already shooting a wire up to the nearest tree as she said the last word. The other two were just behind her, but she still had the lead. She leapt from tree to tree with well-practiced skill, the forest easy to negotiate. Kuvira paused on a branch. Was it worth dropping down to check on her bearing? "No, we have been here. Look. Korra, and nearby." "What?" Another voice snapped. "Mako. The giant mushroom." Mako sighed. "Yes, it's a giant mushroom. We've seen loads of them." "No," Korra said forcefully. "We've seen the same one loads of times. We are going in circles." "Yeah, but this map. Look, it says." Kuvira bit back a smile as she swung towards the speakers. No sooner had she landed on a convenient branch, Naga barked a greeting. "What is it, girl?" Korra followed Naga's gaze. "Oh, Kuvira. Are we glad to see you?" "Korra," Kuvira said with a nod as she jumped to the ground. Wing and Wei were a fraction of a moment behind her. "Looks like I won," she said, smiling at the brothers. "Don't see why you're so pleased, it didn't mean anything," Wing muttered. "Hey Kuvira," Bolin called. And Wing and Wei. "Hi guys." "Korra." "Mako." Bolin, Wei greeted them with a nod as he reached the ground. Korra blinked and frowned, leaning away from Kuvira, flattening herself against Naga's side. You're not. Are you here to take us back to Republic City? Just to warn you, we have no intention of going back until we find Asami. She raised her hands in a fighting stance. Kuvira shook her head. No, no. Relax. We received reports that you might be in the area, but we're not going to try and deliver you home. Kuvira tilted her head to one side. And like we could make the Avatar do anything. Korra smiled at that. But, you should know Lin is worried, the Sato's reputation is beyond ruined and the whole city is upset their Avatar has gone walkabout. Korra sighed. I am not their Avatar. And we just want to get Asami back safe and sound. Also, while it's a really tempting notion, I have been repeatedly she threw a quick glare at Mako. Advised that bursting into their base, beating up all the Equalists and flat out killing Amon is a bad plan. Mako spun around. Hey, you never mentioned killing him before. Mako. It's a figure of speech. Korra scratched at her cheek and sighed. Fine. I'll do the bring him to justice thing. Wei stepped forward. What do you know of their bases? Mako opened his mouth, but Bolin spoke over him. Mako got some great information from his, former extra-legal acquaintances. We've been to 3 bases so far but they'd been abandoned already. There's one near the Jing River though. Suspicious. Extra-legal? A fancy way of saying underworld. Mako seemed to be having some trouble leaving his past behind completely. No matter. The Jing camp has also been abandoned. We found it yesterday. Korra's shoulders slumped. No. That was our last lead, Bolin exclaimed. Yep, Mako said scowling. Don't worry. Kuvira said quickly. We've been looking for Asami too. Lin doesn't believe half the stuff being said about Asami right now. Sue's had us looking for any trace of the Equalists. Korra smiled. Thanks. It means a lot to us. Also. Wing added. If you were heading to the Jing River, you're miles off course. If you kept on this trail I figure eventually you 3 would also need a rescue. Not that I mind rescuing the Avatar. And her friends of course. Did Wei just wink at Bolin? But this map. Mako said flapping the paper. Let me see. Kuvira whipped the map out of his hand in one smooth motion. She blinked. Detailed. Far too detailed for maps most civilians could get hold of. Just where did you get these? And where had that hawk on Mako's shoulder come from? A hasty exchange of glances between the trio from Republic City. Bookstore, Mako said with a wince. His response made Bolin giggle. Bolin, Mako hissed. I'm sorry, Bolin chuckled. That was so much like when Harui got asked where she worked. He trailed off. Oh. His eyes widened. She didn't work in a bookshop, did she? No. Kuvira said and eyed Mako. There was no chance he had gotten these from any bookshop either. The change in his pulse confirmed her suspicion. So where did she work? Bolin asked Korra. I don't know. She was your girlfriend. Korra exclaimed. Wait. I think Asami said she recognized her from somewhere. You should ask her when we find her. Bookstore. Wing asked peering over Kuvira's shoulder. Huh. Well. Wherever the trio were about to protest but Wing kept on talking. You got these from, you were reading them all wrong. Also they're out of date, the railroad is missing. And that forest is still there, he said pointing at the paper. So what now? Bolin asked looking between Mako and Korra, oddly nervous. We could scout the area? If we were pointed in the right direction. Mako asked, looking plaintively at Kuvira. Korra nodded. Yeah. If you're looking for Equalist camps, we want to come along. Kuvira refolded the map and held it out. While you are welcome to assist us. However for now, we recommend and indeed invite you to return to Zaofa with us. We should get an update from the other scouting teams later today. There may be some new information. Mako took the map from Kuvira's hands. Yeah, come back with us. We promise you'll love the city. Was Wei staring at Bolin? We'll show you around. None of you visited us before, right? Wing asked. Korra shook her head. I haven't. And if these two have, they've somehow never mentioned it. But. Korra fidgeted. We'll lose time. Asami might get moved again. It is a risk, admittedly. But we risk losing more time if we wander randomly. We offer exquisite food and soft beds. How long since you last had either? Kuvira said, gesturing towards Zaofu. Too long, Bolin put in quickly, his stomach rumbling. Zaofu was beautiful when they arrived a few hours later. Despite their glowing endorsements, neither Opal nor Kuvira had done the city justice. Korra stared around her. The vast metal domes of Zaofa were reminiscent of the flower Kuvira had formed for her months before. The streets were clean, free from both litter and crowds. And despite the metal architecture, Zaofa seemed to have more greenery, more plants, flowers, and trees per street than the whole of Republic City. The populace watched them with interest, and it was starting to get a little embarrassing. Even though Kuvira, Wing, and Wei had flecks of mud marring their clothes, it seemed inconsequential next to the mud her own clothing had picked up. She wanted to get out of sight and not muddy up the city simply by walking through it. Suyin was waiting on the steps of her home when the group arrived. Korra. Such a delight for the Avatar to visit our humble city. And these must be Asami's other friends. She asked, looking past Korra. Yep. Bolin said with a bow. You did briefly meet them at the Sados, Kuvira said a little too quietly. Please, come. We have plenty of room, and the chef was already planning something new and exciting for dinner, Suyin said, either not hearing or choosing to ignore the comment. The group trailed after her into what was in essence a metallic palace. Bader greeted them with a wave and a smile, and he introduced them to his father and another child, Huan. Opal did a double take as she wandered through the hall and then flung herself at Korra, who caught the heavy textbook Opal had flung into the air. She curled her spare arm around Opal. It's good to see you too, Opal, Korra said, shifting the book around in her hand. You could have told me. Opal glared over her shoulder. I thought you would still be asleep. Or does everyone now get up at the crack of dawn? Kuvira replied. Earth studies. Korra asked, peering at the book's spine. Opal stepped back and nodded. My course at the university. Might not be a metal bender, but I do like all that kind of stuff. Mostly theoretical though. Korra leafed through a few pages, finding herself soon lost in the morass of calculations and unfamiliar terms. Hope it goes well, she said as she handed the book back and turned to Suyin. Kuvira mentioned you might have gotten word from the other scouts. All business this Avatar. Suyin said with a laugh. We haven't had all the reports in, but rest assured they are doing everything they can to find the Equalists and Miss Sato. And more importantly, trying to ensure they aren't noticed while doing so. If we spook them, well, we have start all over again. Suyin smiled. So rest up, try and relax until we know anything more. We'll try. Well. Kuvira did offer to teach me metal bending. Korra said. Oh. Yes, of course. Please do. What a delight, my protégé a teacher to the Avatar. Kuvira? Would you mind showing Korra and her friends around? Suyin asked. Not at all. Please, Kuvira said, gesturing and lead the visitors further into the palace. And please join us for dinner tomorrow, Suyin said. My schedule is a mess today, and on top of that I have to go interrogate Equalist recruiters. I'll let you know if they know anything, but they seem too capable of little but spouting that nuisance propaganda. We'll arrange something so you can talk to your parents as well. Don't worry about Su, she won't let on that we did find you or that you're here, Kuvira said as they walked on. The spare rooms were more sparse than the Sato mansion, but much more modern than Air Temple Island's facilities. Kuvira pointed out one or two specific landmarks on a vast map of the city. Mako seemed particularly intrigued with the library, while Bolin requested to tag along with Korra's training. Metal bending is at its core very focused earth bending of the form I suspect you are already familiar. But rather than trying to influence the whole form, you need to focus on the earth within the metal, the impurities. Despite the name of the discipline, metal itself remains impossible to bend. The impurities, however, are not. Move the impurities and the metal must move with them. This is the essential essence of all metal bending, Toph Bafong's greatest discovery. Kuvira smiled and held up a sheet of shimmering metal. The single limitation with metal bending we have found to date is platinum. No metal bender has ever influenced the metal. We are fortunate then that it is exceptionally rare. Gold and silver are the next trickiest respectively. Those can be manipulated, but it is awkward and inelegant. The difficulty scales through every known metallic element beneath them, from bronze to. Kuvira indicated a curious black rock on a nearby pedestal. For practice and for initial training we use this. Kuvira held the rock up. This may look unfamiliar, and its origins may sound peculiar. This is a fragment of space rock. Our visitor from space is unlike any other rock on our world. This material has many metallic attributes but is exceptionally close to pure rock. It is perfect for first-timers. Kuvira moved her hands, the rock flattening into something almost fluid. A twist of her fingers and the rock looked almost squid-like, tentacles jutting out from a large mass. Kuvira clapped her hands together and held them out to Korra. When she parted her hands, a slightly uneven oval rested in her palms. "Now, you try." "I hope I can do this," Korra said as she took the rock. "It'd be nice to be able to do it. Not convinced I can do lava bending, so this'll be something of a consolation." She focused on the rock elements starkly obvious. "Okay. Now to move them." The rock quivered on her hand but stayed in the same shape. According to Topha's own account, Aang was not capable of metal bending either. Su has speculated that his personality was so far removed from an earthbender's that he simply could not focus as he needed to, Kuvira said. "Then I want to be the first avatar to do it," Korra grimaced as she focused on the rock again. With a quiet crack the rock shattered. "Damn. No, no." "Excellent," Kuvira said. Korra looked up at her in surprise. "You just metal bent. Breaking it still requires the manipulation of the physical structures therein. The rock has broken, it must have been bent. So, in my capacity as a metal bender, I can hereby confirm you have the distinction of being the first metal bending avatar in the world." "Woohoo!" Korra shouted, throwing her hands in the air. "Bolin, did you see that? Metal bending." Bolin grinned. "I knew you could do it." "You want to try?" Kuvira asked. She threw a space rock over to him. "You never know, Bolin. It helps to start with this and work up. I want to try another." "How about that one?" Korra pointed at a larger rock set on a pedestal. "By all means," Kuvira said. "Remember the principles from before, but this time try to move the earth more smoothly. Push it into place rather than wrenching it. It requires more force than earth bending, but if you apply too much, the rock will split again." "Okay." Korra took a deep breath. The rock molded under her fingers, each movement accompanied by a metallic creak. There was no crack of destruction this time, instead the metal moved where she wanted it. Mostly. It was like handling thick clay. A few moments later and she had a very large, very malformed flower resting on her hand. "What do you think?" Kuvira whistled. "I'm impressed. That's the fastest I've ever seen anyone pick up metal bending." Korra scratched at her cheek. "Thanks." She turned to check on Bolin, who looked less than enthused. "Hey, Bolin? Are you okay?" "Fine. Totally fine," he said as he squeezed his own rock even tighter. The tension went out of his arms and he sighed. I'm not sure I'm cut out for metal bending." "Don't sell yourself short," Kuvira said. Other metal benders had no idea they were capable for years. "Practice as much as you like." She sidled closer to him and side-eyed Korra. "Between you and me, I think our avatar here has it easier since she's got centuries of earthbending experience to draw on." "Hey. I can hear you, you know." Korra protested. Bolin offered a weak smile and refocused on his rock. Still nothing. He looked disappointed. Ah. No wonder, he had told her he admired Toph the most out of Aang's group. Korra bit back her smile. Did he realize that with his personality and interests, he was the most like Aang himself? Wrong element, but he had all the traits of an air nomad: art appreciation, animal lover, friendly, cheerful. Would that make him happy? Before she could speak, Bolin sighed and thumped the rock down on the nearest pedestal. Might as well face it, I'm never going to be able to do it. Don't lose help, Bolin. We'll practice together. If I can figure it out, so can you, Korra insisted. It'd be nice. But what if I just can't? Like lava bending? Metal bending would have been so useful against the Red Lotus. And the Equalists. Equalists. Korra sighed. Asami. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, and I know I only met her a few times, Kuvira said, shuffling her feet. But we are all worried about her. And not simply for the business angle, though that has not been fun when things started going wrong for future industries. But at her birthday. Kuvira shook her head. No one had a bad thing to say about her, and I can't see her being so close to the Avatar and not being a good person. And now. She trailed off. Her life is kinda wrecked, Korra finished, nodding. She didn't deserve any of this. No. And I appreciate once again that it's difficult to not worry. And that even the scouts' reports might not help with that depending on what they say. Kuvira grinned. However, I can offer to help you release some stress and tension, if you want to. It might help. What did you have in mind? Korra asked. Sparring, you did accept the idea a while back, Kuvira said. I did. And? Yeah. Sounds interesting. She glanced at Bolin. You want to come too? You'd be more than welcome, we can take turns, Kuvira offered. Thanks for the offer, but I'm happy to just watch, Bolin replied. The gym was empty except for the three of them. Perfect. Korra pulled her boots off and bounced on her feet, limbering herself up. Kuvira removed the bulkier parts of her uniform and took her place opposite. I'll give you the choice, which element should I use? Korra asked. Which is your favorite? Kuvira replied. None. Avatar, Korra said, pointing at herself. Balance and impartiality is my thing. Kuvira studied her, eyes sweeping across her to focus on her arms. You used fire and earth against me last time. I've fought so many waterbenders. Kuvira grinned. Air. I pick air. I have never had the chance to fight against an airbender. Maybe I should have asked Tenzin. She shook her head. Korra smirked. Good choice. I'm still newest at that one. Not gotten into a real fight with it either. All I do is drills and breathing exercises with Tenzin. Korra raised her fists. Bring it on. First some rules, the one who brings down her opponent scores, Kuvira said as she dropped into a ready stance. And remember ladies, Bolin called from the scoreboard. Fair and clean fight, referee Bolin is keeping a close eye. Feels like a real match. With scores, referees and everything, Korra said. What's the limit? She asked. 5 falls. Kuvira suggested. How about 5 pins? Korra offered. Make it 10. Deal. No holding back, okay? Kuvira asked. Should be fun. Go. Bolin called. Korra blasted a funnel of air at Kuvira, but she ducked under the jet in the same moment and hurtled forwards on a wave of rock. One arm around Korra's waist and she was on the floor with Kuvira pinning her. You have gotten a lot better than last time, Korra said, too stunned to move for a moment. Been training just to beat you, Avatar, Kuvira replied with a sly grin. Good to see your fighting spirit. You haven't seen mine though. Then show me, Kuvira said. Kuvira was not an opponent to underestimate. As Bolin called for them to start, she punched a rock from the floor and shot it forwards. Korra was ready this time and dropped to the floor. The rock whistled over her head, and it was a simple matter to whip Kuvira's feet out from under her and push herself forward to pin her this time. It seemed only sporting to help Kuvira to her feet afterward. Enough of a warm-up, do you reckon? Yeah. I think I'm ready to go all out. How about you try a different element this time? Kuvira asked. This is so intense. Bolin yelled from the distance. I love it. Blasts of water, fire, earth, and air shot around the arena. With each round, Korra cycled to a new element. Water and fire gave Kuvira the greatest issues when Korra pressed them into use, and she was exceptionally hard to keep up with even one-on-one utilizing rock. Air felt like the weakest of her skill set, and Kuvira seemed to have no trouble pushing through her attacks and defenses. And that's victory for Kuvira. Bolin called out. I won this time, Avatar. Guess that makes us even, Kuvira sounded close to taunting her. Another round. You only won one more of these than I did. Bolin. Reset the score. Korra huffed. You want to start from scratch? Fine. Korra had a feel for Kuvira now, how she thought, how she used the earth. Where her strengths were and where her weaknesses. Earth remained the trickiest to use against her, but even she was not insurmountable. A few of Gauzen's more complex and exotic moves surprised her. The other three elements were easier to use against Kuvira. Korra was breathing hard but grinning as she stood back up after her 10th win. Had enough? She asked. Kuvira clambered to her feet. You still only won by 1 point. How about? Kuvira stared at her arms again. How about no bending? Oh, Korra grinned. Now this ought to be interesting. No elements, just one-on-one between two women. She glanced over to Bolin. One more time. It was surprising how easily this training came back. How to incapacitate an opponent, disarm them, trip them, throw them. All part of her training. It had seemed futile at the time. She was the Avatar, she could use bending against her opponents. Now it was unexpectedly coming in handy. But it was not quite enough. Kuvira was police trained and much more recently than her. Towards the end of her days in the north, the Red Lotus had been solely focused on bending. All her skills and techniques were at least 2 decades out of step with her opponents. It was difficult to know how to deal with a few of Kuvira's more unexpected attacks. After many victories on both sides, Kuvira flopped sideways after one particularly challenging victory and just lay beside Korra as they both panted. Even the air felt warm now. One more. Korra said. If you can still stand up. I can totally. Korra tried to sit up, winced and flopped back. Maybe this is enough for today. We can do it again tomorrow if you want. Kuvira offered. Deal. Korra tilted her head back. Thanks for keeping score, Bolin. No problem. It was great watching you two. I'll let you get cleaned up, I'm going to catch up with Mako. Korra stared at the ceiling as the echo of Bolin's footsteps died away. I'm getting sleepy. If I'm not careful I'm just going to doze off here. Kuvira hummed agreement. Me too. Neither of them made any attempt at moving. Kuvira. Korra. This is the first time I ever got to spar like this. Well, it was part of my training. But just for fun like this. Never had that before. Kuvira chuckled. I've never sparred quite like that either. Most fun I've had since. Well. Most fun in ages, I think it's safe to say. Korra looked to her side to find Kuvira smiling at her and smiled back. But who won the 3rd round? Korra asked, peering at the scoreboard. 0-0. Bolin must have reset it. Can't, remember, Kuvira said. Okay. We can't leave it like this. Arm wrestling. One final round, sudden death. Korra said. Ugh, Kuvira groaned as she rolled onto her stomach, but smiled as she clasped Korra's hand. Okay. On 3. 1, 2, 3. The match was nothing severe, and despite some half-hearted straining, they both quickly found themselves laughing too hard to carry on. Okay. We'll settle this tomorrow then. Deal, Kuvira said, dropping her head onto the floor. Tomorrow, Korra muttered, her eyes widening. Oh. Hey. Can you help me with something? Kuvira peered at her. Sure. But I need a shower first. Bolin glanced around cautiously before taking a step back to stare at the huge metal statue of Toph. Whoever had created it had made her look so beautiful, so amazing. This whole city was so cool. Just like how Kuvira fought. Simply amazing. Since Topha's daughter trained Kuvira, then that must be something close to how skilled the first metal bender had been. The sparring had been nothing like Bolin had seen before. Pra bending was nothing like as tactile and close as that had been. She was almost like a upcoming rival in a radio series, like the sports dramas where the girls from two different schools fight it out in the championships, and it comes down to one final game, their last chance to do so until graduation. And whole sections would be the flashbacks and how the rivals used to be friends and their journey to reach the current point. Maybe best not to think like that. He would likely end up in the overlooked friend, hoping the object of his affections noticed him and getting so upset when Korra got injured in the final. And sobbing like fury when she soldiered on to victory. Though, in some stories he would be able to confess his feelings right at the end regardless of victory or failure with about a 50-50 chance of reciprocation. Hopefully the happy ending where the complexities of graduation and getting to the same university was not impossible. No. He was not just a character in a radio drama. Korra seemed happy to have him around. She always seemed to enjoy their little games on the way here. Bolin blinked. He had been wandering and not paying any attention to where he was going. Where was he now? Ah. The library. Hey Mako, Bolin whispered once he located his brother. Yeah. Mako asked, not looking away from his book. You okay? Fine. Your day been fun? Bolin asked. Pretty good, Mako replied, stifling a yawn. How about yours? Also good. I got to see Kuvira and Korra spar for hours. That was just, you have to see them do it all over again tomorrow, Bolin exclaimed. Mako's lips curled into a thin smile. I'll consider it. So, Bolin said, looking around. How are you and Bader doing? Mako blinked and finally looked up from his book. Me and Bader? What are you talking about? You have been in the library with him for some hours, Mako. I have. Mako glanced around. He's here. Bolin pointed towards a tall stack of books nearby. Bolin? That's a pile of books. And he's behind it, Bolin said. You didn't know? Nope. Mako said as he stared at his book again. Okay, Mako was being no fun at all. Bolin stared at the bookshelves for a few moments. Better to leave him to it, maybe wait for Korra and Kuvira to get cleaned up. Hey Bolin. Bolin stopped stroking Pabu's head and turned to find one of Suyin's sons jogging towards him. Oh, hi, Wing. He tried. It's Wei, the teenager corrected with a chuckle. Oh. I'm sorry. Bolin said as he scratched his head. It's fine, Wei said, waving his hand. Happens all the time. That must get weird. Me and Mako never get that. Some people have a hard time believing we're related, Bolin admitted. Wei tilted his head to one side. There's times when I wish me and Wing were like that, but, twins. He glanced around. Where is your brother? And Korra and Kuvira for that matter. Bolin nodded to the library. Mako's there. Korra and Kuvira just finished this amazing session in the gym. Wei smirked. The two of them seem to get on really well. Even more so if Opal's with them from what I heard. Yep. Bolin said. They scrapped to 10 pins 3 times. I guess Korra found her destined rival. What, like in a radio show? Wei asked. Well, hopefully not quite like that. Bolin said quickly. They seem to get on so well, Bolin said, trying not to think of the darker plot lines than sports rivals. Yeah, Wei nodded. Kuvira always gets so bored with sparring. No one can match her. Just as well she met Korra. Bolin grinned. Earth's the trickiest element for her, but Korra can do really well with the other 3 elements. Then they just started wrestling. No. It was a good thing. I feel like it's really the start of something between them. Of course they've got on wonderfully well ever since we met her. Pabu squeaked. That's right, Pabu. They are such good friends. Wei swallowed. I really like your pet. Is he a fire ferret? Bolin nodded. Like your team. Wei said grinning. Yep. He's my best animal friend. He looks fluffy. Bolin? Can I touch your ferret? Wei asked, a trace of nervousness in his voice. Oh sure, he replied, lifting Pabu from his shoulder and holding him out to Wei. Oh, he is soft, Wei said, running his fingers through Pabu's fur. This is amazing. Where did you get him? Bolin coughed. Okay, I'm not proud of this and I'm going to be honest because I left all this behind and it's my past and I'm not terribly proud of it. Bolin took a deep breath. Me and Mako might have stolen him from a pet shop. It was quite an adventure. Bolin broke into a grin and Wei smiled back. You know, he murmured. You look gorgeous when you smile. Wei said, still stroking Pabu but staring into Bolin's eyes. Oh, thanks. Bolin said. You have a nice smile too. Wei hummed appreciatively. Hey, want to go somewhere this evening? Mako? Bolin said as he closed the door to their room and leaned back against it. Yeah. I think I just went on a date. Congrats. I'm surprised you plucked up the courage to ask Korra at this point. How'd it go? Mako said, not looking up from his book. It wasn't Korra. Why do you always assume it's Korra? Bolin asked. Mako looked up and smiled at him. No reason whatsoever. So, he said, turning a page. Who was the lucky lady this time? Wei. Mako looked up again. Wei? As in Wei Bufang. Bolin nodded. You went on a date with Wei Bufang? Yeah. Cool. Mako turned back to his book. Did you have fun? Well. Yeah. But I didn't really know it was a date when I agreed to it, and he just wanted to know everything about me, and kept asking how long I would stay in the city and was there anywhere I wanted to go, and could he show me around. Well, surprise date or no, sounds like you have a good time, Mako observed. I think I need your advice though. Mako looked up again. This is really not my field, I'm sorry brother. But I assume you're not rushing into things, so dating will be pretty similar to Harui. After that. Not sure who you'd ask, Mako said, shrugging. Well, you see, that's it. How do I tell him I'm not interested? Bolin asked. So not that great a date? Mako asked. Well, I gotta say, I hadn't thought about it before, and I did when I was talking to him at dinner, and on the way home, and I don't think I'm into guys. I just don't want to run away and hide and not talk to him anymore. I did have fun, Bolin said as he fidgeted. Well, I think you should just tell him. Basic relationship advice whoever you're dating or not dating. Be upfront and honest about your feelings. Don't try to spare their feelings by lying about being attracted or not attracted to someone. Mako looked back down at his book. Mako? How did you get so good at relationships? You spent so much of last year heartbroken when Bolin. I have read this page 10 times now. I'm trying to read. Mako flexed the spine of his book. And you asked me for advice. I do not particularly want to discuss my somewhat checkered past. Bolin sighed as he rolled over in bed. He needed to at least try or he was never going to sleep. He gripped the metal frame of his bed and concentrated. Even just making the frame break, or bend a little would be enough. Then he could sleep secure in the knowledge that he could metal bend. Nothing. He gritted his teeth and pushed with all his might. Still nothing. Bolin sighed. Maybe he just could not do it. But if not, what was he doing here? Looking for a Sammy, yes. But beyond that? Mako had the library. Korra had Kuvira and they're fighting to keep them occupied. Even Opal had her studies. What did he have? Well, he could have had Wei, but it had been nothing like with Harui and nothing like Korra. He was nothing close to as smart as a Sammy or Mako. His strength did not come close to Korra or Kuvira. He loved so much to call them Team Avatar, but what could he possibly bring to the group? In the past, well, Aang was obviously the hero. Katara was the mother, the healer, the spirit of vengeance and justice and possessor of one of the most powerful and awful waterbending techniques known. Toph was the toughest and originator of a whole new technique. Zuko was the mature older brother type and drama prince. And Sokka was funny. Suki was the 11th hour helper. He was nothing like any of them, just a mediocre earthbender. Not great and not terrible. Not as funny as Sokka, not as tough as Toph. Nowhere close to as mature as any of them. No talent like Katara or Suki. Appa carried them and Uncle Iroh gave them advice. Was he Momo? No, surely that was Pabu. Bolin rolled over and sighed again, waiting for sleep to overtake him. Bolin flopped onto his back again. Sleep was not happening. Maybe now would be a good time to respond to Iroh's letter? It was still a little unbelievable. General Iroh of the United Forces, son of Fire Lord Izumi and grandson of former Fire Lord Zuko, was his penpal. It had been nerve-wracking to pen the first letter, unsure of just what to say as an opener. And before he knew what he was scribbling, he had described their meeting with Wu and her fortunes. The response arrived the day before meeting Kuvira and he had read it more than 10 times already. Iroh's handwriting was so neat. And that was before he got to the actual content. He pulled the rumpled paper from his bag and read it all over again. Bolin, I must say I am flattered by your request, and oddly, I think you may be the first person to ask for such a thing. So, I am very new at this and please excuse any mistakes I might make. It will be a pleasure to converse with you. Success. And Iroh even made sure to answer his question. I did once have my fortune told when I was much younger. They even used the same method which should make the comparison in fortunes easier. The oracle bones indicated that I was a turtle duck, not quite what I had hoped for. I was then forced to endure some tense embarrassment with my friends. They could not openly mock me thanks to social standings, but neither could I let on that the answer was so disappointing. Ultimately I never asked why I was represented by that kind of animal. Also, please don't tell anyone else about this, no, not even Asami when you find her. It will be our secret. There went that theory. Bolin glanced over at Mako. It could still be Asami and Mako as a couple then. What would or even could change things so much to allow that to happen? If Iroh had had the phoenix that would have settled things. He turned back to the letter. His day at the base and how busy it kept him, their preparedness to guard the city against. Well, Iroh could not really point to a specific threat, but they remained ready. Bolin was to assure Korra things were still fine in her absence if she was aware of the letters, and Iroh was oddly interested in a description of their journey to date, especially the scenery. Bolin still did not feel tired. Time to reply then. Dear Iroh, thank you so much for replying. I promise to take your turtle duck secret to the grave. In fact, you can destroy this letter once you've read it to protect the knowledge. I will burn it from your letter as well. Though, I think it's a great animal, it's so gentle normally, but if you hurt its flock it comes over all vicious and vengeful. Not that I wanted to imply you're like that. Once he started writing it seemed hard to stop. Words flowed out of him and he scrawled across the paper, covering their route from the city, across the plains and via Wu's town. He mentioned the day in Zaofu, the sparring match, his unexpected date, everything. He was yawning every other moment towards the end and his eyes were drooping despite his best efforts. At least he now felt tired. Bolin carefully folded both letters away, intent on sending his as soon as Azula returned. Contentedly he flopped back onto his pillow. It seemed no more than a moment later when his eyes flew open again. Sunlight streamed through the window and someone was knocking at the door. Korra, Kuvira, and Opal were on the other side, grinning at him. Morning. Korra said. Morning, Korra. You seem in a good mood today. Bolin said, confused. We are making some progress on the Equalist camps, Kuvira put in. Nothing solid yet though. If it goes well we can go check them out once the reports are in, Korra said. But that's not why we're here. So much noise, Mako muttered as he staggered to the door. Ah, good. You're up too. Korra seemed a little giddy. You know what today is, right? Tuesday. Mako asked. He glanced at Bolin who shrugged. Well, yes. It is Tuesday. It's also the start of the year. So happy birthday to both of you. Korra said, throwing her arms around the two of them, and Opal hugged them both as Korra stepped back. Kuvira simply nodded and waved one hand. Happy birthday, she said. Mako. Bolin stared at his brother with huge eyes. I can't believe we forgot our birthday. I'm finally 17. Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday to us, Mako more or less said as he stifled another yawn and forced his eyes wider. And Korra started to sing off-key. It's a happy birthday to Mako. It's a jolly birthday to Bolin. Kuvira, Opal glowered as she shook a tambourine in time to the song. You promised to sing too. Kuvira rolled her eyes but began singing. She was at least in tune, but with little enthusiasm in her voice. Another year, hooray! Another year away. Korra sang louder, her voice slipping off pitch. They came together on the last line. It's your special day, so be gay. Be gay. Korra and Opal shook their hands as they concluded, Kuvira limply waving behind them. Okay, so, let's get breakfast. Then I have a surprise for both of you. She studied them both critically. And change into something comfortable, we're heading to the gym afterward. She smiled. Kuvira and I have prepared something for you both. They sat in a smaller room than the usual dining hall while Kuvira and Opal went off elsewhere. Closer, more intimate than that huge room. Korra vanished off once the brothers sat down and came back with a large bowl on a tray. I wasn't sure what you'd like best, so Opal and Kuvira helped me cook some noodles. First time I cooked anything without Mom's help, so I apologize right now if they're not great. Smells good, Mako said, reaching for the noodles. Hey. Special day. I'll do that, Korra said as she slapped his hand and scooped a good amount of noodles into his bowl. Thanks. And for Bolin, she said as she repeated the action and sat back to watch them both. A moment of nervousness swept over Bolin. No. He should not be nervous about Korra's cooking. Not when she had gone to all this effort. He slurped a first mouthful of noodles and glanced at Mako. It was good. Really good. Korra, thank you. This is delicious, Mako said. Korra's smile widened. This is the bestest, most delicious, most good-smelling noodles I've ever had. Thank you. You're the best, Bolin added. Shiitake mushrooms are my favorite. It's kind of in honor of the first meal you ever cooked me. You had nothing but were still willing to make me food. I never forgot that. You were so different to what I was expecting. Everyone was supposed to be cold and hostile and scary, or that was what I kept getting told. I needed to repay it somehow, so I did this. Happy birthday again. She leaned forward and kissed Mako's cheek. Bolin tried to play it cool when Korra repeated the action on him, but the sensation crumbled his nerves. The warmth of her lips, her body so close to his, her scent. His cheeks felt like they were on fire. He hastily ate more noodles and they seemed to taste even better somehow. You didn't have to repay us, Bolin said after a slightly too long pause. What matters is we're friends. Thank you. Korra's smile was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. This was the most amazing birthday ever. The first time since he was 6 that anyone celebrated it other than Mako. And on top of that, Korra had given him a present. It was sort of a pity that it had been food and there would be nothing to hang on to. Almost nothing. Bolin resolved to never forget this moment ever. Opal and Kuvira were waiting for them in the gym, Kuvira in workout gear. So, just what is this surprise? Mako asked, eyeing the others. A team grappling match. Korra exclaimed. We'll start with Team Korra and Bolin versus Team Kuvira and Mako. How about Opal? Bolin asked. I'm just keep score, Opal replied as she hurried out of the ring. No way am I going to be any good at this. I'll just watch. And referee, I suppose. Opal. Kuvira called. We'll go easy on you. No chance. I remember the last time you went easy on me. That bruise didn't heal for 2 weeks. Opal called back. Kuvira smirked. Well, I guess it goes without saying that I'll fight Korra, Kuvira said to Mako. You can take care of your brother. Sorry, no, Bolin shook his head, his body tensed. Kuvira blinked. I'm sorry? Did I miss something? Mako and me. We can't hurt each other, Bolin said. Yeah, Mako said, hands clenching at his side. It's friendly, you know? It's not like you're going to actually hurt each other. Right? Korra asked. Bolin shuffled his feet. It just might go too far. Kuvira raised an eyebrow. You too. She gestured between them. You don't do the sibling thing. Sibling thing? Korra asked. Yeah, like Wing and Wei. They get annoyed at each other and start scrapping. Had to break them up loads of times. They fight over the silliest things. So, you two don't? Kuvira asked. I'd appreciate not being stereotyped, not all brothers are like that, Mako said. Korra looked downcast. So we can't do it then? Well, easiest solution would be to let them go on the same team. So guys versus the ladies, Kuvira said with another smirk. Bolin could feel his cheeks reddening. Fighting against a woman with bending was one thing. This. Well. If it was anything like the grappling yesterday, there remained a huge risk of hands winding up somewhere awkward, being very, very close to the other person. And if he wound up anything like how Kuvira and Korra ended most of their matches with one on top of the other, well. His body was going to betray him, and that would be embarrassing, as both Kuvira and Opal were here. And Korra as well, but maybe she would be okay with that. Bolin shook his head hurriedly. He could not just be so blatant when they had not even talked first. Mako seemed impossibly blasé about this. Sounds fine. I'll take Bolin, if you're okay with Mako. Korra asked. As far as he could tell, no one saw him jump when she said that. And remember, this is all friendly, guys. Korra held out her hand, Kuvira placing hers on top. Then Mako and finally Bolin. Let's settle this, Korra said. Korra was overwhelmingly strong. Even if he had been at full capacity and not aware of just how intimate these stances were getting, how good Korra's hand felt when it was doing nothing but press aggressively into his back, she would have still won without a problem. Breathing was becoming a chore. As was ensuring to check just where he was grabbing at Korra to not touch somewhere massively too intimate for how things currently stood between them. Was this simultaneously the best and worst thing ever? Best. Korra's body was literally pressed against his. She was trying to throw him to the ground, yes, but it still felt. On the other hand, there was a hard line of how things stood. And if he accidentally touched her, no. He needed help. Bolin caught Mako's eye. Hey, Korra? Korra. Mako said, stepping back from Kuvira. Yeah. Korra asked, still focused. Ease up on him. He was trying not to chuckle, Bolin could tell. Let me fight you and Bolin can take on Kuvira. For a moment Bolin felt relief. He tensed right back up when Kuvira stifled a smirk. She had a look on her face that said she knew exactly what was going on. Oh, I'm sorry, Bolin. Did I hurt you? Korra asked, leaning in far too close. And no. He replied. I'm fine. Sorry I was so rough. Next time I'll be gentler. Bolin's knees almost gave out. Head out of gutter, Bolin. Okay, Korra, Mako said, grinning. Come on. I'm your opponent now. The fight with Kuvira was easier. Still the close proximity, still the worry of a hand winding up in the wrong place. But, less risky. Less world-destroying if an accident did happen. She was still overwhelmingly stronger than him though. Kuvira won in seconds. Kuvira remained ambivalent on long hair. Getting it cut was never fun, hairstyles were the least of her concerns, but no one really seemed to like the seemingly easy directive of just make it shorter. So she had to walk in with some idea of how she wanted it to fit some mysterious aesthetic she cared little for. Skipping that was at least something. But agonizingly drying all this hair was tedious and eating up a lot of time. And waking up in the morning with it stuck to her face was unpleasant. And when it seemed to be some kind of super insulator on hot days and would catch on everything as she tried to keep it away from her neck. but in the cold it let in the chill without hindrance. She could get it all cut off. That would be so much easier. The knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She peered out the peephole. Korra and Naga. Korra was dressed in a white top and baggy blue pants, was grinning, her teeth huge with the distortion. Kuvira opened the door. Korra. Hey Kuvira. What brings you here? Ah, I was kind of hoping to see where you lived. Opal, oh, she'll be dropping by after she's done with homework, mentioned you lived here. Unless I'm intruding. No, not at all. Come in. I managed to miss showing you my home yesterday. It's fine. Kin Naga. Kuvira eyed the polar bear dog for a moment. Sure, she said, stepping back to let them both inside. Korra peered around the sparsely furnished house. I can't imagine living alone, she said. Always had someone nearby. I think I'm far too used to it, Kuvira replied. It's good for peace and quiet. Plus no one to bother you when you want to focus on your hobbies and personal stuff. Oh, I hope I'm not dash. It's still fine, Korra, Kuvira insisted with a smile. I'm happy for you to visit. So? Korra said, gazing around the room. If you don't mind me asking, where are your parents? Not in Zaofu. I was adopted, shall we say. Don't actually remember them, I was given away when I was very young, Kuvira said. Oh. Korra span. Sorry. I didn't mean to ask something like that. It's fine. Don't be so jumpy. Here, sit down. Kuvira perched on her chair and started drying her hair again as Korra slumped on the opposite chair. If I objected to the question I wouldn't answer. And I don't know why it happened, but I've always been happy here. So took me in, took care of me, taught me metal bending. She's something like a mother and I'm grateful to have her. Korra nodded a little awkwardly, glancing around the room again. Is it okay to look at your stuff? Feel free. Korra darted from her chair and studied the picture frames on the wall. Diploma of the Arts, University of Zaofu. Master of Dance and History. First class with honors. Wow. Wait. How old are you? 18 as of 3 months back. Korra laughed. We were born in the same month then. But wow, you already finished university already? I thought people did that when they were 21 or older. Differs from place to place, Kuvira said with a shrug. Education varies wildly the world over and it depends on the subject too. She smiled. Though honestly, I skipped some grades in school so I was over and done with it all well before the typical age. She rubbed at her hair. I know you never got the chance, and the brothers didn't either. But Asami, did she study engineering? She seemed, well, brilliant. Just wondering if she'd done similar. She didn't, Korra said. Her dad she winced. Had her homeschooled for years. Never got to go to university either, all that stuff she knows she never learned from the classroom. Remarkable, Kuvira said. Do you ever think about it? About what? Oh. University. Korra smiled over her shoulder. Don't really have the free time to worry about it. I know. I mean, if you weren't the Avatar? If you were just another waterbender, or maybe not even that? Kuvira asked. Would you go? And if you did, what would you do? Korra stayed silent for a long moment. I don't know. I have to admit that outside of pro bending and being the Avatar I'm not sure I actually have interests. Certainly not any academic ones I can think of. I know I don't get on well with geography, even if I remember it. Politics I think I'm too volatile for. I can't even conceive of what I would be doing for the rest of my life without bending. But. She gestured to the diploma. You knew. Or figured it out. History and dance. Sounds unusual. Was it? Not unheard of, but an odd combination, Kuvira admitted. Korra smiled. I still have never seen anyone dance half as well as you. Hope I do get to see another one of your performances. Thank you. I will always appreciate your attendance if you are able. And with that, Kuvira nodded towards the diploma. I was just fortunate I could pursue my passion like that. Korra moved on and studied the framed traditional prints. There are antiques, I guess. Kuvira nodded. Do you love this kind of art too? Well, I like those more for their meanings. That's why my degree had the history aspect. I love the kingdom's culture and history. Each of those pieces has a story to tell. It's odd, I find. 100 years ago someone can make a pot. And to them it's just a pot, not worth that much, they make loads every day. But this one pot, it survives, or rather, it endures. All the other pots break or crack or get lost, but this one in particular survives the world and everything it throws at it. And a century later someone recognizes it for what it is, who made it and where it came from. And now it's not just a pot. Now it's a priceless artifact, irreplaceable, and even if someone made an identical pot, it would be no kind of replacement. Korra was nodding. A very weighty concept. Never thought of it like that. Sorry, Kuvira smiled. I get too caught up in history really easily. Korra shook her head. It's fine. I love hearing about this. How about this one? Korra seemed to listen intently to everything Kuvira said. At her request she elaborated with increasing detail about sections of history and how they intersected with others. Korra asked only a few questions, often seeming to be using Kuvira's knowledge to fill in missing sections of her own. Kuvira bit her tongue when she touched on the founding of Republic City and the Fire Nation royal family. Korra had more than one friend in the family line. Unfortunate, and her predecessor had much to answer for in that regard. But she Korra, not Aang. Kuvira could not blame her for his actions. Korra pulled the door open at the knock while Kuvira fetched a drink from the kitchen. A surprised but pleased Opal was waiting outside. She was wearing a blue camisole and leggings. Instead of a polar bear dog, she had brought a badger mole plushie with her. Opal. We've been waiting. Homework all done? Yep. Free for the rest of the evening, she said as she flopped onto the sofa. Well, what's left of it, Kuvira commented leaning against the kitchen door with 2 glasses of water in her hands. Wait. You two were planning on sleeping here, weren't you? Korra grinned and nodded. Sleep over with Korra? Opal exclaimed. Kuvira sighed. I have precisely one bed. And we can barely both fit in that, she said pointedly to Opal. Not sure why you're so keen for a third. And that plushie? Ah, come on, Kuvira. Where's your sense of adventure? Korra could totally fit in 2, Opal said. Korra held up her hand. I promise I can take up almost no space. Kuvira was fighting to keep the grin from her face. She sighed even as she smiled. Fine. We'll try. Woo. Korra said. But if we can't, someone has to go on the sofa. Not me. Korra shouted. I'm claiming my space. She hefted Opal up. And I'm taking her with me. Bedtime. Opal giggled as Korra skipped towards the bedroom and dropped her onto the bed. The impact of a high-speed plushie was just enough to push her off balance, so she fell on top of Opal. Not that Korra really could not recover, it was just more fun this way. Opal squirmed underneath her, flinching as Korra started tickling. Korra. Stop. Opal gasped out between breaths. How do you get to be so cute? Korra asked as Opal tried to curl away from Korra's fingers. I'll get you for this, she tried to say. Kuvira. Rescue me. Please. Something strong, almost like steel bars, pinned Korra's arms back. Hey. Kuvira was behind her. She did ask, Kuvira murmured. Now, revenge. Opal said with a gleam in her eyes. Hey, this is unfair. Korra exclaimed as she tried to twist away from Opal's fingers. After far too long she was able to wrench from Kuvira's grasp and managed to trip her onto the bed. Okay. Now my revenge. Kuvira tried to wriggle away, also laughing, but her expression was not quite as fun as Opal's had been. Korra soon tired and flopped onto the bed beside Kuvira. That was fun. Yeah. Opal said, hugging her plushie. Kuvira sighed. If we've finished with the tickling. Fine, Opal glared. I'll get the light. Korra. Yeah. Can you give me something to see by? Kuvira asked. Oh sure. Korra sparked a small ball of flame in the palm of her hand as Kuvira switched the lights off and made her way back to the bed. Okay, Korra, you go in the middle. I'll take this side, Kuvira pointed. Opal can sleep that side. Tadakaki will have to sleep on the floor. No way. Opal said, hugging the plushie tighter. Well then move over a little more. With a lot of fidgeting and pressing against one another, they all managed to settle onto the bed. It was warm under the blanket, the girl either side of Korra so warm against her side. You really love that plushie, don't you? Korra asked after a moment. Of course. Kuvira gave me it when I was 7, Opal replied. You did? Korra said half over her shoulder. She really wanted it. It was the top prize at the darts booth. She tried 10 times and didn't come close. She was sobbing her eyes out and dash. Every time, Opal huffed. Every time you find a way to pick on me. You don't have to tell Korra all that. Kuvira ignored her. And she said, Kuvira, I want that badger mole. Please help me get it. So I did. That's really sweet, Korra said. It was, Opal said, curling away from Korra a little. She fidgeted and flipped over to face Korra, curling an arm beneath her neck and a leg up over her hips. This okay? She muttered. Korra hummed an affirmative. Different. Hey, I wonder how it would be if Asami were here too. I doubt we could manage. The bed would be extremely crowded, Kuvira said with a deadpan tone. I'd need a whole second bed for us. More cuddling though, Opal said, her embrace tightening against Korra for a moment. And would you really want other people around if you were in bed with Asami? Kuvira asked. Yes, Korra said without a pause. Kuvira chuckled. You're cute too. You know, I've slept beside Mako and Bolin, but never like this. Not this close. Does it feel different doing this with boys? Korra asked. Couldn't say, never tried, Kuvira replied. Oh, you're also a virgin. Oh. Wait, I just assumed you only liked boys. Maybe girls too. No, wait, you were on a date with Beta, right? So. Korra trailed off. Korra, it's fine. And I'm a virgin too, Kuvira said. Korra nodded. Then we're very similar. I thought. Well. I thought I was unusual compared to everyone else. Opal. Opal twitched against her. Same again, virgin. I don't think there's anything particularly noteworthy about the age of one's first experience, Kuvira said. I know of some people who never tried and are fine with it. I suppose. Oh. Korra smacked her head with her spare hand, the other curled under Opal's shoulders. I bet it would be something like when we were grappling earlier. With less trying to throw each other to the ground. Or is this some sex thing my innocent mind has missed? Opal asked. If it's that much like wrestling, I really have misunderstood the principles of sex. No, I think there's less of that, Kuvira said. But if you're really so curious, why not just ask Mako or Bolin to share the bed with you? Well. I could. But, It's different. I mean. When we asked to sleep over and share your bed, you didn't think we wanted to come here to, have sex or anything, right? Korra asked. Kuvira chuckled. Quite so, if you had. I'm not entirely sure what I would have said. I doubt we would have wound up like this though. But. Korra said. If Asami had said that to me. Well, I would have known what she was thinking. And you would have said? Opal prompted. I would have felt very conflicted. I would have wanted to but at the same time not wanted to. Right now, I don't think I would feel ready, if that makes any sense. Still, that's academic now. Korra paused to regather her thoughts. But if Mako or Bolin were here, they would feel different. Kuvira seemed to tense against her side. If I was in bed with Asami, and we wanted to have sex. She licked her lips considering her next words. I would have some idea of what it would be like. I mean, I've seen Asami naked. Oh. Opal asked. But you just said you hadn't slept with her. In any sense of the word. I haven't, Korra said as she grinned. We. The day before her birthday we wound up kissing in her room, and she kept touching under my top and that felt good, so I touched her the same way, then she took her shirt off and she helped take mine off and then it was dinner time and we had to get dressed really quickly. But I just meant there was this one time we shared a bath when I was living with her. She wasn't shy at all when she got undressed, and I kept staring at her and she didn't shy away of anything. I'd never seen anyone like that before. She was beautiful. And she was always hugging me, so I know what it would be like to be that intimate with her arms around me. I just don't know what sex would be like with her. I know what it would be like before we started, but I can see what you're getting at, Opal said in a slightly tense voice. But with Mako and Bolin, it's all uncharted territory, you know? I've seen men without their tops, so I know what their chests looks like. And I've read they're not as soft there. Not like me or Asami. Or either of you, I guess. But lower than that. I've read stuff about a guy's, you know. The word you are looking for is penis, Kuvira said with a sigh. Yeah, Korra said. I've read that they're hasty swallow. Penis is usually soft. But when they have sex it gets hard. Really hard. But I can't imagine that at all. I don't know what it looks like. Well, I've seen animal ones. But I don't know if they look that similar to human ones. I guess they must be a bit like them, but I don't know how they look either, Kuvira said. Me neither, said Opal. Asami does, Korra said. And I was going to ask her at some point what it looked like. How it feels. You know, to touch? Is it different when it's soft and when it's hard? And she squirmed a little, blood flow making her aware of her own body and its reaction to her thoughts. And what it's like when they're lying on top of you or you're on top of them. Or however. Asami has all these books I read and they were really graphic about what you do when you have sex. And it tried to describe it. But I could never quite imagine what it felt like. I wondered if they were written thinking you did know. Korra fidgeted. I know he gets all hard and you do some stuff to him and he does other stuff to you. Then you're ready and it's time and you're going to have sex with him. But I don't know what it feels like when he goes inside you. Kuvira twisted away from her. Korra fell silent. Are you okay? She asked after a pause. Fine, Kuvira replied. Just not a conversation I particularly wanted to have. Oh. I'm sorry, Korra said. It's fine. How would you know? Just. It's all my university friends ever seemed to talk about, Kuvira replied. I don't mind, Opal said, sounding a little breathless. Yeah, but we have to be fair to our host for invading her bed, Korra said. Opal made a quiet annoyed noise in her throat. Maybe we should just sleep. Kuvira sighed. Please. Don't worry about me. I've been through all this before. I'm not stopping just for that. Korra squirmed. Shouldn't have talked about it so much anymore and, yeah. Genuinely tired now. Sleep is sounding good. She leaned over to kiss Opal's cheek. A shock ran right through her from her lips to her stomach and further down. Their lips had touched. Not properly, just the corner of Opal's mouth, but the sensation had been incredible. Reminiscent. How good that had felt when Asami did it. And suddenly stopping seemed like a less than sensible plan. Why had she given up that? She jerked back, unsure of how Opal would react and sat up. Sorry, I just wanted to give you a good night kiss. Korra trailed off. Well. Opal looked flushed in the dim light as she sat up as well. You certainly did that. And, it's okay. Opal's gaze kept flicking up to meet her own. Hey, Opal? Can I try again? Opal turned her cheek to Korra. No. I meant, a proper kiss. On the lips. Korra bit her lip. Lips. Opal echoed, her mouth dropping open. Behind her Kuvira rolled over. I'd like to try kissing you, Korra said. Oh okay, Opal said. Korra leaned towards her, one hand on Opal's cheek to guide her. Opal tensed as their lips met, but her eyes soon slid shut and her body seemed to melt against Korra's. Korra shut her own eyes, trying to remember everything Asami had done with her, to replicate it now for Opal. She felt different to Asami, and where Asami had seemed to guide these moments, Opal seemed happy to let Korra set the pace. She sat back after a breathless, passionate moment, Opal's face darkly flushed. That was nice, she said, trembling fingers touching her lips. Korra tried to not chuckle at the similarity. You kiss differently, Opal noted. Still good though. Opal nodded vigorously and Korra grinned. I had no idea you'd kissed anyone, Opal, Kuvira commented. Still, this is unexpected. Hope you can both cope with long-distance relationships. Unless you plan on moving here, Korra. It's just a kiss, Korra said, Opal's vigorous nod visible out the corner of her eye. Now your turn, she said as she turned to Kuvira. Me? Why? I want to see what it's like. I want to kiss all my friends. Korra blinked. But if you're uncomfortable, it's fine. Kuvira sighed. It's not so much I'm uncomfortable, it's more I haven't done it before and I really don't know what I'm doing. Not even on your date? Korra asked. No. I haven't even kissed Bader, Kuvira answered. Korra frowned. Oh, I thought. Never mind. You saw me and Opal, right? Kuvira nodded. And while I am admittedly new to this, I have had quite a bit of experience. And you are very, very good, Opal said, hugging Tadakaki tight. Unless. Is this going to cause a problem for you? Korra asked. For me? Why? Kuvira looked puzzled. You're with Bader, right? Kuvira rolled her eyes. As you said mere moments ago, it's just a kiss. I'm not about to let it derail everything I have with him. Korra smiled as she leaned down. Okay, just when you're dash. Korra's lips cut Kuvira off. Like Opal, Kuvira tensed as their lips met. Unlike Opal, the tension never quite left Kuvira, though she did at least relax after a moment. Korra lifted her head to find Kuvira breathing heavier. Okay. Kuvira licked her lips, considering. It was enjoyable. Not to dismiss your skills, she added hastily. It's just new. As long as you did like it, Korra said. I did. Korra grinned. My second and third kisses, Opal and Kuvira. So, having kissed you good night, night. Opal smiled. Good night, Korra, she said, arm and leg now embracing Korra again. First Asami, now you two. I wonder what it would be like with Mako and Bolin. Korra asked. Kuvira sighed. Why don't you just ask to try with them? I doubt they'd object too much. Yeah, but they're always together. And the times when I'm with Bolin? We always wind up having too much fun for me to be in anything like the right mood. I want to try with him, but I just don't want to stop what we're doing to ask. I'll figure something out eventually. I want to try kissing all of Team Avatar. Book 2, Metal. Chapter 9, A Use for a Saved Life. He lay on his back, staring up through the barred window and towards the moon. The sight of it was always a comfort here. Possibly the only one he still had. The others in the cell slept as close to soundly as possible given their situation. What was it like in the outside world now? How long since he had last been able to walk free? His earliest memories were hazy, a father, a mother. A brother playing with him in the snow. They rode on the otter penguins together. But between those fragments of his past was nothing but void. Slivers of memories without context, and the repetitive sound of two words, Republic City. Those were the last words his brother had spoken to him. Or were they? Had those words been spoken to him, had they once had meaning, or were they just the product of a fevered dream, a hope for something better? He closed his eyes and rolled over, willing himself to sleep. He was on a ship, the ocean stretching all around him, an endless plain of blue-green. The water shifted towards blue, the split between sea and sky invisible. He reached down to the ocean waves, calling them, moving them with the motions of his hands. The water bent to his will, producing choppier waves and causing tendrils of water to separate from the mass. Water was his to manipulate. His skill. The waves now rocked the boat. Waves all around him. Waves above him. The water was black. Darkness spread in all directions, and the water, if it even was water now, would no longer submit to him. His eyes snapped open at the pounding on the cell door. "Up," barked the daily agent, "a different one today," not that it made any difference. For any slight hint of individuality, the agents still all acted near identically. Demanding they wake when fast asleep, subjecting them to harsh uncompromising training. Then pitting them against each other. It had become his life. Not today though, today at least was the final test. A brutal competition, only the toughest able to graduate. Those who survived with their lives intact and could still stand unsupported. Any weakness in it was the end. To graduate was to become one of Prince Gao's secret waterbender army, ready to face the world and do anything he asked. These others who scrambled from their beds, blinking sleep away with years of experience, just how many of these men and women could hope to survive? The others fell around him as he persevered. He knew both of their names, their past name, before this life, whispered secrets in the darkness of the first few days. Against the rules. Forbidden knowledge. A past shared that ensured punishment for all. He remembered though. The old names and those the daily granted them. He had been with them all so long, spent so many years training. They shared a common past of ignorance. None could remember the before with much clarity. Their lives began down here, in the dark. But he would remember them. Mayumi gasped from the ground, the tip of his ice's pike coated in blood as she gasped and struggled for air. "Amon," she said, eyes closing for a moment as pain racked her. He glanced around, judging, weighing options. Distance of the other combatants. How many still lived? Acceptable. He crouched beside her. "Yes. Please. Please, don't forget about me," she pleaded, her breathing hurried as she choked out her words. "I won't. I promise I will always remember you." Another name for his list. He was breathing hard when the daily finally halted them. What was now left of them? They stood rigidly in place as training dictated as daily operatives moved silently between them and took the dead with them. Ayato, Haruka, Kublai, Ling, Nora, Mamoru, Masayoshi, Naeli, and Shinobu, they were still standing. Ready to now fight for Prince Gao, the man who would be the next Earth King. They would be the ones to go outside. Who would see the world again? After the endless years in the catacombs, he would fulfill his purpose, as a weapon of the Earth Kingdom. It seemed a small price to pay for the open air. Something was wrong. When the daily arrived in the hours just past midnight, it was not to allow their ascension to the world above. Instead, daggers flashed through the air, the survivors impaled and dying all over again. Was this his end? The final end despite every sacrifice, every effort he strived for? Would it have been easier to fall sooner? To avoid the taste of freedom only to have it snatched away so late? No. He would not let it end here. But there was no water. There was no way to fight back. Screams and pain rang out around him. Water. There had to be water. Sweat. Not enough. Think. The moon was shining brightly above him. If he just had water, if there was just a nearby source, then he could fight back. But there was none. The daily were too smart to allow them something as useful as water. Blood splattered across the floor, flowing out of bodies, pooling on the uneven floor. Blood. There was water in blood. He seized the chance. It was different, slower, awkward, but the blood still responded. He could control it, it froze into grisly red spikes. Not enough. Daily chains pinned him even as he tried to strike. He needed more. More? There was blood inside him. Blood inside the daily. He reached out. The chains relaxed on him as the daily's eyes went wide, as they stared in panic and their movements halted. The chains dropped around him and now he could move his hands more freely, the expressions of agony on his opponents' faces intensifying. Why had the notion never occurred before? To turn these sadists' bodies against themselves. Enough, the effort was exhausting, the blood difficult to maintain a grip on. He pushed, the dialy flying to smash against the cell walls. Held in place by the force of his will. Held in place by blood. Their noses bled, the impression of water within their bodies confusing, unfocused. How badly damaged were they? Why? He asked the nearest agent. The dialy retched, gulping air as she replied. Prince Gao. Her eyes screwed up for a second and he eased the pressure on her. Dead, she gasped. Ho-Ting ordered elimination. Please. Don't kill Amon. He glanced over his shoulder at Naeli. Don't kill her. Not yet anyway. Make her show us the way out first. Made sense. Behind her a few other survivors were getting to their feet. All wounded. And so few. No matter. Thanks to his newfound ability they could escape. The dialy directed them through the passages until at last, fresh air. He ended her life and stepped up into the outside. Ba Sing Se. So this was the city. Riddled with soldiers and in a state of chaos. 3 princes died this night, 3 claimants to the throne eliminated by attackers unknown. A queen now held the throne. A queen intent on their death. A queen arresting suspected rebels almost at random, those falling prey to her now swung by their necks as a warning to others. Not that the warning mattered in the event of suspicion of rebellion. The city was still full of people. So many houses, so many homes. They could not stay here. There had to be somewhere better for them. The name came back, the one he could never forget. Republic City. Dad. Asami tried. Nothing. Dad. A pulse of hope in her stomach. Had his eyelids really just twitched a little in response? Dad. There. A twitch. Maybe he could hear her. Did he recognize her voice? A knock on the door made her jump. AI. Amon has requested the pleasure of your company, Miss Sato. AI was smiling. Not sure if I feel up to it, Asami replied. He was hoping to discuss possible treatments for Mr. Sato, AI replied. Asami sighed. Okay. I'll come. I'll be back later, Dad, she added to her father. How long had it been now since she had last been out of the infirmary? It felt like weeks, a nebulous time of watching, waiting for her father to wake up and terrible food. It felt wrong to leave him, not least when he was lying in that bed thanks to her. AI left her alone at Amon's door. Okay. She was not afraid of the equalist leader. He answered immediately when she knocked and bade her enter. Amon had a larger room than her own, a table set for 2 stood in the middle, and he was waiting beside it. Miss Sato. I am honored you accepted my request, Amon said, his voice soft, almost seductive. He gestured to the chair opposite him and closest to the door. Please. Sit. And if at all possible, I hope you can relax. It's not the easiest here, Asami said, stepping closer, nerves screaming at her. She had spent far longer in his presence than she ever wanted. She tolerated him so far to get care for her father. Quite why he treated her so gently was unclear, there was not one shred of hostility in his behavior towards her. You may have the seat nearest the door. The same door that you have not locked. It would be trivial for you to slip away if need be. I wish only to talk. Asami conceded the logic and sat down, Amon sitting opposite her a moment later. Is this really going to be dinner? Or do you just intend to watch me eat? She asked. While I hide my face Amon pulled his mask upwards exposing his mouth. This is only a mask. His skin was dark. Who was he really? We remain so grateful to Future Industries' assistance and your father made so much of our movement's recent successes possible. It would be remiss of us to not grant him the best treatment available and in addition extend our thanks to his daughter. I do hope your stay with us has been comfortable, Miss Sato. As comfortable as I could be since I'm your captive, she replied taking a bite of her meal. It was good. Miss Sato, we both know that is untrue, even if it might have been accurate once. Your father may have brought you to us, but you chose to stay with him. You are here voluntarily, Amon said with a smile as he sipped at his wine. Only until he gets treatment in Ba Sing Se. Your end of the bargain, Asami said, unnerved by Amon's smile, taking another bite of her dinner to mask any reaction. Yes, of course. I am above all a man of honor. I will keep my end of the bargain. Honor? You? I don't see how your terrorist methods had even a shred of honor in them. Asami put her cutlery down with slightly too much force. Amon licked his lips. Revolutions are often branded as terrorism or extremism or even evil by those who hold power when they occur. I stress as I always have that our concern is injustice towards non-benders. Our goal is not death or the destruction of anything physical. We seek only the elimination of the system that allows benders to remain in the positions of power, the one allowing those individuals to wreak suffering on so many innocents. Asami put her cutlery down and sat back. You are not hungry? Amon asked. No. Not anymore. I don't understand what you're claiming, she said. Amon was silent for a moment. I will show you. He stood up. Please, accompany me and I will show you the truth. Unless you do not wish to face it. Asami stood too. No. I want to see your truth. Though I must question how much truth I can expect from a man wearing a mask. He sounded amused. I wear this mask that it might be a symbol as the leader of our movement. Not as a person. Quite the reverse of the avatars, for example. Please, Amon gestured to the door. Asami followed him as he walked outside to the main camp. The ground was muddy and awkward to walk on. I remain curious as to why you are unable to understand our philosophy, Miss Sato. Asami considered the question for a moment. Well, bending is not the cause of suffering, individual people are either good or evil. She trailed off. Just what was Mako to her anymore? A friend. Things had mellowed certainly, but friends. I mean, I know benders who lost their parents and suffered because of other benders. Even Korra had that happen. They're still victims even if they can also bend. Amon hummed. I believe you inferred those brothers in addition to the avatar in your answer. Miss Sato, I was aware of them, have known of them for some time, long before they came into contact with you. Tell me, in your estimation, if they were not benders, do you think they could have survived on the streets? If you do not, I would ask what you think then of all the other children who do not have bending. Asami frowned. I'm confused. Are you underestimating non-benders? But your organization, it's all non-benders. Amon sighed. You still underestimate the problems bending causes. I shall attempt to explain. The younger one, nothing remarkable there. An earthbender of no note dash. There is far more to Bolin than that, Asami interjected. The older one, Amon continued ignoring her. He is rather different. Were you aware that Mako was well known to the police long before you ever came to know him? That he has been associated with both Shadishin and Zalt. Amon glanced at her. I see you know at least some of it. Two of the most dangerous gang leaders in Republic City. Triads who raise children to do their dirty work. And Mako. You know, of course, that he is capable of lightning bending, and therefore you must also know how he came to that knowledge and why. Asami shivered. Child benders working for adult benders. And because Mako held within him both the skill to bend fire and the potential to bend lightning, he was abused and exploited. Your acquaintance became a tool of oppression in the slums. And had you not intervened, he would have gone on to recruit other children. The cycle would continue and perpetuate. But I did intervene. I broke that cycle. By your logic, all we would need to do is take care of those forced into the slums. And she frowned. Didn't you just say Mako would have had less chance of survival if he could not bend at all? Without bending, all would be equal. No oppression of others, each could survive equally. In a world free of bending, in the world I shall bring about, no one will have an unnatural advantage between the oppressors and the oppressed. Wealth, Asami snapped. The wealthy will still be capable of oppressing the poor, she said. Miss Sato, we call ourselves the equalists for a reason. As much as your status helps us for the moment, you cannot be allowed to remain in your lofty position forever. We will equalize everyone, Amon replied. But you are not giving anyone a choice. Does anyone want to have their bending taken away? And all your example shows is that benders oppress other benders. It's like during the war, airbenders wiped out, earthbenders subjugated by the Fire Nation. Again, that was oppression due to bending, not lack of it. Amon stopped to stare at her. And do you expect me to believe that the death of the airbenders was selective? That they destroyed only those with bending? Please. They eradicated the family lines to prevent the tribe resurfacing. And the entire Earth Kingdom was subjugated, not simply the benders. Firebenders suppressed the Earth Kingdom and the Southern Water Tribe. Firebenders eradicated the Air Nation, and Susan's comet gave them the power to do so. But Asami protested. They were obeying the Fire Lord's orders. Bending had nothing to do with his power. But those flames, the ability to call up fire as they did, these were the flames that burned the Air Nation. Many have told me swords would be just as effective, but it is harder to eradicate an entire people with swords, is it not? Without the threat of the Avatar, why would the Fire Lord even go to such an effort? Amon chuckled. What's so funny? Asami asked. I find ironic given your own history that you should be so well acquainted with the man in line to become the Fire Lord. Asami glared at him. I judge him by what he does. Not his bending or his family history. But that cannot scale, Miss Sato. We must concern ourselves with the well-being of the many. Your father's, no, your company, it provides people with jobs, and yet, I understand it was less than keen on the employment of benders. Amon asked. Asami scowled. My father's decision. And a brave one. I find it curious the one notable exception to your father's rule was Mako. In any case, your company flourished while not relying on bending. Think of everything you accomplished. Now consider everything the world could have if we all stopped relying on bending. That wasn't what I wanted, Asami muttered. I wanted both. She sighed and raised her voice. But bending isn't something people have a choice over. They're born with it, you can't blame them for their parents. Quite. But neither can I champion non-bender parents for not passing a cursed gift to their offspring. They are still born into a world where some children have a clear advantage. When the revolution is complete, everyone will be equal. The wealthy will have no more money than the poor. The benders and non-benders will be no different. There will be no more bending, and we will have no need for an all-powerful being. Your friend Korra will be nothing more than a young woman born of a particular tribe, just as you are. Is that not better? Rather than expecting her to bear responsibilities for the whole world simply because she alone is capable of bending all the elements. Amon asked. The Avatar has always used her powers for the world. The past Avatars saved us. Korra is working for the good of us all, Asami insisted. The good of us all? Amon strode to a nearby tent and flung it open. Look at this world right now. His voice had become harsh. Asami gasped, looking away, the after-images caught in her eyes. Fire-scarred children. So many. The cycle of suffering is ever ongoing. Your views are that of the privileged few. You lost your mother to benders, but you did not suffer as others have done. You stayed inside your mansion, safe and sound. You could never see the problems of the world, not really. Everything was handed to you on a silver platter. You think you know how things are, how things should be thanks to your books and your lessons. Amon strode over to her. You know nothing of the true suffering, neither in Republic City nor the Earth Kingdom. Do not for a second think that your views are more relevant because you helped two poor benders. He walked back to the tent. Imagine for a moment that your father was not wealthy. Imagine you had no education. Could you survive on the streets? With no bending, what could you hope to provide the gangs? He stepped into the tent. Asami dithered for a moment before following him. The children inside and the carers greeted Amon warmly. He knew all their names, asked how each was doing. No. He was still in the wrong. She would help these children, as soon as she escaped his clutches. Miss Sato, Amon said as they left the tent a short while later. I offer another example. I once met a boy from the north. Thanks to his parents, he held a terrible power. Because of his ability, his father raised him to be a killer, nothing more than a tool to be wielded against others. He was forced to perform unspeakable acts of aggression on others. That boy suffered and became a monster. The happy innocent child he once was gone. Now he holds a new name, his monstrous nature behind it. Would it not have been better of the boy to not be capable of bending, thus ensuring he could have been saved? Is it such a good idea to allow someone like that to persist? Asami said nothing. He lives still. I leave it for you to ponder. Amon gestured behind her. Lieutenant? Please escort Miss Sato back to the infirmary. Amon stalked away and Asami found the goggle-wearing equalist had arrived at some unseen point. Miss Sato, the lieutenant said, gesturing. She walked beside him. I know you don't feel safe here. But we do mean you no harm, he said. The spirits favor Amon, who in turn favors you. The spirits will protect you, Miss Sato. Asami scowled. Don't give me that. You only want me here because of my skills and my wealth. Asami glanced back in the direction Amon had vanished. You are no better than the gangs in the end. Using what someone has against someone else. The lieutenant frowned. We have done nothing but take the bending from individuals, people who would kill others with their bending. For now. And later. Asami shot back. Eventually everyone, but it is for their own good. Why can't you understand us? We might have prevented the incident where your mother dash. Stop, Asami demanded as they entered the infirmary. Don't you dare use my mother for your twisted ideals, she said in a voice shaking with rage. Very well, the lieutenant said stiffly. He turned to leave and stopped. You should know then that my mother, my father, my sisters, they were all killed by earthbenders. All buried alive. My whole family is an example of what we must fight against. Please do not judge me like that. I understand your pain. But this isn't going to bring them back, Asami snapped as she stared at her father. And nothing you can tell me will make me join your cause. How can you still side with benders? After your suffering. After my suffering. After those kids' suffering? I hope it is not too late for you, Miss Sato. You are a promising individual. You could lead society after the revolution. I believe you could bring us into a new era. He left and Asami sank into the chair beside the bed. They had a kernel of a point in amongst their rhetoric. But it was not enough. Amon was leading his followers into a disaster. Forcibly altering another person was no way to solve problems. It was as awful as the actions of the Daily in Aang's day. The world needed change, but not like this. They needed to change the laws, reform society. Could the council not discuss this? Next time he tried to convince her, she would be ready. She would hit back with new ideas, new ways to help the world. Ones that did not require wiping out bending. The people here, so many of them just needed help. It felt wrong to feel sorry for them. Most could have gone to the shelters for help if they needed it, or found work through the company. Her father was willing to fund the group but not take on all the homeless and destitute. Asami scowled at her father's unconscious body. It would have been so much better that way. No violence or terrorism, equality through understanding, caring, helping. Amon was wrong and she could prove it. But she needed to escape first, escape with her father. There was something at the window. A hawk. Sachi. Asami let out a shuddering breath, checking that the door was closed. She opened the window and the hawk hopped in, regarding her. Asami grinned. Iroh had found her. Not precisely, but the hawk could at least lead him here. She just needed a way to reply. No paper in here. Fetching some and leaving the hawk here was far too risky. Taking it with her would be worse. Quick. Before anyone came in. Her necklace? Too valuable. Ah, an earring. Proof enough to someone with wit that the hawk had found her. Iroh stared through the one-way mirror and into the interrogation room. It was lit by a single lamp above the man's head. The same man refused to talk the previous day no matter what Iroh promised or asked him. A tough prisoner. Hopefully today would be different. How is our guest? Iroh asked. He has refused all food and water since yesterday, the guard replied. The horrifically loud shriek of a woman in pain sounded, accompanied by something grinding. And how long has he been hearing that? About 2 hours now, the guard said. Hopefully long enough. Iroh hummed to himself and walked through to the cell. Good morning, Mr. Equalist. I am afraid that since you have so far refused to provide your name and you do not appear to be in any known list of criminals or criminal affiliates, I must continue to be impersonal. Iroh folded his arms. Now. You are going to tell me everything you know about Amon and Hiroshi Sato. The Equalist sneered. No. You may as well get started with the torture. Or what does the Earth Queen call it? Enhanced interrogation techniques. Iroh sighed and shook his head. Your courage is admirable, as is your loyalty. I must, however, recommend that you talk. Your life is worth so much more than the information you hold. Another shriek of pain from nearby, the woman yelling that she could never betray Amon. The scream became an octave higher and then silenced. The grinding noise carried on for a few moments and halted. Iroh glanced at his prisoner and then towards the wall that separated this cell from the next. Someone knocked on the door and another soldier looked in. Sir. The prisoner could not go on any further, sir. Iroh sighed. Well, she lasted longer than I expected. Thank you. Please make the usual arrangements. He turned back to the Equalist. She was a lot like you. Endured to the bitter end and took her secrets to the grave. I offer you one last chance to avoid anything like her fate. The Equalist looked wary but shook his head. Food and water no longer have any meaning for me, why should physical suffering? Very well. Iroh pulled the door open. Proceed as instructed. 2 soldiers marched into the cell. The first blindfolded the Equalist who started straining against his bonds. The second soldier released the bonds on his arms and pushed his hands flat onto the table. The machine if you please. A third soldier entered the room with a blender. Iroh tried not to smile. Theatrics was everything now and corpsing now would ruin the effect. At Iroh's nod the Solider switched the device on. You will now tell me everything you know about Amon and Hiroshi Sato. Or. I think we will begin with the fingers this time. We tried toes last time and it just took too long. No, the Equalist replied, but his voice was far from certain now. Especially amusing given the battered device was hardly capable of crushing ice. At Iroh's nod, the blender's setting the soldier increased the blender's speed. Proceed, Iroh said. The second soldier lifted up the Equalist's hand. Stop, the man shouted. I'll tell you. Thank you, Iroh said. Blood is so tiresome to get out of my uniforms. Please. Continue. Tell me about your meetings. We just meet in warehouses. They're set in advance on rotation. There's a leaflet stand in the park to inform us if any of the sites are compromised, the man spluttered, tears running down his cheeks. I shall require those locations later. Let's see, what happened at the pro-bending arena? Iroh asked. Mr. Sato gave the Avatar a poison. It was supposed to make her collapse at the end of the game. We never expected the substitute. She was supposed to have been dealt with then. Just as well the Avatar has friends then, Iroh murmured. What has Hiroshi given your organization? Mostly money. Some of the weapons are from his company. He mostly dealt with Amon directly. Where are your main forces in the city? Underground. Disused sewer expansion and underground rail, the Equalist said. Ah. Yes, I know where you mean. Iroh nodded to the soldier with the blender who hurried out. Your organization's plan then? Overthrow the council and establish an anti-bending regime. Iroh blinked and raised an eyebrow at the second Solider. He shrugged. Just as absurd as he thought. We have allies in Junon, Gongaga, Yotai, and Ba Sing Se. Where have the Equalists gone if not there? I don't know. I swear I don't know. Iroh hummed. Hiroshi's daughter, quick. Our orders are she is not to be harmed. The spirits commanded Amon himself to leave her unharmed. I don't know where she is either. Iroh regarded him for a few moments. Well, I suspect we have learned all we can from him. I will leave the rest to you two. No. The equalist screamed as his blindfold was removed and a cup of tea was placed in front of him. What? You want me to poison myself? He asked in a shaking voice. Hardly, Iroh said. It's for your nerves. We will turn you over to the police shortly, and Chief Beifong has assured me no harm will come to you under her care. You are involved in numerous illegal activities, but if you accept the punishments under our legal system you have an opportunity to start over. Now, if you will excuse me. Iroh walked to the next cell along. Private Aiko was sipping tea and rubbing her throat. She leapt to attention when she noticed him. Sir, she croaked. At ease, at ease. A commendable performance, Aiko. Very convincing. Thank you, sir, she replied, her voice hoarse. I'm still surprised this method is so effective. Fear is very reliable, Iroh said with a grin. It was dark by the time he got back to his office. He had turned down a few requests to share a drink with various members of his staff. Retrieving his maps of the Earth Kingdom, he plotted a few specific points as he sipped at a cup of tea and dialed a phone number. Suyin. Iroh. She replied blearily. You get something? Oh. Sorry. I forgot it must be later over there, Iroh winced. It's fine, Suyin stifled a yawn. What do you have? A few equalist camps in your neck of the woods. If you could. Say no more, Suyin replied. Just let me have them. Iroh rattled off the list of names. Let me know if you find anything. Will do. Night, Iroh. He pushed some more markers onto the map, started writing a note to the Kyoshi warriors with one hand as he dialed Kia's number with his other. Kia. Iroh. I need you here for a meeting tomorrow with the rest of the officers. I'm hoping for the council to request a meeting on the equalist presence still in the city, but... Iroh trailed off. Yeah, Kia drawled. But then there's Tarlok. There's Tarlok, Iroh agreed. Can you talk to Tenzin when he gets back? Sure. Family get-togethers rarely attract attention. Thank you. Good night, Iroh said as he put the receiver down. Instructions written, Hawk dispatched, getting tired. Maybe coffee would be a better plan. Or a nap. He could stand to sleep for a few hours. He jerked upright as the phone rang. Yes. He asked. General Iroh. Ah, Bumi. Korra and her friends have left the city. Iroh blinked and tried to focus. She what? She's gone after Asami with those bending brothers. I got a call from Pema, her parents just let them go. Katara's not interested in going after them either, but Tenzin probably will once he's back. Do you think we should go after them too? I can take a small squad and track them. While I reckon we can get the brothers back here, I'm not sure I want to try dragging the Avatar back. Leave them to it. You're not going to be able to stop her at this point. Well, yeah. But is that still a good idea? Bumi asked. 3 teenagers in the Earth Kingdom on a polar bear dog. He could try and persuade her to turn back and leave it to them. What did she think she could do going out there? Then again, if he flew out to meet them, could he be sure she would not trash his airship in the same manner as his desk? We don't have a choice. Korra's parents are the important ones here, not Pema as much as she does care. They won't get that far and we can pick them up when they do get stuck. They're going to be easy to find after all. But we have to let them fail first. Yeah, okay. So what now? Iroh smiled. Sleep is sounding good. He yawned. I like that idea. Good night, General. Good night, Iroh replied. 2 days later Iroh sighed as Tenzin thumped his fist on the table. We have to go after her, Tenzin said. Amon is out there somewhere. Harmonic convergence is next year. Korra needs spiritual preparation immediately. Tenzin, calm, Kia said. Senna already told us she said she'd be back in a few weeks. Which still gives her ample time to deal with matters more appropriate for the Avatar. Unfortunately for now, the Equalists have landed us in this mess, Iroh said. So we have to deal with it. I don't see why you're so surprised, Tenzin, Kia added. She's just doing what she was meant to, her own avatar journey. And that's fine, is it? Tenzin asked sharply. Kia nodded. Seems like a natural order, the Red Lotus certainly screwed that up. While I agree with Kia, I admit I am concerned, Lin added. We should all be, Tenzin said. Why are you so willing to just let her roam as she pleases? She needs more time to be herself, Kia said. She needs to decide her own destiny, Kia said nodding. And for now, she's decided it's to go after Amon. No. She needs to finish her training and seek guidance from her past lives, Tenzin said. Iroh sighed again. It seems most people are demanding the Avatar solve this issue immediately. But this is not something any other Avatar has had to contend with as far as I am aware. And that, I'm afraid, is the result of your father, Tenzin, Kia. Tenzin narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? I'm not accusing him per se, Iroh replied, raising his hands quickly. And he could not have foreseen what happened, but we have to face facts. Never before in history has there been such a mix of benders and non-benders of different tribes in such an intensely urban environment. My grandfather must also bear some responsibility. This is a problem our predecessors introduced, and while the former Avatar was involved, we should handle this ourselves rather than expect the Avatar to enforce laws on lightning bending registration, domestic violence, earthbending zones and the like. The past was different. One rogue earthbender was only going to cause limited damage. Now we have apartment blocks and skyscrapers. One earthbender can injure or kill a huge number of people in no time at all. Even if her goal is merely mischief, something as minor as a delay in a transit system could hold people up for hours. We are so defined by time in this era. Tenzin was silent for a moment. You truly believe then that chasing Amon is the better option for her? There is danger for her out there. No one else might think she needs to be stopped, but I certainly do. She defeated the Red Lotus, she's more than capable. I just worry about arrogance, Lin added. But remember the arena, Kia said. She and her little band are perfectly capable of acting together. Don't forget, Dad, how they had to keep avoiding Azula. Iroh stifled a chuckle at the vision of Azula as she was now chasing Korra. That could not end well for the Avatar. Yes, but this is still so different. Amon can take someone's bending away. Not one of his victims has regained their abilities and Mom cannot heal it. I do not want to contemplate what would transpire if he did that to Korra, Tenzin said. Have faith. She said she thinks she's getting somewhere. I'm still certain it's just a different form of chi blocking. We'll overcome it. Kia sighed. Your great aunt keeps cropping up today, she glanced at Iroh and back to Tenzin. But remember what Azula did to Dad? What if Amon can do something similar, and a lot more subtle? Well, that's something. But do we really believe the spirits granted him that power? Lin asked. It remains frustratingly possible. But I would have thought it would be recorded somewhere, would have occurred sooner in recorded history if so, Tenzin replied. I am also very curious as to just how that occurred. And here we all thought that only avatars could take away bending. My great-grandfather remains the most prominent example, Iroh said. So we can't rely on history at all. If no one mentioned taking bending away, then no one knows how to give it back, right? Lin asked. Iroh shook his head. Which is why Korra must be protected from Amon, Tenzin said. Tenzin, as laudable as your goal is, you forget who you are talking about. Korra is not going to come willingly. The Red Lotus's reach is further than you might want to consider. She will not voluntarily submit to a new prison, Iroh said smoothly. I am not suggesting a prison, Iroh, Tenzin said forcibly. I know, Iroh replied. But just think about how she will see it. I bet she's had enough of orders by this point, Kia mused. She's a teenager. And not an airbender, she looked pointedly at Tenzin. We need to remember that. She's living her life for a change, let her. Her successes and failures are more important than us trying to impart wisdom on her. Lin smiled at her. Tenzin sighed. I suppose you have a point. It's just, we spent so long looking for her. To lose her again is The Equalists are nothing compared to the Red Lotus. Their recent actions are invasive and horrifying, but their ideology is so weak. They have support but it remains the minority, Lin pointed out. Iroh fidgeted. They are doomed to fail regardless. What do you mean? Tenzin demanded. If they should debend everyone, well. Iroh sighed. Amon cannot operate at a larger enough scale to remove bending from everyone in the world. Even if he did, he can do little but suppress it for a generation. Do not forget, benders are born to non-bender parents and vice versa, as you are no doubt aware thanks to your brother Kia, Tenzin. The notion of bending suppression is absurd, it cannot last. Bending is knowledge, even if it is held secret it will become public knowledge eventually. Even in my family, the oldest ancestor in my dynasty is Sumaika who invented the concept of lightning bending and usurped Fire Lord Akimiya. But now lightning bending is known to thousands who work in the power plants. None of those have founded their own dynasties, there is no system that benders have constructed to aid benders, the advantages are not social constructs. The Equalists are oversimplifying the real world to reduce the argument to benders versus non-benders. Kia smiled. I doubt Amon would want an academic debate with you, Iroh. Though I'm curious, what would you say if Amon accused Sozin of genocide? How could you defend firebending used to extinguish near an entire nation? By pointing out that by that logic comets and the moon are evil. Without Sozin's comet the firebenders would not have been strong enough. Without the moon we would have no bloodbenders. And I don't think we need reminding of what happened when the moon spirit was killed. But Sozin, he nears responsibility for his actions, his evil far outstrips anyone else's, Iroh said. I must agree, Tenzin said. Amon is not committing genocide, but his path is similar to Sozin's. On that note, when's the comet next due? 30 years? How are you going to handle that? Kia asked. I'm open to suggestions. Iroh said. I have no solid ideas yet, and we will need something when the time comes. Perhaps Korra can help. How much easier would this be if Hiroshi Sato was not funding the Equalists? Lin asked. If only they'd just stayed this annoying fringe group who slowly dwindled away. They were lucky he had compatible politics, Iroh said. But at least their original plan failed. I suspect that since the funds from future industries are now inaccessible, they will turn to Yasuko Sato's wealth. Which, if I remember correctly, is bequeathed solely to her daughter. So, I think we can safely conclude we know why she is with them. And that the group will eventually wind up in Ba Sing Se. We just need to know when, Tenzin said. Iroh nodded. And the kind of reception they might expect. What is it like here? The sympathizers say they've drawn attention to bender violence in the city. Other civil groups have denounced them, certainly the Peace Army and the Non-Bender Society have made public their lack of connection. Both have enabled legislation to be introduced, Tenzin said. Ah, yes. They do have some good ideas from what I remember. No firebending and earthbending zones. Fishing regulation. Harsher punishment for bending violence. Better public education. Oh, and the need for more non-benders on the police force, Iroh said. We've been discussing it for a while, Lin said. The women's desk has been encouraging victims of domestic and sexual assault to come forward. Reports of both are on the rise. Not dash, she said quickly. To imply these crimes are on the rise, just that we have a better idea of their frequency. We are thinking of a specific department for bender violence. It might help. And in the meantime, the Equalists threaten the destruction of all civic groups as now they are all suspected of being aligned with the Equalists, Kia said. Attempts to mitigate bending-relating crime are being seen as supporting the Equalist agenda. What about them as vigilantes? They are still operating like that, I assume. Iroh asked. They have made things a little easier with the triads, as much as it pains me to admit that. If it wasn't for the hate speech and threatening Korra, the weapons, the war. Well, basically everything they're doing, I'd be tempted to say let them take care of our gang problem, Lin said. And while that happens, Tarlok is making things worse. His task forces have induced Equalists to become more violent. The attacks on bending schools is on the rise. Meanwhile, the anti-equalist task force is targeting random chai blockers. There are curfews on the non-bending public and people are getting angry, Tenzin grumbled. And I would suspect a lot of innocent people are winding up in prison. He's polarizing the city, some on the equalists' side and some on Tarlok's, Lin added. Tenzin sighed. Is there no way I can just elect you all to the council? This is more insightful and nuanced than anything that comes out of those meetings. I doubt my mother would approve, and politically I would be awkward, Iroh said sitting back. Someone has to run the police, Lin said. Oh, I could totally. Kia said. Would be handy. She glanced at Lin. But you want to give Bumi a promotion? She asked Tenzin. Never mind, Tenzin breathed. I can dream. I need to ask about Asami Sato, Iroh said. We are trusting Suyin as much as possible, but it's not as if she can really do much outside of Zaofu. How is she doing in legal terms? Currently, if she is convicted, she's looking at a sentence of 20 years minimum. This is very much worst case though, and I'm pretty sure Korra on her side could get her out of all of it. As to whether she'll have anything left by then, that's another matter entirely, Lin said. Iroh stared at the map again. Polar bear dog. 3 people, 1 firebender, 1 earthbender, and the avatar. No experience in anything like this. No. Think logically. The most likely place they would reach first would be Makapu in a few days' time. He had promised Korra information, and he kept his promises. They could do with some money too. What next? Letter from the Future Industries Health Division workers, the impending merger was going to dissolve the group and they will soon be out of a job. Same thing for the Women's Association, the Sato shelters had all but lost their funding. Everyone was looking to him. This was not the time to feel overwhelmed. He just needed to talk to them all. In turn. The next day one of his hawks returned, Sachi. She bore an earring he did not recognize, but the style was clear enough. Assuming Sachi did not return to the Yamayuri in the interim, the earring could only have come from Asami. Iroh traced 2 paths along the map, this one Korra, the other the coordinates Kira had called in. The Yamayuri must be at Jiha Road by now, and they had been tasked with sending Sachi into the Gokungwe's land. 2 days to return to him. Iroh's fingers swept across the map. She had to be near Quiapo. He scrawled a circle around the area. Not that close to Korra, but a new lead to provide them if nothing else. Korra had to be close to Zaofu by now, he needed to send her something more, and reply to Bolin's letter. You. Iroh asked his accountant. Where did all this money come from? He was staring at the account figures and trying to make sense of them. If you have money it's easy to make money, you replied lazily over the phone. You are, well. I don't know if you're the richest in the city, but you're pretty independently wealthy. And, say I wanted Future Industries stock. How much can my account in Monde Bank buy? You was silent for a moment. About 12% if that's all of it. And if I add the... Iroh peered at the paper. Kilisha and Valandia banks. Another 10, you replied. Iroh sighed. Less than he would have liked. Okay, buy what you can. Prioritize the divisions with the most at-risk workers. Okay, I don't know business, but can I do that? This much money, sure, you replied. I can even have the workers pledge allegiance to you if you want. No, Iroh said with a sigh. Now what's happening with the Sato estate? He asked. Bank seized it, currently up for auction. No stated starting bid, but the rumors have it. Wow. Something of a bargain. Buy that too. Keep all the workers employed if possible, Iroh said. Iroh? This is one seriously expensive girlfriend you have, you said. She's not my girlfriend. People are assuming things. We haven't even been on a date, Iroh insisted. I know. This is all honorable stuff. But... you really want to buy a big mansion like that, and keep the staff on with no one to serve? Feels like a waste, you said. Well, you can stay over if it makes you feel better. Or, I don't know, make a rota for the staff and have them serve each other. Just keep them and the mansion together, Iroh said. You sounded like she was smiling. But if I lived there, I'd be so lonely, she said. Maybe if a certain someone could, her voice had quietened to a breathy whisper. Join me there. You, Iroh said, rolling his eyes. I order you to go buy a dog. Or a cat. Or some form of living creature to take up your time. I'll even pay for it. You sighed and fell silent. The sound of a calculator being worked on and Iroh. This had better be something in your capacity as either an accountant or a lawyer, he said in a stern tone. It is. You coughed. Well, okay, this isn't either, but it's relevant. So, in no way should you take this as advice, but you want to save everyone? By both companies. I can do that. Iroh asked. He scrutinized his report. I didn't think I had anything close to enough. Sure you do. More than enough in the royal bank. Reckon you could own a quarter of the city like that if you were so inclined, you said. Iroh paused. No. No, I can't do that. Not for personal reasons. And we would need my mother's signature. Because that would be a fun conversation. Wait, I can hear her voice already. You deepened her voice. Mother, I need a bigger allowance. Her voice rose to a higher pitch. And why is that, my son? Deep voice again. Mother, I met this lady and I really must buy both her company and its chief competitor. High pitch. How much do you need, my most cherished son? I'm afraid I can't spare much more than 1,000,000 yuan without eating into your allowance for next month. She laughed down the phone line. Well, when you put it like that, sure, why not you? Iroh asked with another roll of his eyes. Oh. Not now. I want to see you do it. In person. You said quickly. Well. From a safe vantage point. Why wait? I have this whole other phone line that connected directly to the palace. I can call right now. And have your line patched through. Iroh said, smirking. No, I don't think I like that idea, you added more hurriedly. I'm kidding, I know full well that money's for the Fire Nation. And people are going to be seriously worried if the royal family just swoops in and buys two rival companies like that. Yeah. A girl can dream though, right? You asked. It would be the pinnacle of my career. 22%. Tarlok and allies would still own the majority. Asami and Hiroshi's shares had already been seized, an emergency measure to protect the workers' welfare. A convenient lie. More than likely the money was going to Tarlok's next campaign. He should have done this sooner, maybe he could have obtained more. Hindsight. And no point dwelling on the past like that. Is there any way for Asami to get the company back? He asked. To be perfectly honest, I don't know. This is one of the messiest situations I've ever seen. I can't prove it, but I know Tarlok has been up to shady stuff this entire time. The seizing of the Sato assets was all legal and above board. However, the sale of his shares to his allies is some gray area stuff that becomes less and less acceptable depending on her eventual sentencing. It's possible we could get it into the legal system and in front of a judge, but we would need to get all charges against her dropped first. And that is a whole other issue. You fell silent. I hope Kira or Korra can bring her back then. If all else fails, make preparations for asylum status. Fire Nation is priority, but inform Chief Tonrik too, he's not about to turn her away. Got it. You want me to add Kyoshi Island? Grandma Suki's following what's happening and she loves this stuff still. You fell silent and Iroh could hear the smile. I guess you still haven't told Uncle Tenzin you're helping our avatar to stay out of sight. No. No, I have told him. And I would like to keep it that way too. I can see that, you said. He's not going to be best pleased you're helping her dangerous adventure. You chuckled. No one can stop her. Not really. Better to help as best I can than let them wander lost in the wilderness. I know more or less where they are, and having the Yamayuri keep an eye on them really helps, Iroh said. Well, that's neat and all. But what if Amon finds her first? You asked. Unlikely, but certainly not the best case scenario. Hopefully Kira will get Asami out first so we can avoid the confrontation, then Korra can go do her training and we'll handle the Equalists. Good luck to her. Hey, when do I get to meet her? You asked. Next time you're in the city, I reckon. For now, I need to get on with things. Talk to you later. Iroh leaned back on his chair. Wait. There was another way to get hold of Future Industries, or potentially majority control. Yoko. He called. Yes, sir. His secretary responded. I'll need a list of all Future Industries shareholders, specifically those from the Fire Nation. Once you have that, please send them each a letter telling them I would like a quiet word with them. Iroh grinned. AI scribbled some more notes on her pad as she read over Hiroshi's charts. There was paper here, just under lock and key. AI glanced at her, and Asami tried to divert her attention. Is my father going to be okay? She asked. I'm no doctor, Miss Sato. From what I have picked up, he might be. Talking apparently helps cases like these. AI turned towards her. You should be fine though, the two of you seem very close. Close? Her father and her? He has always been busy, too busy to spend time at home or play with her. But by the same account, he had been her mentor in every part of her life. For every one of her achievements, he was the bedrock Asami built upon. But had he really cared for her, or was she here because she was the heiress? Because she alone could inherit her mother's money? He's the only family I have, she said after a pause. I know you are not here out of choice, Miss Sato. I don't know how you feel about the situation. But she held out her arm. See this? Her finger stroked across blotchy marks marring the length of her arms. My father. He was a firebender. Used to hurt me and my brother a lot. But, even with that, I loved him. If he was sick, I would be where you are. Where is he now? If that's okay. Asami asked. He's home, AI smiled. Amon took his bending away, he can't hurt my brother or me anymore. Is that why you joined? Yep, AI beamed at her. He saved him and we're free now. Isn't it amazing? I hope your father will heal. I'll take care of him as long as I can. He's so important to the revolution. Once we get to BA Sing SE, he'll be so much better with the equipment they have there. It'd be nice if he was awake to see the city when we conquer it. It all came back to that city, and Amon had planned for it. I'd like him to wake soon too. Is the revolution? Are you moving against the Earth Queen? She's... Well, I heard rumors about her. Can we win? We can, AI said. We are so much more powerful than people suspect. Mr. Sato built us new weapons. The Queen, no, the world has no idea what we can do. I never knew. I knew he worked so hard, but... If only he'd told me about this. Maybe it was just for my protection. Asami asked, carefully not meeting AI's gaze. I think so, Miss Sato. Don't worry, we're in good hands. Amon will protect us. Take good care of your father in his and the spirit's stead. If you'll excuse me. Asami nodded as AI left the room. She counted to 10 before lunging for the discarded pad. No time. Need to summarize, description of the area, number of people at the camp, weapons. No time, and too much to say. She tore the paper from the pad and crammed it under her shirt. Now just to wait for Sachi. She had looked for the hawk day after day, hoping for the bird to reappear even in the absence of any way to give the hawk a meaningful response. So far, nothing. Time became strained again, an ongoing limbo until Sachi at last appeared again. It would be over soon, she chanted to herself as she waited for the hawk to spot her. Over soon, she whispered as she attached the message to the hawk's leg. Over soon, as the hawk spread her wings. Her heart skipped a beat as something struck Sachi and the hawk fell to the ground. No. The letter had Iroha's name on it. What was she thinking? Of course someone might notice the hawk. Asami clambered from the window, dropping awkwardly to the ground. No, 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 no. She rushed forward, other equalists moving cautiously to see what had fallen. Chai blocking worked just as well against them as anyone else. Clear path. Sachi. Note. Asami frantically tore the letter apart, fragments whipped away by the wind as she swallowed others. It had to be illegible. Sachi. The hawk struggled against the ropes that now pinned it to the ground. As Asami reached out, the hawk convulsed and lay still. The lieutenant lifted his tonfa up and stared at her. Smart, Miss Sato. Now are you willing to tell me just who the hawk belongs to? He asked. Asami stared back at him. This type of hawk is found everywhere in the world, one of the nearby equalists, Miyako, commented. The lieutenant never looked away from Asami. Then the sender is cautious and resourceful. I have some suspicions, he said. His name, Miss Sato. Asami shook her head and stared down at Sachi. Stared at her hope as it lay dead in the mud. Once again, Ai escorted her back to her room. And as always with the utmost respect. The nurse asked if she was at all injured from the fall. Asami shook her head, but Ai checked her bruises anyway, gentle fingers examining wrists and legs. Even after actively working against them, Ai was nothing but helpful. Ai shook Asami awake in the middle of the night. What happened? Asami asked as Ai lead her through the corridors. Mr. Sato, he had another attack, Ai answered. Is he okay? Asami asked. For now. Shiki checked your father by chance, if she hadn't, he might not have made it. In the infirmary, Hiroshi's breathing machine now made a different noise. Amon and a few nurses were waiting. Miss Sato, Amon greeted her. As I said originally, we shall do our best to help your father. However, if we are hampered any further by anyone on our journey, such as your mysterious contact, well, we might not make it in time. I trust one make myself clear. Perfectly, Asami whispered as she tried not to shiver. Good. I feel I should remind you as well, Miss Sato, contacting Republic City might not help you. It would be a shame if your friend was also accused falsely as you have been. Contact with you will be enough for such an accusation. And if that happens they will be unable to render any kind of assistance. I just wanted you to be aware of that. Asami did not respond and sank into the chair beside her father's bed, her eyes streaming with tears. He was running out of time. If this happened again, she might end up alone here. Check the description for the links to the author.